Blue Nose Audio presents Infallible, Book 3 of the Serendipity series. Written by Charlene Namdari. Narrated by Simone Lewis, Connor Hayes, and Jay Tipstone. Prologue. Give it to me. That voice should have had me getting the hell out of there. Instead, I swung around to find the two constant irritants to my less-than-perfect life. One quick look and you'd think they were twins, but on closer inspection, there were three distinct differences to their gaunt features. Height, weight, and the color of their eyes. Bobby, the bigger dick face of the two, had eyes so dark they were almost black, just like his soul. He was taller and slightly heavier on the muscle. Ronnie, whose blue eyes, which probably held a genuine sparkle once, was shorter and way too thin to be harassing anyone, but Bobby gave him the confidence he required. "I said give it to me, now!" Bobby sneered. I was chomping at the bit for some action. It was time to let them know I was no pushover. "Fuck you. I saw it first." "Don't matter." His grin was sly, and something about his expression told me he'd rule an empire someday. That was if he had the brains to survive the cruel world we lived in. I doubted it. He'd been catching a piss when God was handing out brains. Missing the line, had gone straight down to the door marked stupid. I chuckled at the thought, and his brow shot up. He lunged forward, and I stepped back. If I was going down, I had no intention of making it that easy. "The only way you're getting it is if you pry it from my cold, dead fingers." His laugh was maniacal. "That won't be a problem," he snarled. Early morning sunlight bounced off the silver blade he withdrew from his pocket. I watched as he tossed it from hand to hand, his brow cocked. Taking a step back, I set the bag on a stack of boxes next to the back alley door leading into the store I'd just pilfered. The owner was too old and too slow to notice he'd dropped an item when the delivery truck left. Reaching into the back pocket of my jeans that had seen better days, I pulled out the makeshift knife I'd fashioned out of an old toothbrush and took a step forward. "Plan on giving my teeth a good old scrubbing with that?" Bobby laughed. "Yeah, when I'm done spilling your blood, asshole," I hissed. "You've got balls!" Again, he laughed like a fucking hyena that just honed in on fresh meat. "You have no idea." I took another step forward. Anyone with a little more common sense would have hightailed it out of there. Good thing my lack thereof had served me well over the last couple of years. For 1 solid year, I'd been meek, a pushover until I met a man who taught me life was unfair. I had two options: let people take advantage of me or teach them that looks were deceiving, that I wasn't the easy target they took me for. "Let's dance." Bobby circled me, looking for a way in. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Ronnie move. My arm shot out on reflex, catching him on the chin, unleashing a spray of blood. Howling, he stumbled backward. Bobby turned to look at his brother for just a second, then lunged forward. While deflecting his knife with my free arm, I swung wide. The tip of my weapon pierced the skin on his side. "Fuck!" he shrieked, jumping back. His dirty white shirt turned pink quickly. "Not such a pussy, am I?" I smirked. "You're going to pay." He clutched a hand to his side, the rage in his eyes igniting my bravado. "Let's get to it, then. Stop fucking around and make your point," I goaded. That seemed to irk him. His lips curled. He advanced, legs a slow dance before his arms shot forward. I flinched, my teeth grinding when I felt his blade sink into my forearm, ripping flesh as he yanked downward. But I didn't give in to the pain. Ignoring the blood drenching my skin as it oozed down my arm, I lashed out, sticking the tip of my weapon into his chest and pressing down with all my weight. Inhaling harshly, he staggered backward, dropping his knife to clutch his chest. Fingers closing around the protruding stem of the brush, he yanked it out of his chest. Big mistake. Blood gushed from the open wound. His eyes, filled with undisguised terror, met mine. I waited until his knees buckled and he fell to the ground, his gaze still on me. Ronnie scurried to his side. "Bobby!" he screamed, lifting his brother's head onto his lap. Bobby opened his mouth to speak. Instead, blood gurgled past his lips. He's dying! Ronnie lifted his gaze to my face, his expression pleading. I should have felt remorse, but I couldn't. Reaching for the bag, I withdrew a loaf of bread and broke off a piece. You could have asked nicely, Bobby, instead of demanding something that didn't belong to you. With his vacant stare on me, I held out the bread to Ronnie. He looked at it for a moment, the desperation on his face palpable in the way he licked his lips. Take it. It might be your last meal for a while. The look he gave me hinged between uncertainty and terror. He knew I was right. Without Bobby by his side, it wouldn't be long before someone took advantage of his weakness. He reached up and took the piece. He's of no use to you now, Ronnie. We both know the cops ain't gonna do shit about this. The only title he's likely to get is John fucking Doe. Walk away. Turning, I did the same before realization dawned and my slow steps morphed into a sprint. It was only after I cut through another 4 alleys that I stopped to catch my breath. Slowly I sank to the floor, pulling my knees to my chin. I allowed the tears to fall. I stared at the remaining bread clutched in my tight fingers. My last meal, consisting of half a Big Mac I'd rescued from a dumpster at a construction site, had been 3 days ago. I was no novice to hunger pains. I'd just learned to handle it over time, to savor the meals I found, making it last. My gaze dropped to my bloodied forearm, and my jaw stopped working the masticated bread in my mouth. I inspected the open wound, shaking my head, cursing myself for allowing myself to get hurt. Nothing much affected me anymore. Not pain or assholes like Bobby or the biting cold, now swirling its way around me. Then I remembered the last look of horror on his face. Fuck! I yelled into the empty alley. The sound bounced off the grimy walls and filth-stained windows. I'd just killed a boy. Over a fucking loaf of bread, I grunted. Hunger could cloud logic. But I saw it first. It was mine before he came along. I counted vehemently, my hungry stomach growling in agreement. The laugh was caustic, even as I bit into another small piece and sluggishly chewed. I knew this would come back to haunt me. I was homeless, not fucking stupid. Karma was a bitch when you least expected it.
Chapter 1. 9 years ago. Raiden, 18 years. What are you guys doing here? Even beneath the dim lighting, Zena's usually soft green eyes took on a glassy glare as she scrutinized me and my 5 buddies before her gaze rested on my face. This isn't the right place for you. I wasn't sure if she was addressing me alone or all of us. This got us in. Austin waved his fake ID at her. Jesus, would you put that thing away? She scolded, her gaze darting quickly around the bar. Satisfied no one was looking, she leaned over the marble counter. You shouldn't have brought them here, Austin. Despite the steel-lined words, she knew it was wasted on him. Austin did what he wanted, how he wanted. We were friends since kindergarten, and he was always the wise-ass daredevil in our group of friends, where I was the hesitant one, some would even call shy. Blinking a couple of times, I tried to focus. I was too tipsy to decipher whether it was fear that laced Zena's voice or just annoyance. Why? I asked. She glanced at me. It's not like this place is busy. I waved my hand in the air for emphasis, taking in 100 or so patrons either chatting or dancing. Her stern features softened into a small smile. It's still early, but this club is owned by some bad people, and they won't take lightly to a bunch of seniors crashing their way in here, especially with fake IDs. It's Raiden's birthday. Desmond, a tank of a guy who looked way older than his age, tried appealing to her affection for me. Yeah, well, turning 18 still doesn't mean you're welcome here. Laughing, I reached for her hand. Does it mean I'm welcome to try for a home run, then? Her soft laugh told me she knew what I was talking about. Strangely, and despite the 4-year age gap between us, I was comfortable to be myself around her. What if I promise we'll behave? Sit at a table, have a few drinks, and dance a little. She chewed her bottom lip, contemplating my promise, then pulling in a deep breath, she nodded. It's one of our busier nights, and I can't be seen talking to you guys. So keep them in line, Raiden, or I'll be forced to have the bouncers throw you out on your ass. She directed her gaze at Austin with a raised brow. He gave her one of his cheeky smirks, and I elbowed him in the stomach. Oof! He grunted, then bumped his shoulder against mine. So, you guys gonna fuck tonight? Austin's crass knew no boundaries. Xena rolled her eyes, and I darted him a glare. What? He held out his hands as if his question was considered normal conversation. Come on, Xena. You said you'll fuck him on his 18th birthday, so what's the big deal? Another elbow to his stomach, with as much strength as I could muster, had him doubling over. She grinned. Maybe another 2 of those would shut you up for the rest of the night. Austin scowled at her, then looked at me and grumbled. You're a fucking asshole. Then grow the fuck up, I growled. Or what? You going to fuck me in the ass? Because you're sure as fuck not getting any pussy from her. He snorted. I shook my head the same time Xena threw her hands up in the air and turned her attention to the rest of the gang. Do you always have to be so fucking pathetic? I shook my head. And when are you going to grow some balls? He scoffed, then studied me for a second before leaning closer. Jesus, Ray, wake the fuck up. She hasn't given you pussy since you guys started hanging out, a whole fucking year ago. He emphasized the words with a squeeze on my shoulder. And you're fucking clinging to your virginity for her? Why? 'Cause she's older than you? You think she's going to be way more experienced and teach you the ropes? Thankfully, the whispered words hadn't carried. Have you considered the fact that we respect each other enough to wait? I muttered. He barked out a laugh. What fucking century are you guys even living in? The thing with Austin was that he really was a good guy. Deep down, beneath the asshole exterior, people who didn't know him saw. But I knew him. With a father that ditched his mother at a young age and being raised by his mother and grandmother, he shouldered the man-of-the-house responsibility and tried to do right by them. Always. Acting out was his way of dealing with his shortcomings, and there were a few. Look, I get that you've always been my nerdy friend, but there's an ocean of pussy out there waiting for your fucking cock, so get to it before that dick becomes a permanent fucking rubber band. Fuck off. Even as I grunted the words, I realized he was right. Out of the 5 of us, I was the only one who hadn't lost his virginity yet. This was surprising, since having Austin as my wingman meant pussy was an easy treat. Girls fell at his feet without him asking. Thanks to my father's noble upbringing, though, I ended up being the waiting for that special lady type of guy. Still, I hoped like hell it would happen tonight, or I was likely to believe Austin's prediction. Slanting my gaze toward Xena, I watched her take the guy's orders and suddenly remembered why I was willing to wait. She was fucking gorgeous, with dark, short hair that bounced around her neck every time she moved and highlighted by dusky features. Crudely, my dick twitched as my gaze dropped to her ass, making me eager to feel those firm cheeks in my hands as I held on and fucked her. Christ, I was a lot more drunk than I thought. Grinning, I shook my head. I was in junior high the first time I met her. Her father owned the local ice cream parlor, and we'd gone there to hang out for my 16th birthday. She was helping over the weekend, and Austin, being the usual prick, was a real ass to her. Annoyed, she dumped a milkshake over his head, not that he didn't deserve it. I apologized to her, and somehow we became friends. Although we hung out often, our first kiss only happened a year later at a school dance she'd attended with me. If it hadn't been for Xena, I wouldn't have agreed to try our luck at gaining entrance into the Serpente, one of the most exclusive clubs in Manhattan. She worked here as a mixologist and had been teaching me the tricks for the last 6 months. Keen to explore more techniques, I wanted to see her in action. Whether my father agreed to me making it a permanent career was a conversation for another day. I was Raiden Princeton, heir to the most affluent high-end jewelers in the U.S. It was inevitable that I'd end up running the business someday. 2 hours later, our one drink, one dance stay became a couple more, and although the guys behaved, my gaze stayed riveted on the beauty on the other side of the counter. "Where the hell is Antonio?" I caught the irritation in her voice as she yelled at a blonde woman at the other end of the bar. "Probably running an errand for the boss," the woman called over her shoulder. "What the fuck?" Zena gritted. "It's Saturday. How are we supposed to manage this place alone?" She slid a beer along the frosted counter. The guy who caught it with nimble fingers threw her a kiss. "Thanks, babe." She winked at him. "Anything for you, handsome." Her call had me going green with envy. The club had filled up, and with that, her attention hardly flitted our way. Giving no thought to my actions, I shot up from my seat, walked over to where she stood, and slipped in between two women waiting to be served. "Hey, Zena?" She glanced over her shoulder while balancing 4 glasses filled with a pink drink. "Let me help." Turning fully, she set the glasses down in front of the frantic hands of the 2 women, then frowned at me. "Help with what?" "You're busy, and you kind of look short-handed. You know I can help." She shook her head. "Thanks, Raiden. I don't think that's a good idea." "Come on." "Zena." A waitress arrived at my side, cutting me off. "I need a vodka tonic, a White Russian, and 2 McAllens." "Got it, Sherry. Give me a sec, Ray." Zena moved away to the shelves behind her. I watched her work the order. Fuck, she was fast. Barely a minute or so passed, and she was ringing up the order and handing it over. "Hey, handsome, you here alone?" Sherry slid a hand around me, nudging her body closer to mine. "Depends." At her arched brow, I winked. "If you want me to be," I teased, realizing alcohol made me a lot bolder. Her hand dropped to my ass, squeezing a cheek while one of her tits rubbed against my arm. "Sure, you're working," Zena cut in. I didn't miss the cold snip to her words. Judging by her frown, neither did Sherry. She inched away from me. "I can't believe how quickly this place filled up, and it's not even 11 yet." She took hold of the tray Zena held out. "It's the usual weekend crowd. You haven't been around for a Saturday night shift in a while, remember?" Zena replied stiffly. It thrilled the fuck out of me that she was showing jealousy, even if it were just a little. Since meeting her, I learned she was the hot and cold type of woman. Maybe it was my age, or maybe I still needed to understand a woman's temperament. The reactions from her excited me. My cock gave a twitch of appreciation. Maybe after tonight, it would know what a pussy felt like. Sherry rolled her eyes. "Fuck, it's like I never left. Later." She walked away, and I waited while Zena served another patron, who, by the way he was leaning over the counter, wanted a little more than just a drink. I heard her curse under her breath as she shoved the Heineken in his outstretched hand. He grinned. "Doesn't come with a kiss, does it?" She turned her back on him. "Zena." I reached for her hand as she walked by me. "Let me help, please. You know I'm good for it." I was a little more than tipsy, but she didn't need to know that. "Even if I said yes, I don't have time to teach you the ropes, Ray." "Then let me just mix the cocktails, and you can worry about the other stuff." She chewed her bottom lip for a moment, and just as she opened her mouth to speak, someone called out, "Zena!" Turning away after a quick smile, her hands jumped to her hips. The rigid set of her shoulders showed her anger. "Where the hell were you, Antonio?" He gave her an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. The big boss called." "He's here?" I picked up on the immediate tension in her voice. Antonio shook his head. "Relax. You know he never comes here. Well, not down here, that is. Who's your friend?" He looked at me over her shoulder. Zena half turned. "Antonio, meet Raiden. Ray, Antonio, the missing in action barman." She grinned. seemingly more at ease now than a moment ago as she served another customer. When she was done, Antonio gripped her shoulder. "Sorry to deflate your bubble, sweetheart, but I need to go. I just came down to let you know I won't be around for the rest of the night." "Fuck, Tony. How—" "Chill, girl. You give yourself far less credit than you deserve. If anyone can handle this place, you can." He grinned. She rolled her eyes. "Fine. Then I'm employing a pair of hands for the night." She pointed to me. Chuckling, Antonio shrugged. "Just listen to what she says, and you'll be fine." He was striding away before either one of us could reply. "Come on." Zena gestured to the entrance into the bar. "I'll give you the basics." Smiling, I turned around to look for Austin and the rest of the gang. Spying their gyrating bodies on the dance floor, I made my way around to the bar entrance. They'd find me when they needed to. 3 hours later, I stood back and eyed my handiwork. Thankfully, I'd only messed up once and caught Zena's occasional look of gratitude when the orders began flying in. My friends were impressed with my efforts and left me alone after a few quirky comments about working on my birthday. But I was enjoying myself, not only with experimenting, but working alongside Zena. I couldn't have asked for a more perfect birthday celebration. Despite being busy, I didn't miss the looks she received from the other guys sitting around the bar, and a pang of jealousy slithered its way down my spine. As if sensing my inner turmoil, she looked up. Green eyes, a shade darker than mine, twinkled with mirth as she offered me one of her beautiful smiles. Stupidly, I felt comforted by the gesture that she wasn't interested in anyone else, until she turned her head away and gasped. I followed her line of sight and watched as a man made his way toward the bar. Staring at him, even I had to appreciate the way he carried himself. I'd only ever seen that level of confidence and mannerisms, as though he owned the world without effort, in one man, my father. Drake Princeton was influential, respected, and good-looking, yet the approaching man, who I put at a few years younger than my father, equated his grace with such ease, it made me jealous. While his face lacked a smile, his hardened features, made prominent by the dark suit and black button-down, had me curious as to his identity. He had that whole mafia dude vibe about him. Taking in the 2 suited men flanking him, I was probably right. His powerful presence demanded attention, and without a doubt, he had the entire club's, mine included. My gaze darted from the patrons he passed back to Zena. Her eyes stayed fixed on him with each step closer to the bar. I glanced down at my arm, now firmly circled by her biting fingers. Looking up at her face, I wasn't sure if it was fear or surprise that blanketed her features. "Fuck." Her barely audible gasp followed with her releasing her grip on my arm. "What's up?" I asked. "You're not supposed to be here," she hissed out the side of her mouth without taking her eyes off him. "Huh?" "That's the owner, and his men don't take kindly to being put on the spot. If he asks what you're doing here, they won't be able to answer." Now I understood her anxiety. "Why don't you call Antonio?" She rolled her eyes and stepped away as the man took a seat at the bar. His expression, unconcealed boredom. His gaze wandered over the setup. "What can—" Zena's words were cut off by his raised hand signaling her to be quiet. Her body stiff, she backed away from him as his eyes conducted an unabashed inspection of her body from head to toe before coming back to her face. I could feel the tension, or was it anger, radiate off her, and I was tempted to say something. Then I realized if I did so, I might get her into trouble. As if sensing my senseless inner thoughts, she darted me a quick look. Foolishly, the anxiety in her eyes had me admiring the man's intimidation without words. I was suddenly eager to start a conversation with him. However, when Zena and I looked away, I found the man's intense gaze on me. A second after locking gazes with him, I fought back the need to gulp. He might be someone powerful, but I aimed to show him I wasn't daunted, even if my roiling stomach said otherwise.
Chapter 2. Lorenzo. 31 years. Hey, Bella. Climbing onto the bed, I stretch out, facing her, and drag a slow finger along her cheek before tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Speak to me, please. It's been 3 days. Blue eyes, once sparkling and vibrant with laughter, now vacant and hugged by profound black rings, stare back at me. Looking, but not seeing me for who I was. My heart clenches, chest tight, begging for her to let me in, to tell me what happened, to take away a smile that ballooned sunshine, always. Please, God, tell me. I palm her cheek, waiting. Instead, her eyes shift, staring at the white voile curtains, blowing in the light breeze through her open bedroom window. Let me in, I plead. Still nothing. Sighing, I sit up and pull the hand-stitched quilt she'd made herself over her legs and stand. At the door, I watch her rigid form, hoping she would move, twitch, do something to tell me she's alive, not a mannequin of her former bubbly self. That she knows I'm here for her and I'll do anything to make her pain go away. Stepping out, I leave the door open a little, more for her reassurance as much as allowing me to hear her if she moved around. I stare at her bodyguard, Sasha, 2 hours later. Drilling him for a full hour yielded nothing. Surprisingly, she hadn't shared anything with him either. Fuck. I rake a hand through my hair and turn as abrupt thunder booms across the sky. I glance out the small and only window in the room, glaring at the rapid dark clouds filling the blue sky. A distinct impression of my churning insides. I have the urge to kill, and I know I'll get my wish, just not now. I swear, boss! Sasha's trembling voice drags my gaze back to his somber features. He knew he fucked up, having let his guard down. The last thing I remember was drinking the tea she gave me. You let her drug you? I growl. His eyes snap wide open as if recognition dawns for the first time since he sat down at the table. 2 days before that, she wanted to go out without me. Said her friends were tired of having a bodyguard following them. I refused, he mumbles. Leaning my palms flat down on the tabletop, I glare at him. Did she mention any of these clubs by name? Are they so-called fucking friends? He shakes his head. I'm sorry. I should have been more careful. You're damn fucking right you should have. I grit out. The desperation to put a bullet between his eyes reigns strong, but I curb the need with a rigid swallow. Sasha's good at his job. Usually. Bella just outsmarted him. Not something he saw coming. Neither did I. Maybe I should teach you a lesson. My statement earns me a blank look, surprising me. At least he intends taking his reprimand like a man. Remo, I call out while maintaining eye contact with Sasha. Yeah. I look up as my brother arrives at my side. I want every fucking club in town raided. Show her photo around. Someone must have seen her. My jaw clenches, frustration peaking with each ticking second. He nods. Bribe someone or burn the fucking building down. I don't care. Just give me something, anything that I can use. I seethe. What about him? Rama gestures to Sasha. Can I have a go? My brother's brand of torture can be called deranged. He's like a vicious guard dog. Once unleashed, only blood and gore will appease his appetite. I'm reserving him for the bastards that harmed Bela. You'll have your turn. What the fuck? You're just going to let him walk away? Remo's agitation jumps a notch and his fists clench. Fine. A finger or two, then? I mutter, not missing Sasha's deep inhale. I turn to him. What? You think you don't deserve to be punished? He shook his head, scaling my irritation a notch. You're right. You don't deserve punishment. The blast of my gun echoes through the basement walls, the stench of gun smoke and fresh blood filling the air. Death is better. I snarl, as Sasha's glassy eyes, transfixed with horror, stares back at me. Yet, I feel nothing. No relief, no remorse, no annoyance that I had to get rid of a good bodyguard. Get this shit cleaned up. I bark at one of my men before I head upstairs with Remo at my rear. Stepping out of the house, I pause. Like an omen in the making, the howl of the wind stills, ominous and more threatening than the brewing storm a second ago. Unnerved, I head for the car and stop. Something doesn't feel right. I glance around before lifting my gaze to the bedroom windows on the second floor. It takes a second to register. Bella! I yell, and Lorenzo. The sudden shake to my shoulder yanked me out of a nightmare I relived every time my eyes closed. I was sleep-deprived because of it, but I didn't care. The time for rest would come when I got the answers I needed. You okay, son? You were calling out in your sleep? Confused, I stared at Frank Scaglione, my mother's brother, then sat up. Long way from home. What are you doing here? I raked a hand through my hair and rolled my neck to ease the tension at my nape. It's been a while, Rains. 3 years, I think. He chuckled, using the nickname only my family dared to call me. I figured it was time to pay my favorite nephew a visit. Tells you just how good things are running here that you've never needed to visit before. I didn't keep the sarcasm out of my voice as I stood and walked over to the bar. While respect was key in the Rossi family, my uncle didn't waste time reprimanding me for my lack thereof. He was accustomed to my brash desire to fight the norm. Still, he knew I was right. With 3 underbosses and 15 capos to oversee, I was the least of their problems. As the only blood-related capo, I ran a tight ship, made sure I was accountable for every minute detail, and never fucked up. So far. Drink? The usual. Old in the game, my uncle enjoyed his Campari neat, while I preferred mine on the rocks. Drinks in hand, I crossed the room and handed him the glass. How are the legs? I asked, sipping my drink. Can we sit? Nodding, I gestured to the table. I sat while Frank ambled over, rested his walking sticks against the chair, and took a seat on the opposite side. That's better, he sighed before sipping his drink. I miss that. At my arched brow, he added, The small things in life I can't do no more. Standing for long periods, threatening someone with my height by staring him down or kicking in his teeth when I can't take the snivel anymore. Pounding into a fucking hole, hard and fast the way I liked it. He snorted a laugh. No, I just have to lay back and take it like a fucking woman. He shook his head on a dismal grunt. I've seen better days, you know. The cold makes them throb like a bitch. And I don't travel much because of the pain. He massaged his thigh. You remember that night, don't you, Rains? When those Russian bastards stormed our club. Put a bullet in my spine. He scoffed. I nodded. And remember how you retaliated the next day. Went in, guns blazing, killing the lot of them. I smirked, sensing this conversation was headed somewhere, but left it to play out. And you remember what I said after your return. It was time to pull back. To stop the war between us and them, because we'd lost too many men already. You were just a boy back then, and I didn't blame your hot-headedness. Is there a point to the story, Frank? He took a drink and ran a slow hand through his more salt and pepper hair. I wanted revenge, Rance, so badly. I could taste coppery tang of blood on my tongue. But while the Russians regrouped and grew in numbers, I sat back, watched them take down more of our people. Still, I buried the pain of what they'd done to me. Yes, we got back at them through the arms they were dealing in. Still, I wanted in on the action, but I couldn't. They took that away from me, and now I have to watch myself. Just like you have to as well. And there it was, the point of his fucking tirade. What are you not saying? I kept my calm, only because I respected the man. He'd been like a father to me when my father spent his bonding time running the family business. As head of one of the legendary Italian families, my father was duty-bound. Frank made sure I didn't forget my place in the hierarchy, though, and I had him to thank for where I sat today. A shrewd mafia leader at 31, with an easy lineage to the throne. And just like my father said, I could reach out and take it, snap the ties that bound me. But I planned to wait. The time had to be right. I know revenge for Bella's death is eating on you, and you're determined to continue this crusade you've plunged into. I'm asking you to pull back, Figliolo. He sighed, calling me son. You're fucking kidding me, right? I shot up from my seat, grinding my teeth as I glared at my uncle. Any other man in his blood would have painted my charcoal carpet a deep crimson. Is Mother the reason you're here? I scowled. He shook his head. I came because I heard about the chaos. Chaos! I barked. Arabella didn't just die, Frank. She quit living 3 days before she did. Who does that? I feel like fucking shit because I could do nothing to stop it. Someone will pay. Ti prego, Figliolo, ascoltami. He begged me to listen to him. It's been quiet for so long. Peace between the families. I knew where he was coming from, but I owed it to Bella to find out what happened. A month had gone by and there was nothing. Not one person could tell me what happened. In the process, I'd killed 9 men, mere soldiers, from opposing criminal families and burnt down 3 clubs. The repercussions of which were still to come, and Frank's visit indicated I'd stirred shit back home in Italy. My family was highly respected, which was probably the reason the backlash back hadn't happened yet. I cared 2 fucks either way. How do I live if I don't avenge her death? He stared at me, his dark brown eyes assessing my angry expression. I understand, Reigns. But you must move on. You need to find the love again. Someone to heal your broken heart. I uttered a caustic laugh. Love? What bullshit, even for you. Frank had always been a romantic at heart, and while he danced to my father's hardcore tune, there was a side to him only I knew about. You just needed to soften up a bit, my boy. I snorted out a laugh. Soften up? You had one too many Camparis, Uncle. He chuckled. Love can do amazing things for that hardened heart of yours. I shook my head, ignoring his love crap. So what am I in for? Apart from half the underworld wanting a piece of you. His expression turned somber, letting me know shit was about to get downright ugly if I didn't toe the line. If you keep this up, sooner or later you're going to spill the blood of someone a lot more important than a soldier. Then I'd rather make it sooner, don't you think? I ground out. He sighed. It wasn't the first time he had to intervene. The Rossi brothers were known to be a handful from birth. And while we'd matured with responsibility, we were also known for our short fuses. I was the middle son, and since the death of Matteo, my older brother, years ago, I'd not only become adept at controlling my emotions unless provoked, I made damn sure I lived my life the way I wanted. Rules be damned. Remo, on the other hand, appeared the epitome of innocence in front of family. At 25 and 6 years younger than me, he was doted on by our mother. She wasn't ignorant to his less-than-controlled side when he saw red, though. She encouraged it. Unlike me or Mateo, Remo was like my father in more ways than Remo cared to acknowledge. He was cold, calculated, and lacked sympathy. Yet, like Mateo and I, he possessed one admirable trait. We were loyal as fuck when it came to each other. We'd go down fighting to protect the other. I'm meeting with the representatives from the families tomorrow. Frank pulled me out of my reflections. See if I can simmer down some of the agitations. Better you than me. I shook my head, nipping his expected invitation to join him in the bud. Again, he sighed. I spoke to a few cops on our payroll. They're checking into Arabella's movements that night. Hopefully, they can get us some answers. I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you. I scoffed. And what if they don't? He downed the rest of his drink and set the glass on the table, his eyes on me. Just give it a few days, Heinz. If nothing comes of it, we can talk again. In other words, I could kill a few more fuckers until then. Fine. Where are you staying? At the Bellagio. He referred to our family-owned hotel. Dinner tonight? If nothing comes up, yes. I watched him make his way toward the door, then walked over to the window overlooking the club below. The Serpente, Italian for serpent and aptly named given it was a facade to the real evil power beneath, was busy as usual. I ran a slow gaze over the floor before my eyes rested on the bar, and as fucked up as it sounded, I could have sworn my heart skipped a beat. What the fuck is this shit? I didn't do the love crap, much less feel anything for anyone. I fucked. I branded women in my own fucked up way. Sometimes it was simple, other times dark and cruel, almost brutal. That was my kind of love. Women might be drawn to me because of my looks, but I also believed it was because of my name, my power, and as much as they wouldn't admit it, they craved the evil I represented. I didn't let anyone in. I couldn't. No one could love a man like me. Yet my eyes defied me. They refused to look away. Drawn by some mysterious influence, I stared. Since Bella's death, everything else had taken a back seat, and I hadn't thought about sex. What, then, was it about the vision below that had my cock harder than steel? Almost painful in its exertion to be free from the confines of my pants. The door opening behind me broke the spell. I glanced back as Dario stepped inside. Anything? I asked. Nodding, he neared me. Where? Downstairs. Remo's handling it. Who's that? I pointed to the bar. He looked toward the bar. A little young for your taste, isn't she? He chuckled. Dario might be the head of my security, but we had a relationship bordering on friendship. I trusted him with my life, and while he was serious as fuck when the need arose, he never hesitated to test the bounds of our friendship. And I let him. Her name's Zina. She heads up the bar. I had men running the club, and didn't bother much with the intricacies that went behind it. As long as everything remained up to standard, my involvement was minimal. Mostly I used the office when I wanted a change of scenery from my home office just outside the city. Needed a good fuck, or, like tonight, I was waiting to torture info out of someone. Is she new? I slipped my hands into my pants pockets. From this distance, she seemed shy and reserved. I liked my women with a little more sass and a lot more fight. I liked them dirty, on their knees, with my hands tangled in their hair and my cock in their mouth. Maybe I was wrong, but that woman looked like she'd collapse at the sight of handcuffs. Still, I'd enjoy breaking her, bending her to my will, watching her beg for more. No, she's been here for the last 6 months. And who's that next to her? I pointed to the guy in the process of mixing a cocktail. Judging by the way he kept glancing at her, he was either dating her, obsessed, or jealous with the undisguised admiration she seemed to be receiving from the men leering at her over the bar. Whatever it was, I found myself eager to know. Dario studied the guy, then looked at me. No idea, but he looks kind of young to be an employee. My brow shot up. Are you telling me I've underage bartenders working for me? He was quick to shake his head, but I didn't miss the confusion on his face. It seemed like he was just as curious about the unknown barman. Grab my jacket. Let me handle it. Giving him a stiff look, I strolled toward the door. A second later, he handed me my jacket. What about... Let Remo have some fun for now.
Chapter 3. Xena, 22 years. I stared at the man who'd just occupied a seat at the now empty counter. As though they knew who he was, the second he made an appearance, the crowd scattered, forgetting their drink orders in the process. Good thing they were regulars, or all hell would break loose once he left. Lorenzo Rossi. A name barely spoken in the club, and when it was, it always followed some shit about to go down. I'd seen him once, a quick glimpse in passing. He'd ignored me and the other employees, like we'd been invisible. Now, as I got a better look at him, I felt the air leave my lungs in a dramatic rush. What the fuck? I never lusted after a man, ever. I wasn't conceited about being God's gift to man, but I had my fair share of admirers, which meant they saw something they liked. Lorenzo, however, was in a league of his own. He literally gave tall, dark, and handsome a new meaning. If I had to, I'd add broody, mouth-watering, and older to the mix. Shrouded in mystery and darkness, the man was sin waiting to be unleashed. Judging by the open-mouthed women gathering behind him, I was certain they'd lick his shoes if he asked. His dark suit made me jealous in the way the perfect cut hugged his body. Hard muscles, thick and defined, rippled beneath the material when he moved. The 5 o'clock shadow that peppered a perfectly chiseled jaw that women would drool over made my skin itch, hungry to feel the burn of it against my neck, along my inner thighs, scraping over the wet folds of my pussy. I gulped, finding it extremely difficult to tear my gaze away. He looked like a man who knew how to control a woman, both in and out of the bedroom. Not that I wanted to be controlled. Okay, maybe in the bedroom, and by him. Grinning, I watched the clench of his jaw as he surveyed the bar. With just a look alone, he could be described as easily fuckable and hardly forgettable, if he were into giving himself freely to any woman that showed a little too much interest. And right now, I was a second away from swooning over that scrumptious piece of ass. His bland expression told me his features never betrayed his feelings. He would be a hard man to read, or seduce for that matter. I glanced over at Raiden, suddenly feeling like a real slut for cheating on him. Whoa, girl. It wasn't like we were an exclusive couple. I hadn't given in to his advances or confirmed we were dating solely. With long, sandy brown hair that danced over his collar in soft waves and teased eyelashes that framed sparkling green eyes, a touch lighter than mine, he was gorgeous. Not only was he younger than me, but he was also mine. I just had to say the word. Probably tonight. We'd shared a few kisses, and there were times I got the distinct feeling he was a virgin. Maybe some might call me a narcissist, but the idea of being Raiden's first, of teaching him everything about sex, being the first to show him pleasure, excited me. While the thought made me feel warm all over, I couldn't help wondering what Lorenzo would taste like. With that in mind, I stepped forward, resisted the urge to inhale deeply when his distinct fragrance of musky cologne and soap hit my nostrils. What can... His hand shot up, halting my words. Instant annoyance flared in my chest at his rude dismissal, and it must have shown on my face because his lips curled in a smirk. Eyes the color of azure crystals that burned into my very soul held my gaze as though daring me to challenge him. Pursing my lips, I bit back the retort sitting on the tip of my tongue. This wasn't a man with whom I could display my affinity for woman empowerment. That look alone indicated he was accustomed to dealing with the devil, if he wasn't already related to the ruler of hell. He'd probably put a fucking gun in my mouth and demand I swallow as he fired. Stepping back, I waited to see what brought him down here. His gaze flicked from me to Raiden, and my blood heated. Shit. I prayed he'd refrain from questioning Raiden. Allowing him to help me had been a good decision at the time. Now, watching Satan's godson run a slow appraisal over Raiden, I realized it was the rashest one I'd made. Not only had I broken the club rule by allowing underage drinking, but I'd also gone one step further and invited an underage patron to help serve alcohol. Hell fucking shit. What's your name, boy? Those were the first words out of Lorenzo's mouth. The slight Italian accent carried through a voice that was deliciously deep, low, and without a doubt controlled, hinting he was a man who only spoke when he needed to. Raiden. I was surprised at Raiden's firm reply. It seemed like his anxious expression belied his inner calm. How old are you? Lorenzo's voice was stern, his tone dark, like a subtle warning he wouldn't tolerate lies. Raiden's gaze flicked to me and back to him just as quickly. I hoped like hell he'd lie, even though I didn't want him to. 18. Shit. I risked a glance at Lorenzo, expecting anger. But once more, his blank expression revealed nothing. Was he going to fire me? I opened my mouth to say something, but as if he anticipated that, intelligent blue eyes, framed by thick dark lashes, silenced me with a look that could probably read my deepest, darkest secrets. It took effort not to shrink away. A customer decided to brave the bar while Lorenzo sat there. I remained torn between serving him and helping Raiden get out of the dilemma I'd gotten us both into. Serve the customer, Xena. Lorenzo's calm instruction solved the issue, but I couldn't help noticing how the sound of my name on his lips hardened my nipples. Fuck! His deep, velvety voice had me yearning for dark chocolate. Licking my lips, I moved away after throwing Raiden an apologetic smile.
Chapter 4. Lorenzo, 31 years. Expecting him to cover his ass, I stared at the boy responsible for bringing me down to the bar for the first time since the club opened, years prior. His honesty, more so his calm response, had me in complete awe. Either I wasn't intimidating enough, or he had a lot more spunk than he portrayed. It seemed the girl was more nervous for him, rightly so. I'd deal with her later. For now, I was intrigued to see how long the boy's spirit would last. So, I made a point of taking my time. How long have you been working for me, Raiden? I don't work for you. Yet here you are, behind my bar, serving alcohol to all these thirsty patrons. He opened his mouth to say something, seemed to think twice about it, then pursed his lips together. With my elbows resting on the counter, I steepled my fingers below my chin and watched those green eyes roll over me as though sizing me up. I had to give him credit for not backing down. Folding his hands over his chest, he widened his legs slightly. I ran a slow gaze over his tall frame, fascinated by his defensive posture. Despite the longish hair that hung over his eyes and the collar of his shirt, his charcoal button-down, designer jeans, and expensive shoes told me that he not only came from money, but took pride in his style, merging casual and formal perfectly. "I was helping Zena out," he replied, breaking my appraisal. "And what qualifies you to help out?" He frowned, then dared to shrug. "I know my shit, I guess." I heard Dario curse behind me. He knew I'd killed men for lesser insolence. Admittedly, it took an effort to hold back my laugh. "Shall we test that theory?" Raiden seemed to contemplate my suggestion, and I waited for the kink in his armor to show. It didn't. "What'll it be?" His confidence was refreshing. Still, I decided to keep my request simple. Negroni. Without a word, he turned his back on me and set to work. The Italian cocktail didn't take a genius to make and wasn't easy to fuck up, but I'd seen people do it. I glanced away to find Zena's eyes on me. Judging by her anxious expression, she was hard-pressed to refrain from helping Raiden. Close up, she was even more stunning, with smoky green eyes, short dark curls that played around her neck. A sexy body draped in a black mid-thigh skirt and baby pink tank displayed a diamond-filled belly button each time she moved. I wondered if they were dating. They made a handsome couple. Raiden, setting the drink in front of me, pulled my gaze back to him. "Stirred, not shaken." I took a sip, not missing his smirk as I lifted the glass to my lips. Cocky bastard. Not bad. It was fucking good. My lips twitched, but I didn't give him the smile he expected. He'd surprised me with the knowledge that traditionally a Negroni was stirred, not shaken, and constructed over ice as opposed to adding ice to the created drink. Raiden leaned on the counter, bringing his face close to mine. "Told you I knew my shit." He lifted a brow as though taunting me. Dario stepped forward and attempted to have Raiden back away from me. I stopped him with a raised hand. "Let me be the judge of that," I said to Raiden. "Bring it on," came the brazen reply. Years ago, I'd ordered a jasmine cocktail at Remo's insistence. It was his 21st birthday, and I'd humored him, not expecting to like the drink. I did. Sadly, no one had come close to replicating the cocktail. There'd been variations, but never that specific taste. "Jasmine." "You're a jasmine drinker." I could hear the surprise in his voice. "No. Just want to see if you know your shit." This time I gave him a hint of a smile. The fucker scoffed as he turned away. I hid my grin behind my glass, relishing the spicy taste of the Negroni. Raiden walked over to Zena, asked her something, to which she pointed at the kitchen just off to the side of the bar. Wondering what he was up to, I watched as he made his way there, then reached inside my jacket pocket for my ringing phone. "Remo, are you coming down?" My brother sounded out of breath. "Having fun?" I mocked. He chuckled like the sick bastard he was. "How can you tell? You sound like you've just run a marathon, which means you've worked him solid." I shook my head, imagining Remo's wicked smile. "Did he give you anything?" "Fuck, Rance. That bastard is one tough motherfucker." I looked up as Raiden returned to his station and carried on preparing the drink. "Nothing, then?" "Nope. Your turn." "I'll see you in a minute. Get yourself a drink." I disconnected the call as Raiden placed the glass in front of me. With his fingers remaining on the stem, he leaned closer. "If this drink tastes good, will you promise not to fire Zena?" Fuck, the boy had balls. Still, I only negotiated on my terms. My gaze locked with his. I reached for the glass. "And if it doesn't?" Instead of answering, he straightened. I was disappointed with his lack of fight when he leaned forward again as I brought the glass to my lips. "Name your price," he muttered. Surprised, I lowered the glass. "You sure about that, boy?" He nodded, still maintaining eye contact. I took a drink. It wasn't the same as what I'd tasted then. It was much fucking better. Rising, I winked at him and walked away with a drink in my hand. "Is it good?" Dario asked as we stepped into the elevator. I grinned and he chuckled. "You could have said something." "And let him know I like him?" "You mean the drink?" At my frown, he added, "You said you liked him." My laugh low, I downed the drink. Not much impressed me in my line of work, but that green-eyed boy stirred something in me I couldn't really grasp. Perhaps he reminded me of myself at that age. Inexperienced with matters of the heart, but so full of arrogance, like I owned the fucking world. But that was 13 years ago. A lifetime. Times had changed. Arrogance was free for all now, and while it led to their death for some, others learned to thrive. Like me. Now I didn't have to think I owned the world. I did. 5 minutes later, I headed for the basement after depositing my jacket in the office. Unclipping the cufflinks on my shirt, I slipped them into my pants pocket and rolled up the sleeves in neat, precise folds to my elbows. I stared down at the mask that resembled more bloodied pulp than a face. The man's eyes were so swollen I doubted he could see. Blood drooled down his chin, oozing from puffy lips that looked like they'd been stung by one too many bees. His short hair, slick with blood and sweat, lay plastered to his scalp and his ears. Gripping his chin, I yanked his head upward. "Fuck, Remo, you still expect him to talk?" I glanced at my brother over my shoulder. Hair in disarray, white shirt splattered with large red spots, with one tail hanging out his pants. He looked like he was ready for a Halloween party. "You just need him to give you a name, not recite the fucking Bible." He shrugged. Shaking my head, I released my hold and the man's head dropped, his chin hitting his chest with a dull moan. I didn't have to get my hands dirty to know the fucker wasn't going to give me the answers I sought. The knowledge, however, didn't stop the fury rising through my blood, heating it to a level that would likely singe anyone who dared to touch me right now. Jaw clamped, I balled my fists, letting the anger debase my joy from a few moments ago. That person wasn't me. I didn't laugh and accede to the whims of green-eyed girls and boys. No, I was Lorenzo fucking Rossi. I killed, I maimed, I tortured. In my world, I was the hunter. I preyed on the innocents Raiden and Xena represented. Forcing their effect on me from my mind, I focused on the reason I was down here, the reason I was about to tear the man in front of me from limb to limb until he gave me what I wanted. Arabella's killer. He knew. And while he looked done for, I wasn't. "Vincent?" I barked. Moving, he lifted his head slightly. "Wake the fuck up!" I snarled. This time his head shot up. He tried to focus his swollen eyes on me. I glared at the man. Vincent Cisco. The cocky bastard didn't look so tough now. Hell, he was bigger than Remo, but that hadn't stopped my brother from nailing the son of a bitch to the floor with a staggering punch to the balls. I'd seen the replay of the takedown. Remo had insisted on having it recorded for my pleasure, apparently. But I knew better. There'd be hell to pay if the D'Angelo family found out I had their head of security lounging in my club basement on the verge of death. "I want a fucking name." Opening his mouth on a raspy breath, he mumbled something. I smacked him hard across the cheek. The force snapped his head sideways, spittle mixed with blood flying from his mouth. "Give me a fucking name," I growled. "Please," he slurred, sobbing like a pussy. "I don't know." Gripping his neck, I leaned down, squeezing hard. "Last chance, Vincent," he wheezed, his cough stalling in his throat and oozing out in uneven pants as he gasped for air. Still, he offered nothing. I released my grip and looked at Dario. "Did we find her?" He nodded. Bring her in. Something in my words had Vincent looking at me. Nostrils flared, he tried to widen his eyes. We found your pretty pussy. No, please. He pulled against the handcuffs, binding him to the chair. Please! His scream whooshed out in a raspy cry. Please, Lorenzo! He begged. Don't do this! One of my men entered from the adjoining room with a petite woman, with her hands tied behind her back and her eyes blindfolded. He led her toward us. Her soft whimpers reached Vincent. He jerked his head around, trying to locate her voice. She's right here, I said, when she reached my side. Say hello to your husband. God, I squeezed her arm lightly. She visibly shuddered at my touch. Now, I hissed harshly in her ear. Vince, her feeble voice shook. Tell them what they want to hear, baby. I can't, Tesoro. He choked on his blood, sobbing as he tried to speak. I am a dead man And what the fuck do you think I'm gonna do to you and your lovely wife? I roared, my voice steel. You wouldn't. I could hear the alarm in his voice, then desperation as he said, If I give you one name, will you let her go? His eyes bulged, trying to seek out his wife. For just a moment, I smirked at the man's audacity. Then hell broke loose inside me. Rage gripped my heart and refused to let go as memories of Bella's last days plagued my mind. Shoving his wife aside, I clutched Vincent's neck again, the fist of my other hand connecting with his cheek. I smashed into his face until I lost all sense of what I was doing. The man's howls, mixing with his wife's screams, brought me back to the moment. Breathing hard, my chest heaving, I leaned down, bringing my face within inches of his. This is not a fucking negotiation, Vince. I gritted through clenched teeth. You're a dead man either way, but I'll let you choose the easiest way out. I inched closer, because trust me when I say this pain that you're feeling right now, it's nothing compared to what your wife will go through if Remo has his way. He'll keep you alive just to let you watch and hear what he'll do to her. Vincent's breathing deepened, gasping for air, his sobs strangled. He'll torture her for days, months even, feeding you her blood just to keep you alive. Decide, Vince. Remo or the D'Angelos putting a bullet through your skull. No questions asked. It'll be quick, but my bullet will be kinder. It will spare you the agony of watching your precious wife beg to die. Giving him room to think, I straightened and stepped back. Dario handed me a towel to wipe the fucker's blood off my hands. Glancing at the shuddering woman next to me, I felt no remorse as her lips trembled and she cowered from me. Feeling required a heart, and I didn't have one. I lost mine a long time ago, the day my father pronounced me a made man at the age of 9. While boys my age played Mortal Kombat, I was indulging in my first kill. Gutting a man in our kitchen and painting the white marble floors with his blood as I ripped him from side to side until his intestines spilled and the life faded from his eyes. Now, I stared at the shaking asshole bound by his ankles and wrists to the last seat his ass would ever feel. Did he actually think I would agree to his request? What will it be, Vincent? Slowly he shook his head, then drew in a deep, ragged breath. He mumbled a name. I frowned. How? What's the connection? I seethed, fury curling my fingers around his wife's arms until she yelped. When I got my hands on the motherfuckers responsible, they were going to wish they'd taken down my entire fucking family. Vincent shook his head. I don't know. I just heard Arabella's name being mentioned during one of the drinking parties. Please, Lorenzo, let my wife go. I'm a man of my word. As if he knew it was coming, his eyes slid shut, tears running down his cheeks. He mumbled the word no over and over like a fucking prayer. I withdrew my gun from the waistband at the back of my pants and held the muzzle to his brow, letting him feel the cold steel against his skin. The last sensation he'd ever encounter, before the dark pits of hell became his permanent ally.
Chapter 5. Raiden, 18 years. Fuck, Raiden. How did you do that? Do what? I frowned at Xena. Get one of the most notorious men out there to like you? Lorenzo is hardcore, and you had him wrapped around your tiny finger like it was child's play. What can I say? Everyone loves me. I grinned, earning a punch to my arm. Anyway, he didn't look that scary. Xena rolled her eyes. Ever heard the saying, looks can be deceiving? She arched a brow. Trust me, you don't know these people. She wiped down the counter, then tossed the rag in the sink at the back. What do they do? I asked, handing a Heineken to a waiting customer. I mean, do they, go around killing people and stuff? And stuff, she mumbled, then turned to look at me. Promise me that after tonight, you'll stay away from this place. Please. The pleading in her voice, more so her expression, had me frowning. Please, Raiden. She gave my arm a gentle squeeze. I don't want to see you get hurt, and you know what they say about playing with fire. I'll get burned. I chuckled, trying to make her smile again. Instead, she shook her head. You won't just burn, Ray. You'll fucking roast until your skin melts from your body. I wasn't sure if her exaggeration was meant to scare me, but a tiny niggle warned me to listen to her. Maybe she knew something I didn't. As if sensing my disbelief, she moved closer. Have you watched the movie The House of Wax? The one with Paris Hilton and that town where everything was made of wax? You're fucking with me, aren't you? I cocked a brow, remembering the movie. Austin had rented it because someone told him he'd see Paris Hilton's boobs. Are you saying your boss has people covered in wax? I whispered. Worse. They melt people in drums of acid, she muttered. Okay, now you're really fucking with me, I scoffed, and she gave me a small smile. I couldn't tell if she was joking or not. I'd seen that shit in movies. I didn't think there were mafia families out there that actually did that shit for real. Fine, don't believe me, but promise you'll stay away. Okay. I held up my hands in surrender. Now, if you don't mind, I need these muscles to help me. She rubbed my arms with a light laugh. Can you fetch these from the storeroom, please? She held out a post-it scribbled with cases of beer and wine. Which way? Down the hallway. She pointed to the door leading off from the bar. At the end, there's a staircase, and when you reach the bottom, it's the third door to your right. Big sign marked storeroom. You can't miss it. She held out a key. I took it and headed in the direction she indicated. Unlike the rest of the service areas, the hallway was dimly lit. There was enough light for me to see as I descended the stone stairway leading to the basement below. I checked the doors until I reached the third one. About to slide the key into the lock of the storeroom, a guttural cry echoed down the passage opposite to the stairs. I froze. The hairs at the back of my neck stood up, and my shoulders tightened. Another cry tore through the air and had the blood in my veins running cold. What the fuck? Immediately, Xena's warning about the owners had me nervous. I might be brave to some, but I'd be lying if I said those cries didn't scare the fucking shit out of me. Debating whether to stay or get the fuck out of there, I jumped when another cry bounced off the walls. Screw this, I muttered and turned to walk away when my cell rang. Shit. My heart pounding, I yanked it out of my pocket and cut the call, not bothering to check who called. Rooted to the spot, my hands fisted at my sides, my back ramrod straight, I cocked my ear to listen, hoping whoever was down there hadn't heard the phone. Nothing. It was only as I took a step forward that the idea that Xena might be fucking with me stalled my movement. I opened my mouth to call out her name, then clamped it shut. What if it wasn't her? Raking a hand through my hair, I wavered. I could hear Austin's mocking laugh in my head. He'd call me a pussy when they heard about this shit. Fuck that. Shoving the phone and key into my jeans pocket, I headed down the passage in the direction of where the sound had come from. Despite my bravery, my heart raced faster than a fucking speeding bullet, and tripled in velocity when several abrupt howls echoed in repeated succession and had me pinning my body to the wall, a part of me yelling to get the fuck out of there. The anxiety coating my clammy skin made that decision unreachable. Perhaps it was downright stupidity, but my feet kept moving forward, yet my mind wanting it to be Zena. Keeping my body flattened against the wall, I inched further down. With each step, my breathing sped up, my blood heated, gushing through my veins, making me stupidly nervous. The further I moved away from the club, the darker the place became. A sudden turn had me rounding the corner with tentative steps and into a sudden blast of hot air. Fuck. It stank. I gagged as a nauseating stench of vomit, piss, and a vague coppery smell burned my nose. My stomach lurched with the need to hurl its contents. Taking several deep swallows, I pressed an arm to my face to block out the odor. The move was futile, the smell overpowering. Dropping my hand, I scrunched my nose and took another 2 swallows. There's no fucking way Zena planned this, I muttered into the silence. My father would kick my ass for not only serving alcohol, but taunting a man that Zena thought was an evil boss, and then coming down here. Craning my neck, I searched the darkened hallway as far as the shadows allowed me to. When nothing stirred, I moved again, passing 3 closed doors until another howl of pain cemented my feet. The sound came from inside the room behind the next door. Fighting the need to turn tail and run, I moved closer and leaned in until I could peek in through the crack the open door created. I yanked my entire body back, the back of my head hitting the wall as an icy chill slithered down my spine. It took a conscious effort not to let rip the yell hovering at the back of my throat when I grasped what was happening inside. Holy fucking shit, she wasn't kidding, I cursed under my breath. Get out. Go. My brain silently urged my legs to run, to make a mad dash for the sanctity I'd find in the club upstairs. Still, I remained glued to the spot, mesmerized by the pure evil of an act I'd only ever seen in movies. This was seriously not happening. My breathing labored, and each one deeper than the previous, I leaned forward again. The room with its concrete floors, stained with dark patches of God knew what, was empty, except for a man dressed only in his boxers and cuffed by the ankles and wrists to a chair. And like some sick torture chamber, a table laid with various tools and knives was the only other furniture. 2 men and a woman stood to the side, while Lorenzo leaned down and grasped the neck of the bound man. Given the distance, I couldn't hear what he asked the man, but judging by his reaction, he didn't like the answer. For only a split second, Lorenzo lifted his head. Abrupt paranoia clung to my skin, as if he could see me, and my toes dug into my shoes to stay put. His sinister smile sent shivers racing down my spine. It was clear he wasn't the man to cross. And then, as though that smile just unleashed the devil, he turned vicious. I tasted the bile that flowed up from my stomach as I watched him lose his shit and pummel the man's face. Every part of me tensed. I clenched my fists, biting down on my lip to keep me from yelling for Lorenzo to stop. The woman's cries, mixed with the man's groans, didn't drown out the hard thumps to his face. I flinched when Lorenzo finally stood back and the bound man's head sagged to one side like a deflated balloon. Call it idiocy, morbid curiosity, or teenage infatuation, but I was intrigued by his cool and calm demeanor, as if he hadn't just beat a man within an inch of his life. My feet resembled lead as I watched him talk to the man. Whatever he was saying, I didn't think his words were meant to calm the injured man. Then, like some well-rehearsed scene from an action movie, Lorenzo pulled out a gun from the back of his pants and placed it to the man's brow. My heart fucking stopped, the ground opening up beneath me as he pulled the trigger. Lorenzo didn't even flinch when the dead man's head jerked back on impact, the sound of the shot vibrating around the room, cleverly masked by the booming music from the club upstairs. Blood, thick and so red it was almost black, gushed from the open wound. Gagging, I wrenched my body back, hitting the wall hard, but the pain had no effect as I dry-heaved until my lungs hurt before drawing in deep, shuddering breaths. Shit just got real. While a part of me knew I should be hightailing it out of there, I leaned back in, waiting a moment longer to see what they planned to do with the woman. Her sobs grew louder when one of the men guided her toward a seat and bound her to it. "Shut the fuck up," he barked, and she immediately quietened to soft whimpers. They still hadn't removed her blindfold, which was a good thing. I doubted she'd handle the sight of the dead man. Despite my roiling stomach, I felt sorry for the woman, knowing I couldn't do anything to help her. Zena was right. These people were hardcore. Even if I called the cops, there was no guarantee I'd be safe, and the cops would want to question me. I couldn't take the risk of endangering my family. I was in enough shit already just by being here. The man who came with Lorenzo to the bar approached him and held out his hand to show Lorenzo something. From where I stood, it looked like a phone. I wasn't sure. Lorenzo's head snapped up. He stared straight at me. Shit. Panic-induced adrenaline pumped through my veins at the thought of being caught. Even from this distance, those blue eyes were penetrative, like he knew I stood there. For one insane moment, I stopped breathing, waiting for him to come charging toward me. Still staring my way, he shouted at the man standing next to the woman. "Remo!" His yell resounded through the empty room. When Remo reached his side, Lorenzo said something to him and the other man. I didn't stick around to find out what they were up to. Trying to be as quiet as possible, I tiptoed the first few steps away from the door, and when I was sure they wouldn't hear me, I raced down the passages toward the stairs, adrenaline pumping through my veins. With every few steps I took, I turned to see if I was being followed. Breathing hard, I mounted the stairs 2 at a time. The second I passed through the doors at the top, I took a moment to catch my breath. Sweat trickled down my spine, and perspiration beaded above my upper lip. Even though I knew the low lights of the club would give me some protection, my heart thumped a harsher beat. I hurried toward Zena.
Chapter 6. Zena, 22 years. "Hey, Z! Where's Ray?" It was only when Austin called across the counter that I realized it had been a while since I'd sent Raiden off to fetch the drinks from the storeroom. I turned, returning Austin's smirk with one of my own. "He's busy." Grinning, he smacked the counter. "Busy? Or did he score pussy elsewhere, since you're playing hard to get?" "Fuck off, Austin." I scowled. "You're being a bitch as usual." He had it in him to rile me up with just a smile, forever reminding me every chance he got that I was stringing Raiden along. "Yeah, babe, this bitch can do a lot more for Raiden than you can." Flipping him the bird, I turned my back on him and was glad when he went back to the rest of his buddies. A moment later, I looked up as an out-of-breath Raiden came running through the service entrance. Dread immediately settled in the pit of my stomach. "What happened?" I asked, then waited as he gulped down some water before wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "What's wrong, Raiden?" He stared at me, and I could see he was contemplating his next words, then leaned closer. "I just saw them kill a man," he whispered in my ear. I gaped at him, wide-eyed. "You're shitting me, right?" He shook his head before glancing over his shoulder as if he expected someone to come after him. "No. Fuck, Z. You weren't kidding. Lorenzo just killed a man in cold blood like it was nothing." "Did they see you?" "I don't think so," he mumbled. I didn't trust the break in his voice. "You have to get out of here, Ray. Go!" I shoved his arm, turning him toward the entrance. "What about my friends?" He stopped to peer over my shoulder to where Austin and his buddies sat. "You don't have time, and they're drunk. Go now. I'll tell them you got a call or something. Please, Ray, just go. Get an Uber and get the fuck out of here." He nodded, and as he turned to walk away, I stopped him and reached up to drop a quick kiss to his lips. "I'll see you at home, okay?" He nodded and was heading toward the exit when I noticed Dario, Lorenzo's bodyguard, come through the service entrance, followed closely by Remo. His expression all the confirmation I needed that they'd seen Raiden. Shit! I'd not only dug a deeper hole by sending Raiden down to fetch the drinks, but I also just covered us with sand as well. Grabbing my jacket and purse from under the counter, I turned to the other girl helping me behind the bar. "Hey, Georgie, cover for me, please. I need to use the ladies." I didn't give her a chance to respond and flew after Raiden. Only Dario's firm grip on my arms stopped me. I swallowed, trying to hide my anxiety behind a huge smile. "What's up, Dario?" He didn't return the usual smile he gave me.
"Boss wants to see you and your friend." "Where's he?"
Which friend?" I stalled, trying my utmost to act natural.
"Don't play dumb, bitch."
Remo came up behind me and snarled in my ear.
"Where the fuck is your lover boy?"
Even if I could fool Dario, Remo was a harder nut to crack. I shivered at the deadly tone behind his words and prayed Raiden was already on his way home. "I'm not sure," I squeaked. While Remo was usually aloof, he always returned my smile with a smirk that could be labeled friendly for a man like him.
"Take her outside and ask the men to do a sweep inside and out. I want that fucker found,"
he instructed Dario.
"If I were you, I'd phone your friend and tell him to meet you outside, Xena."
Dario muttered as he walked me toward the exit.
"Lorenzo is pissed, and we both know that's not a good thing."
Yep. I'd heard stories of the man's wrath when things didn't go his way. Lately, there'd been a score of hits on other clubs, and rumor had it Lorenzo was behind the chaos, looking for information. No one could tell me what kind of info, and I stayed away from the girls that played guessing games. I was the newest among the employees, even if 6 months was still a long time in this place. Loving the whole club scene, especially where I got to practice my skills as a mixologist, I was beyond excited when Antonio made me head up the bar under him. Hence, keeping my nose clean had become an art. When we exited the club, Dario dragged me toward the alley at the side where they parked their cars. He stopped at the black Escalade and opened the rear door.
"Get in."
"Xena!" I spun sharply, almost colliding with Dario, as Raiden ran toward me. "Shit, Ray, I told you to go."
"Let her go."
He glared at Dario. Even though I admired his bravery, I shook my head. "Ray," I balked, looking over his shoulder. Remo and Lorenzo headed toward us. "Damn it, Ray, you should have gone," I mumbled, as he turned to take in the 2 approaching men.
"How do you plan on getting out of this one, boy?"
Hands in his pants pockets, ankles crossed, Lorenzo leaned against the trunk of his silver sports car. His gaze roamed over Raiden before shifting to me.
"Any ideas, Xena?"
Vomit and fear spewed up in my throat, but I forced it down with a hard swallow. "Please, Lorenzo, let him go. He's just a kid."
"I'm not a fucking kid,"
Raiden snapped. My mouth went dry, and I was more shocked to see Lorenzo smile. It was a small one, an actual smile, nonetheless. Maybe he was impressed with Raiden's boldness, but I knew it would get him killed if he insisted on being stubborn. "Jesus, Ray, This is not a freaking movie. My heated whisper caught Remo's attention.
What did you see down in the basement?
He stepped toward Raiden. Shit! They had seen him. Raiden visibly blanched. I could see he was more afraid of Remo than Lorenzo, and I found that mildly surprising. Not that Remo wasn't a scary badass. I just thought Lorenzo being older was the worst of the two brothers. He appeared too calm to decipher his moves, literally unreadable. While Remo wore his badass as a medal of honor, you could see he was about to go apeshit on someone a mile away. And I never trusted the quiet ones. You killed a man, Raiden muttered. Remo's laugh was eerily calm.
I'm going to ask you again. And if I were you, I'd take a moment to rethink your answer.
I gripped Raiden's arm, urging him to lie. He shook his head.
You can't threaten us,
he bit back.
I'll go to the police if you don't back the fuck away from me.
This time, Remo's eyes widened, then he threw his head back with a loud laugh.
Fuck! This boy's got more fucking balls than half my men. Did you hear him?
He looked over his shoulder at Lorenzo. I internally cringed for Raiden's sake, my stomach churning with the need to puke. Lorenzo didn't reply. With his gaze locked on Raiden, I wondered what was coming.
Take them back to the estate, Dario,
Remo ordered.
We're not going anywhere.
Raiden threw himself in front of me, arms spread out, his stance defensive.
What the fuck did you say, boy?
Remo's gun slipped into his hand so fast, neither of us saw it coming. He placed the muzzle to Raiden's brow, shoving backward until Raiden was leaning against the Escalade. Still, the fight refused to leave him. He glowered at Remo. Cursing, Remo raised his gun, intending to hit Raiden, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. I slapped a hand to my mouth to keep from screaming. It would only cause more trouble for us.
Remo!
Lorenzo's stern reproach stopped his gun midair. I glanced over my shoulder to see Lorenzo moving. He stepped in front of his brother. His casual stance, with one hand in his pocket, didn't match the rigid expression on his face as he lifted a hand and curved it around Raiden's throat. It wasn't a tight squeeze, since Raiden appeared to be breathing normally and his eyes weren't bulging with the pressure. My heart ached to go to him, but I feared if I moved, Lorenzo would do something worse.
I could snap your neck with a flick of my fingers,
Lorenzo said, in that same quiet tone I'd heard when he first spoke back in the bar.
Do you have any idea who I am?
Raiden shrugged.
A cold-blooded killer?
Remo snorted out a laugh.
Kill him, Lorenzo, or let me do it. He's disrespecting you. Shut up, Remo.
Lorenzo growled, still maintaining eye contact with Raiden.
You might want to think about controlling that tongue of yours, boy.
Raiden's sudden inhale told me Lorenzo had pressed down on his throat. He inched closer until his nose touched Raiden's.
Unless you want to go home in a body bag. Or perhaps melt in a drum of acid with no trace of your existence. Would you prefer that?
I panicked, having felt this kind of crippling fear before, more than once. I tried to think of something to diffuse the tension, to get him to stop. Please, we'll go with you. The second I blurted the words, I regretted them. Lorenzo's gaze shifted, his cold stare pinning me to the spot, as if I had no business talking. I would have done well to shut up. Icy tentacles of dread wrapped around my chest, squeezing hard, slowly suffocating me and drawing the air from my lungs in a gradual taunt. I didn't move, nor did I try to inhale, lest I angered him further. But I did pray. Prayed for some cloaked miracle that would swoop down and save us. In the process, wipe our minds clean like none of this had happened. No such luck. I tried to step back, but he released Raiden and wrapped his fingers around my neck so fast, I had no time to blink, let alone cry out. Expression stone, his brow furrowed in a deep frown. Don't ever. His grip tightened, and this time, fear sucked the air out of my lungs. Speak when not spoken to, he sneered. I opened my mouth to let him know I understood. Nothing but tiny gasps slipped past my lips. He squeezed harder, strong fingers biting into my flesh. I clawed at his hand, my lungs burning as he slowly suffocated me. Then he looked at Raiden, as though waiting for him to do something, to challenge him. Raiden thankfully did nothing. Until I say different, you're mine to do with as I please. Do you understand that, boy? Lorenzo's words were a whisper, a hiss. The threat, however, unmistakable. He cocked a brow, letting Raiden know he was waiting for an answer. Raiden's nod was slight, and I gasped for air the second Lorenzo released his hold. Hands on my knees, I bent over, breathing hard to swallow oxygen greedily. I could feel Raiden's eyes on me, willing me to look up. I didn't dare to. Slowly, I massaged my neck until the ache in my throat stung less. What the fuck, Renz? Let's just kill them both and get it over with. Remo's voice was thick with irritation. You're going soft, brother. He stomped off when he got no response. As soon as Lorenzo headed for his car, Raiden crouched next to me. Are you okay? He rubbed my back as I straightened. Dario moved forward, gesturing to the Escalade. Get in. Even though I tried, my legs suddenly refused to work. Raiden's warm grip on my arms gave me the strength I needed. He helped me into the vehicle, then slid in next to me. Did he hurt you? I rasped, as soon as the vehicle began moving. He looked at me, his eyes red and moist with unshed tears. Then he puffed out a frustrated breath. I'm fine, he muttered, irritation pouring out of him as he stared out the window. I figured it was a guy thing. Maybe he was annoyed he couldn't do anything to help us. Sliding closer, my hands were still shaking when I took his hand and sandwiched it between mine. You're in this shit because of me. I shouldn't have sent you down there. I'm sorry. Sighing, he turned to look at me, then smiled. It's not your fault. I was stupid to think I'd get away with witnessing a crime. I don't think they planned to kill us, I lied, not knowing what else to say. What gave you that idea? He scoffed, rubbing his neck. How are you so much calmer than me? My laugh lacked mirth. It sounded more like a squeak. If only he could see what my insides resembled, he'd probably cave into a full-blown anxiety attack. I work with these people, remember? As silly as it may sound, I keep telling myself that it's just a dream. It has to be, and I'll wake up in a minute and it will all be over. I gave his hand a gentle squeeze. I guess having you here makes it seem a little less scary. Whatever they do to us, I'm just glad I came back for you. I frowned. Why didn't you leave as I asked you to? He shrugged, squeezing my hand. I really care about you, Xena. And only when I stepped outside did I realize that if they had seen me, they'd come after you. I couldn't risk putting you in danger. I suddenly felt like a complete bitch for thinking his affection was just puppy love. Leaning my head on his arm, I closed my eyes, praying that we'd walk away unharmed. It was insane to think these men were capable of remorse or letting witnesses live. But something told me Lorenzo liked Raiden. Maybe that care, however small, might stand us in good stead.
Chapter 7. Raiden, 18 years. When we arrived at the estate about 45 minutes out of the city, I was surprised they hadn't blindfolded us. I should have been scared they hadn't, because it could easily mean they planned to kill us. I glanced down at Xena. With her head in my lap, she'd slept most of the way there, and a part of me was glad she did, only because I had no idea how to convince her I could protect her. Fuck, I had no idea how to protect myself either. Arguing with mafia killers wasn't the most intelligent thing I'd ever done, but it was worth the try showing them I wasn't in the least bit intimidated by them, although I'd nearly crapped my pants when Remo pulled out his gun. It had taken every ounce of effort I could muster to appear totally in control of my emotions. I might have fooled them, but something about Lorenzo had me in a spiral. The man was fucking unreadable as shit. He had that whole suave thing down pat, and admittedly, it was thrilling as fuck meeting a man like him. Yet watching him almost squeeze the life out of Xena, his expression lacking in remorse, I wondered if he felt anything at all. Or maybe being so rooted in the whole mafia life, he'd been raised without a heart. I could imagine Austin's response if I told him what had happened to us. Knowing my friend, though, he'd probably laugh it off as some sick joke. Speaking of which, I had no idea how to contact him or my parents. Dario had taken our phones the second we stepped into the vehicle, and even though I'd sent Austin a text telling him I was heading home, he probably wouldn't check in on me until he was sober enough to walk. Judging by how drunk he was before I could go down to the storeroom, he'd recover in a day or two. My father wouldn't question my absence until about day 3, because he was accustomed to me spending days at a time with Austin or one of the other guys. Shit. I was so screwed. I shook Xena's shoulder lightly as we passed through tall, black gates into a sizable property almost as large as my family's estate in Granger Valley. She stirred, opened her eyes, then vaulted upright when I offered her a light smile. Her gaze darted around anxiously as the vehicle slowed to a halt. "Where are we?" She swallowed nervously. "Your boss's estate." "Shit." She shoved a hand through her hair. "Did they say anything?" Her bottom lip between her teeth, large eyes roved over my face. I shook my head. "Hey." I grasped her hand in a gentle squeeze. "I don't think he's going to hurt us." I wasn't sure if I was calming her or myself. Dawn was cresting over the horizon as we climbed out of the vehicle and followed the driver into the house. I couldn't help admiring the sleek, modern decor. It was an ideal man's pad. Everything from the ceilings to floors to the walls was white, broken either by black or chrome furnishing, rugs, or paintings. The entire home was made of glass walls. One could see everything from everywhere, except for the bedrooms, which I discovered had frosted glass when we got there. The driver ushered Xena into a room, and I stepped forward to follow her, but he shook his head. "Not together." Xena's face grew anxious, and she reached out for me. "Raiden, don't leave me, please." My heart clenched to comfort her. "It's going to be okay, Xena. If they wanted to hurt us, they would have already." I lied, not believing my own words. I knew shit about their intentions. "Can't I stay with her? Just for an hour, please?" I asked the driver. He shook his head, his expressionless eyes staring at me. "You have to ask the boss. I don't break the rules, boy." "It's going to be all right, Xena." I kicked myself for making a promise I had no idea I could keep. "I'll talk to Loren." "Please, Ray, just do as they say. Don't even try talking to them. Promise." I couldn't make any promises. "Get some sleep, okay?" She moved to hug me, and the driver stepped in between, shaking his head. Blowing out a frustrated breath to keep from lunging at him, I offered her the best smile I could muster. "We'll be fine. Come now, boy." He touched my arm, and I was grateful he wasn't yanking me from her like I'd seen in a million captive movies. I followed him after he locked her door into a room across the hallway. Even though I heard the key turn in the lock on my door, I still tried the handle. Raking a hand through my hair, I glanced around the room, taking in the dark curtains, wall-to-wall closet, charcoal carpet, and a massive bed dressed in black bedding. I moved to the floor-to-ceiling windows that spanned one wall and glanced out. While no security bars hindered my attempt to escape, two burly, black-suited men stood outside. Even if I could take down one of them, the other would subdue me easily. Puffing out my cheeks on a frustrated exhale, I backed away from the window. Unsure what they intended to do with us, I toed off one shoe, then the other, and flopped back on the bed. I stared at the ceiling, wondering how the fuck I'd landed in this situation. We'd been kidnapped, and I had no way of letting my friends or my family know. Chapter 8. Raiden, 18 years. I came to with a start, my eyes opening as the events of the evening crammed every brain cell in a rush. The force of what happened to us hit me full blast, and I knew I was close to another panic attack when my chest began tightening again. Sitting up, I covered my face with both my hands and gave myself a silent pep talk while pulling in deep breaths. I had two choices: sit around and do fuck all, or find a way to get out. I dropped my hands and rolled my neck to ease the tension that I knew was there to stay until I could go home. Home. That place seemed like a million miles away, given I had no fucking clue where the hell I was. Glancing out the window, taking in the evening sky outside, I cursed. Fuck! How did I pass out for most of the whole day? Throwing my legs over the side of the bed, I moved to stand and noticed the tray on the bedside table with a tall glass of milk and a covered plate. I lifted the lid to find a cold turkey sandwich and a slice of chocolate cake. I shook my head. What did they think I was, a small boy they could pacify with cake and milk? My stomach growled, but I couldn't eat. Ignoring the food, I slipped my feet into my shoes and strolled into the bathroom. A huge one with the same matching decor as the rest of the house, a shower large enough to fit two people comfortably in a sunken bath. Done using the toilet, I moved over to the sink to wash my hands. My gaze fell to the items sitting on the shelves, and I stilled my movements. A man's cologne, aftershave, and scented soap caught my attention. Whose bathroom was this? I brought the cologne to my nose and sniffed the familiar scent. Lorenzo. I'd gotten a whiff of his cologne when he almost cut off the air supply to my lungs outside the club. If I was in his room, in whose room had they locked Zena? Remo? Shit. I had to get out of here. I glanced around, noting the open window for the first time. Looking out, I chewed my lip. It seemed to be on the other side to where those two men stood, unguarded and big enough for me to fit through. Glancing over my shoulder quickly, I climbed out and dropped to the ground. Thick grass soaked up my footfalls. I stood there for a moment, debating my next move. I had to get help. Leaving Zena behind was a risk I had to take. Once I was out of there, I'd come back with help. I crept along the wall that fenced off the property, looking for an easy way over. Maybe my decision was rash, maybe not, but sitting around doing nothing was more nerve-wracking than attempting an escape. I hadn't thought this through properly, because once I was over the wall, I had no idea where to go. The only thing I knew for sure was I had to try. When I reached the edge of the property, I spotted a large tree. It took several minutes before I could get a good footing, test each branch so it didn't break under my weight, and maneuver myself over the wall. I didn't hesitate to drop to the ground. Fuck, I cursed, wincing as my left leg folded under me. Giving it a quick massage, I tested it by taking a few steps. Pain shot up from my ankle to my knee. I'd probably twisted it, but ignoring the ache, I glanced around with a groan. The estate was the only property I could see on the road. Choosing a direction, I limped away as quickly as my aching leg could. I barely made it around a corner when car lights flashed behind me. Panic immediately thickened the air in my chest when I turned and took note of the vehicle approaching me. Even under the dim streetlights, it was hard to miss the silver Lamborghini Veneno belonging to Lorenzo. Any guy my age, kidnapped or not, would be impressed with the sleek, limited edition vehicle. It spoke volumes about its owner, my captor. I hardly knew him, but there were a few things I picked up on. He was a classy man who embraced style, commanded respect without effort, seriously fucking rich, and no fucks to give about the way he lived his life. The car slowed to a stop, and the passenger door opened. "Get in," he demanded, his face shrouded in darkness. Instead of giving in to the fear inflicting serious heart palpitations in my chest, I stood my ground. I tried to put on a brave face when he leaned forward and his blue eyes, piercing and intense, glared at me. Still, I refused to get in and even tried to walk away. He must have seen me limping because he made no move to get out, but his voice, lined with steel, echoed from the car. "Raiden," he warned, "don't make me ask twice. Trust me, you don't want to know the repercussions if I do." Recognizing I was at a disadvantage, I pulled in a deep breath, slid into the seat, and kept my gaze trained on the floor. The door closed with a soft swoosh, and I expected him to drive off. When he didn't, I looked up to find his eyes on me with a look I couldn't quite read. Disbelief? Curiosity? If I thought Remo scared me, I was wrong. There was an inexplicable menace to this man's good looks that women and men alike would not only find daunting, but an attractive quality. I was determined to fight him, though, or die trying. "You can't keep us here. This situation—" He moved so quickly I didn't see it coming. His hand, large and strong, wrapped around my neck, squeezing as he pressed me back into the seat, his face inches from mine, nostrils flared and eyes glued to mine. The warmth of his breath brushing over my face, the only indication a human being resided beneath that cold veneer. I tried to swallow, but my throat closed, my skin clammy, yet I could feel perspiration slide down my spine. "This situation is not up for debate. You or your lady friend don't have a say in anything that happens from here on out. Do you understand me?" he sneered. "I've been patient with you so far, but the clock's about to run out on that. If I ask you to do something, I expect you to. No questions asked. What I say goes, boy. If I ask you to get on the floor and waddle like a fucking duck, I expect you to fucking quack like one too. Whatever lifestyle you're used to, forget it exists until I say different." His face inched closer, his lips and nose almost touching mine. My instinct to pull away was hard to control, but my resolve not to cower remained. "You don't know me, boy, so that cocky attitude you've got going for you, forget it. I've killed men for far less, and I can break you in when you least expect it. You might think you are, but you're not in control here. I am." His grasp tightened, squeezing until I gasped, my nostrils working overtime as survival instinct took over. "I'll say it again if you didn't hear me the first time. I could kill you with a flick of my wrist, get rid of your fucking body, and no one would give a flying fuck. Do I make myself clear?" He hissed out the last part. He eased off his hold on my neck, and I slowly nodded. I waited for him to back away, but he continued watching me. Waiting for what, I had no clue. "You made your point," I wanted to say, but refrained. This close, this intense, I should have squirmed, did something to let him know I was uncomfortable, but I didn't, and I wasn't. My chest expanded as I forced myself to take a breath and think of something to say. The expression on his face remained indifferent, like him staring at me was a normal act. Finally, he pulled away, but didn't drive off. His hand on the wheel, his index finger tapped a slow beat against the black leather. He stared outside as though lost in thought, and I massaged my sore throat. Despite his death grip, I was glad I hadn't passed out like a fucking pussy. My brain, it seemed, still hadn't accepted the notion that I'd been kidnapped, and honestly, I was behaving like a real prick. There was no reason for him to keep me alive. And then I thought of Zena and what she must be going through right now. "How far did you think you would have gotten if I let you go?" he asked, his voice quiet, yet no less stern. "How did you know you'd find me here?" I asked instead of answering. Shit, here I go again, and he'd just warned me. His gaze flicked to me, and I could have sworn I detected a hint of a smile. Maybe I was just imagining it. "Cameras, motion sensors throughout the property," he replied. "Is that how you knew I was in the basement back at the club?" He nodded, turning away to start the engine. "Next time you want to enter a place undetected, don't." A laugh slipped out before I could stop it, and his eyes jerked back to my face. I waited for him to say something. He didn't. "Nice car," I said, not sure why I was even trying to, make friends? "You want to drive?" His question snapped me out of my reflections, and I must have looked dumbstruck because his brow shot up. "Yes?" I nodded. He climbed out of the car and I scooted over the center console into the driver's seat. When he slid in next to me, he nodded for me to start the car. I did, and the purr of the engine was music to my ears, the slight tremble beneath me almost arousing in its effect, and I chuckled at the thought. Lorenzo's brow quirked up as if questioning my response. "Wreck it, and I won't even tell you how you'll pay for it." His words were low, but I didn't miss the underlying threat. "She's built for speed, so step on the gas only when you get a feel for her. Take the curves wide and ease up on the gas when you're closing in on the sharper bends. Treat her with respect, and she'll give you a fucking ride of your life." Glancing at him as I shifted the car into drive, I found myself wondering if he treated his women with respect or aggressively like the people he killed. The car shot off the second I touched the gas pedal, pulling my attention. "Fuck, yes," I yelled, and stupidly grateful I'd twisted my left ankle. With the automatic transmission, I didn't need it to drive this baby. I was surprised when Lorenzo hit the stereo and hard bass boomed out the rear of the vehicle. Laughing, I looked at him. The same blank expression greeted me. Fuck, did the man not know how to laugh? Lifting my shoulders on a slight shrug, I concentrated on the drive. Excitement pumped adrenaline into my veins, making me delirious, and as the car ate up the miles in quick succession, for just a moment I forgot where I was, with who I sat, and the reason I was sitting there in the first place. Both my father and cousin, Trent, owned beautiful cars, but they had nothing on this baby. She was stunning, powerful, and had her driver by the balls. Although I pushed the speed limits, given the secluded roads around the property, there was nothing to stop me. It was only when I brought the car to a halt did I look at Lorenzo again as he dropped the volume on the music. Shit, that was so cool. The best birthday present. I trailed off. For a moment I'd forgotten this wasn't Dad or Trent or Austin, but a stranger. A very dangerous stranger I'd unfortunately crossed. Lorenzo's smile was slight. Take her in. He gestured to the main gates. Surprised he was allowing me to take the car into the property, I did. When I parked the car, he turned to look at me. About escaping. If you ever pull another stunt like that, you'll never see your little girlfriend again. Toe the line, Raiden. Next time I won't ask nicely. Understood? Okay, so much for me thinking he was friendly. I nodded, climbing out the car after him. I glanced around the garage, taking in several sports cars and 2 SUVs that had me smiling. As Lorenzo leaned against the Lambo, watching me, I walked around the cars, running my hands over the body and peering in through the windows. Fuck. These men seriously knew their shit when it came to cars. Once again, I was in awe, and I knew I shouldn't be. Have you eaten? Lorenzo's question made me step away from the red Ferrari to look at him. No. He seemed to contemplate his next words, then said, "Would you prefer to be locked in the basement and given scraps to eat?" I shook my head. "Then why the fuck have you not eaten the food you were given?" Instead of being bound and gagged, he just let me drive his expensive car, yet some inner niggle cautioned me not to cross him again. A quick answer evaded me as I played around with the ones sitting at the tip of my tongue.
Chapter 9. Lorenzo, 31 years. What was it about this boy that seemed to rile me up in one breath, yet had me trying to earn his trust in the next? I didn't do relationships, and except for Remo and Dario, I trusted no one. This 18-year-old, however, with his cocky comebacks and cheeky smirk, had me on a roller coaster I hadn't found myself in a while. Any other time a witness wouldn't have seen the light of day past the second he was caught. Why then had I not gotten rid of him, but brought them to my home, and intent on giving him free rein over my emotions? I guess being kidnapped kind of kills your appetite. He answered my question with his usual smirk. Then, as if realizing he'd crossed the line again, added, "I don't like turkey." "Are you always this cocky?" I asked. Raiden swallowed, drawing my gaze to his throat and the marks I'd inflicted with my hard hands. A little more pressure and I would have crushed his windpipe, killing him. The thought stirred something in me, and I immediately clamped down on the feeling. "Keep this shit up, boy, and I guarantee your welfare will be the least of my worries. Maybe that's what you want, to be gagged and bound, with no water, no food," I gritted out, irritated more with myself than him. "Then again, if you don't plan on eating, sooner or later that cocky attitude will need a lot more than willpower to survive." His apologetic expression met my hard stare. "Sorry." "What do you like to eat?" My question surprised me just as much as it did Raiden, and he hesitated while I tried to rein in my impatience over him unconsciously ambushing my emotions. Again! "Pizza," he replied. Without another word, I turned away and signaled for him to follow. Inside the house, Dario approached me. I pointed to the seat at the kitchen counter. "Sit," I told Raiden. He did as I asked. "Anything?" I asked Dario. "Nothing. His friends left after a couple more drinks and didn't seem to bother he was missing. I think they were too drunk." I'd asked Dario to return to the club and check if anyone had missed Raiden. "Good. You should have killed them. Done, finito," Remo muttered, coming up behind me. I looked at my trigger-happy brother, wondering how he'd survived this long without getting himself killed with his brashness, and yet I was grateful he was by my side every day. "I'll finish it when I'm ready to, Remo." My brother knew better than to argue with me, but snorted, shaking his head. "Fine, have fun with your new toys," he muttered, the sarcasm in his tone subtle but unmistakable. "I'll be in the gym." He threw over his shoulder before disappearing down the hallway. "What's the plan?" I stared at my head of security for a moment. Would you believe me if I said I had no fucking clue what I'm doing? The corner of his lips curled in his usual half-smile. "Can't say I'm not surprised. You've never done this before. You plan on letting them go or giving in to Remo's needs?" "No fucking idea." I glanced over his shoulder at Raiden, who seemed preoccupied with a magazine he found lying on the counter. Remo was right. I should just kill them now. Rubbing my brow absently, I shook my head. There's just something about that boy that I can't put my finger on. "Nostalgic about yourself at that age?" Dario mocked. "What about the girl?" Yes, what about the girl? She was beautiful, and I was curious about her relationship with the boy. Yet, nothing a quick fuck couldn't kill. I could tell she was feisty, eager to fight me, and maybe her compliance was just to protect the boy. If that were the case, then her warm pussy might keep my cock satisfied for a little longer, or until I got bored, which wasn't unusual. I'd been called a bastard by some brave enough to try, only to find themselves kissing my shoes again when their lives met an unexpected downfall. As Vincent's absence been noticed, I walked further into the kitchen. My head chef and housekeeper nodded their respective greetings. "Haven't heard anything yet," Dario replied. Raiden stood. "Can I go take a shower, please?" I nodded, but he didn't move. At my cocked brow, he hesitated. "I don't have any clothes." "Maria will give you something of mine." I gestured to my housekeeper. "What are you going to do about clothing for them?" Dario asked after Raiden left with Maria. Having not given the whole kidnapping thing much thought, I'd forgotten about that aspect. "We'll do something about it tomorrow." I looked at my chef. "I'll prepare dinner tonight, Enzo." He gaped at me while Dario laughed. "You cook?" He was braver than Enzo to question me. "It's been a while." I opened the refrigerator and studied its contents. "A year, to be exact," I said, stepping back with the ingredients I wanted. "Jesus, boss, what's gotten into you?" Dario smirked. I ignored him. "If you don't need me, I'm heading home then." He tugged at the tie he insisted on wearing. "I'll be eating while you're still strutting around the kitchen," he taunted. I shot him a terse look, which he just shrugged at before turning. He lived on the property and was right. His mother had his meal ready the second he entered. We had a long-standing joke about him being a mama's boy, and how his wife would have to learn the ropes when he found one. Grinning, I set to work while instructing Enzo to help. Dario was right. I might not know what had gotten into me, but cooking was something I hadn't forgotten. My grandfather was largely responsible for my appreciation of the art. When he descended on the kitchen, nobody would say he was a mafia boss and a tough fucker of note, nor would anyone dare to question his love for cooking. He called it his breakaway from killing bastards that didn't deserve to live or eat, for that matter. Going against my father's wishes, my grandfather would make sure I was right there at his side in the kitchen. I enjoyed our alone time together. Pity it didn't last.
Chapter 10. Xena, 22 years. My eyes shot open and I sat up, every inch of me on fire, remembering the crush of Lorenzo's hand around my neck, tightening with each breath I took and forcing the air from my lungs. Even if he let us go, that moment would stay forever singed into the very core of me. I clutched my neck, wincing at the recollection of his fingers. It still hurt a little when I swallowed, and I was sure he'd left marks on my skin. Pulling at the t-shirt stuck to my clammy skin, I winced at the churning contents in my stomach. I hadn't eaten much yesterday, but something told me the sudden nausea lining my throat had nothing to do with hunger. I was scared, and I had every right to be. Although working for Rossi hadn't been the best decision, given I came from a family who gave me a comfortable life, being kidnapped hadn't been something I'd envisioned, ever. Obviously. I shook my head with a self-condescending grimace. Who plans on getting kidnapped? Clutching my stomach, I jumped off the bed and scooted for the toilet. I barely had a second before what little I had eaten spilled into the receptacle with a violent hurl. Rubbing a hand over my mouth, I sat back when only dry heaves racked my body, and I found myself wondering what they planned to do with us. Wouldn't they have killed us by now, if that was the plan? What if they were into the whole human trafficking shit? If that indeed were the case, I doubted Lorenzo would have brought us to his home. They'd probably have us in a container on a moving ship by now. Even as my brain played 20 questions, I prayed Raiden was faring better than me. It had taken me a good hour to finally doze off when I realized they weren't coming back for me, and the room I was locked in proved uninteresting. There were no books, magazines, or even a telly to watch. When I eventually closed my lids, crystal blue eyes taunted me into playing guessing games over my future. Sighing, I stood and stepped into the shower. 15 minutes later, I walked out, securing a towel around me, and frowned when my gaze fell to the sweatpants and t-shirt laid out on the bed. Wondering who'd left them, I shrugged and quickly dressed, laughing when the sweatpants kept falling. Gathering the waistband in an untidy roll, which the t-shirt covered, I pulled and knotted the drawstrings as tight as possible. A couple of seconds later, the door opened, and a woman gestured for me to follow her. She refused to answer any questions, and I gave up trying. I had no idea where she was taking me, but even though I followed, I kept glancing around for Raiden. When we rounded a corner, I was surprised Lorenzo was allowing us to eat in their dining room. After the aggression last night, I half expected to be chained to a wall in their basement and served dry bread and water. Too many crime movies. I internally grinned. The second I saw Raiden, I rushed into his arms, not caring that Lorenzo and Remo watched us from the dinner table. "I've been going out of my mind wondering what they'd done to you," I whispered. "I'm fine," he replied, holding me tight. Someone cleared a throat behind us. We broke apart. Taking in Raiden's wet hair and bare feet, I realized he'd also taken a shower. Like me, he was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt that looked 2 sizes too big for him. We moved to the table. Lorenzo sat at the head, with Remo on the other end of the 6-seater. I took the seat closer to Lorenzo, and when Raiden slid into the seat next to me, Lorenzo shook his head. "Here." He pointed to the chair next to him and opposite me. What the fuck? Did he think we were going to plan our escape if we sat together? Noticing my scowl, Lorenzo lifted a brow. I ignored him and watched Raiden walk around the table. "You're limping, Ray. What happened?" Panic squeezed my lungs as my thoughts turned chaotic with what they must have done to him. "It's nothing. Just a little stiff." Even though his smile appeared genuine, I didn't believe him. "Are you sure?" He nodded. I turned to Lorenzo. "Would you mind if I checked his leg?" Instead of an answer, he pointed to the food. "Eat." "You made pizza, Renz?" Remo chuckled, a far cry from his usual sullen behavior and constant smirk. "What gives?" I caught Raiden's surprised look as he glanced at Lorenzo, who said, "Shut the fuck up and eat, Remo." Still laughing, Remo helped himself to a slice. And curious, I asked, "You cook, Lorenzo?" He began eating. Offended by his dismissal for the second time, I glowered at him. When he continued to ignore me, I reached for a slice. After 2 bites, I had to say something. "Wow, this is good." "Yeah, when it comes to traditional Italian pizza, you can't beat my brother," Remo mumbled between bites. There was no response from Lorenzo until Raiden reached for a second slice, and he asked, "How's the pizza?" I stopped chewing. Like, what the fuck? Was I invisible? As if sensing my irritation, Raiden offered me a placating smile before answering. "It's good. Thank you." "Just good?" Remo snorted. "Best pepperoni pizza I've tasted." I wasn't sure if Raiden was trying to buy our captor's kindness until Lorenzo's response. "No more escape attempts, then?" Raiden nodded, avoiding my gaze. Okay. So shit had gone down, and I knew nothing. Raiden tried to escape. Was that how he hurt his leg? I cleared my throat to get his attention, but he didn't look at me. Annoyed, I turned on Lorenzo. How long do you plan on keeping us here? The words rushed out, a lot harsher than I intended. He dropped his half-eaten slice onto his plate and glared at me. What makes you think you're returning home? That got Raiden's attention, and another annoying laugh from Remo. What about our families? Raiden asked, lowering the glass he'd been drinking from. They'll be looking for us if we don't call. My father's well known. He might stir up trouble if he doesn't hear from me. I could hear the panic in his voice, and I wasn't sure mentioning his father was a good idea. Neither, it seemed, did Remo. Are you saying we should fear your father, boy? He sneered. Swallowing, Raiden shook his head. I watched him try to mask his emotions. He trailed off, dropping his gaze to his plate, his shoulders visibly sagging as he paid attention to his fingers in his lap. My heart went out to him, and I had no idea how to make him feel better. This was all my fault. If I hadn't allowed him to help me, none of this would have happened. I looked up and was baffled to see Lorenzo watching Raiden. If I didn't know any better, I was sure he liked Raiden. Was that even possible? He scraped back his chair and pointed to Raiden's leg. Let me take a look. Raiden blinked, glanced at me, then shook his head. Now, boy. His stern command had Raiden stretching out his leg. I watched as Lorenzo lifted and rested it on his thigh. He examined the ankle before looking up. Is it sore when I touch here? He asked, running his fingers from the toes to ankle. Raiden winced. A little. Lorenzo massaged his foot. It's not swollen and there's no discoloration. You probably just twisted it. Serves him fucking right for jumping that wall, Remo mocked. Suddenly irritated, I got up without excusing myself and headed for my room. I hated being kept in the dark, and I was sure my presence wouldn't be missed. Pacing the floor for a full minute, I stopped in the center, scanning the room like I'd done 100 times since being locked in. White walls and ceilings, thick dark carpet, and floor-to-ceiling windows which right now overlooked a large pool that glittered in the moon's reflection. In the distance beyond, tiny yellow and white lights dotted the horizon, hinting at a city or suburb. I had no fucking clue where we were, and that further irritated me. Raking a hand through my hair, my frantic gaze searched for a way out, even though I knew it was a waste of time. I puffed out my cheeks in frustration and entered the bathroom, not bothering to find an escape route. When I exited the bathroom, I froze, my eyes meeting frigid blue ones across the floor. Hands folded over his chest, legs wide, Lorenzo stood next to the bed, his face an unreadable mask, yet the rigid stance of his body told me he wasn't happy. Chills slithered through every bone, the back of my neck tingling with that threatening stare, cold and devoid of emotion. Unconsciously, I backed away. A gasp of air rushed out when my back hit a wall. I swallowed to ease the dryness in my mouth. Can I help you? I flinched, hating the break in my voice. In less than 3 strides, he stopped in front of me, fists punching the wall on either side of my head, his 6-foot-something frame smothering my breathing space. My lids snapped shut, panic tearing my insides, and I had the sudden urge to sink to the floor. Open your fucking eyes, girl, he demanded. I did, craning my neck to meet eyes the color of a midwinter sky, swirling with 100 hues of menace. The blood in my veins crystallized as he brought his face close to mine, letting me feel the hiss of his infuriated breath on my skin. Holding myself rigid, I pushed back into the wall as if it was some magic portal able to swallow me whole and hide me from him. If you ever walk away from my fucking table again, you'll regret the day your father's seed fucked the egg that made you, he snarled, annoyance rolling off him in waves. I told you. You're mine to do as I please until I say different. Did I not? I nodded, fear paralyzing every other cell in my body. When he finally stepped back, only then did I breathe, ragged exhales that spewed from my mouth, followed by desperate inhales through flared nostrils. Without thinking, I moved toward the bathroom, hoping to escape him, when my movements were abruptly stalled. Breathing hard, I glanced down at the strong fingers wrapped around my wrist, the grip tight. Slowly, I lifted my head. That gaze, dark, almost midnight in its shade, yet didn't detract from the steely glint, challenging me to resist, to break free of his hold and run. His voice, however, was deceptively serene when he asked, "Why the look of surprise, Zena? You knew what you were asking for when you left the table, didn't you?" A feeling of dread washed over me, a familiar anxiety I'd come to expect around this man. Still, I held my ground, facing him, waiting for his next move, not wanting to anger him further. "You think I haven't seen the looks you sent my way since I sat down at the bar last night? Your mouth hanging open, as if you're waiting to taste my cock. Your eyes undressing, like you'd devour me in a second." His brow shot up, his laugh cynical. "Did I get it wrong, mia cara? You don't want to fuck me?" "I shouldn't." His laugh was caustic, ripping the words from my mouth. "That's not an answer." "Let me go, Lorenzo!" I squeaked, my attempt at sounding normal failing. "No." The monosyllabic reply snapped the air from my lungs as he yanked me forward, pinning my arm behind my back and crushing my chest to his. "I haven't even decided how long you'll live yet, and you're telling me what to do?" "Fuck you!" The words discharged before my stupid brain could process my thoughts. "I will, mia cara." His free hands slipped into my hair, fisting the soft curls before jerking my head back. I cringed against his rough, punishing grip. Those blue orbs scanned my face, lowering to my exposed throat and watching as I swallowed repeatedly. While my mind screamed in fear, a zing of desire vibrated through every fucking bone in my body, desperate for him. Was I fucking insane? How could I want and despise a man at the same time? "Don't fight me, Zena. All it does is make my cock hard, and I doubt you're resilient enough to handle it." That primal need to lash back gushed through my veins, igniting my irritation. I met his gaze head on. "Do you enjoy exploiting the fear of others, Lorenzo?" I heard myself ask. Fuck. Another second, and he released my hands and had me bent over the bed, trapped under his body, his cock, thick and hard, pressed into my ass as he ground his hips. Women with a backbone tend to get killed faster. Or others, perhaps. His derisive warning cut through me, stilling my heart. I knew what he was doing, using Raiden to instill fear in me. And it worked. I stopped squirming. "Does Raiden know you imagine me fucking you when you look at me, Zena? Does he know just how much you want me to lick your pussy, to bite your clit until you're begging to come? Does he?" His hips lurched forward, his hard bulge pushed up against me. "No, I don't," I hissed, forgetting his threat a few seconds ago and trying to fight his hold, but he was too strong. His laugh was low, sarcastic as if he knew I was lying. "If I slip my fingers into your panties right now, I won't find your pussy wet. Is that what you're saying?" "Get off me, Lorenzo," I pleaded, more from embarrassment than dread, fearing he'd go through with his threat and discover just how right he was. Wrong answer. He ran a hand up the back of my thigh, squeezing hard as he neared the apex. Even through the material of my sweatpants, I felt the burn of his palm. I squirmed to stop him, but he cupped my pussy. "You're an asshole," I reacted without thinking. Am I? He dipped his hand inside the waistband of my sweats, and I tensed. "Don't," I whispered on a panic-induced exhale. It was too late. His fingers slid between my legs, and I couldn't stop the whimper that fell from my lips. "If I'm an asshole," he rolled a finger through my slit, "and your pussy is dripping, what does that make you?" I bit my lip and squeezed my eyes shut. Fucked. A soft laugh rumbled from his chest. "Not yet, Miyagata." He moved his fingers, pressing down on my clit, and I clawed at the bed covers to keep from thrusting into his hand, yet I couldn't stop another moan spilling from my gasping lips and hating myself for it. "Would you like to come, Xena?" I refused to answer, not sure what he was playing at, but he was having none of that. He pinched my clit, and I bucked under the pain. "Don't ignore me, Miyagata. You won't like the repercussions." Still, I remained silent, begging my body to withstand whatever he threw my way. He wasn't a man to be tested. Gripping my hair, he jerked my head backward until I was bowed at the waist, every muscle in my body pulled taut, and my eyes meeting his darkened stare. His expression a smirk that easily said, "You won't resist for long, so quit trying." It made me determined to. But I wasn't prepared for the 2 fingers he slipped into my pussy, and my curse resembled a groan, even to my ears. He cocked a brow, adding another finger, and I inhaled sharply, moaning as he fucked me with quick, short bursts. My body refused every attempt to not respond. Beads of pleasure seeped through the resistance, circling wide and igniting a flame in my belly. Heat swirled from my nape down, racing toward my pussy in an untamed burn. I jerked, my inner muscles clenching when he flicked the nail of his thumb over my clit. A shudder rolling through my body at the intensity of that small stroke. "Your cunt wants my touch, Xena, even if you don't." He released his hold on my hair, and my head fell forward, hitting the bed with a resigned whimper. An all-consuming ache for release knotted the tendons at my back, and I balled my fists, trying to hold it back. "Screw you," I bit out. His fingers slipped out of me, and I barely managed to contain the cry from the loss of them. Then he moved 2 fingers up, circling my clit in dizzying circles, and I bit my arm to keep from clenching again. Faster and harder, he worked the sensitive bundle. My ragged breaths turned into louder gasps of pleasure I no longer bothered to hold back. All I wanted was to be pushed over the edge, to satiate the need bursting through my pussy. And just when I felt that burn tense my muscles, he pulled away. An involuntary "no" slipped through my lips, and I cringed. I was supposed to hate his touch.
Fighting me and wanting me in the same breath, Miyakata? He laughed, further annoying me. It must be confusing, finding pleasure in someone you despise. Am I wrong? Exertion from the denied release made me lose it. Fuck you, I snapped. His hands slipped into my hair, jerking me back once more. I will, Xena. But first, I'll fuck this dirty fucking mouth until you don't know the difference between your spit and my cum. I'll teach you some manners until you gag for mercy. Not sure why I was hell-bent on poking the bear, I muttered. You're a fucking sadist, taking advantage. He leaned forward, his large frame pressing into my back, cutting off my words, his hot breath teasing my ear. I can fuck you right now, and you'll do nothing to stop me. Not from the fear of me raping you, but the desperation to have my cock pounding into you, letting you come. I don't just fuck, Miyakata. I break pussies. Imagine what I'll do to this little mouth of yours. Then he was off me, striding to the door. There he stopped and looked over his shoulder. If you're not back in the dining room when I return, you'll be swallowing my cock for dessert. And trust me, you will suffocate on my cream. I watched the door close behind him, the breath stuck in my throat. Still, I didn't move, unsure what annoyed me more, that he had me hovering on the brink of an orgasm I'd become desperate for, or that I liked it. The urge to curl myself into a ball and just lie there, too strong to resist. Then a warning clanged at the back of my head. Get a move on. In less than a minute, I finger-brushed my hair and forced my shaky legs to carry me back to the dining room. When I slid into the chair, I avoided Raiden's eyes, but could feel his gaze on me. I stared at the now melted vanilla ice cream someone had set at my place. Remembering Lorenzo's words, I pushed the bowl aside. He returned a minute after me. Remo, when you're done, see me in my office. What about these two? His brother asked. Leave them in the bar. You're kidding, Remo snorted. I figured he was all for having us locked up again. Raiden promised me there'd be no more escape attempts. Isn't that right? He looked up at Lorenzo and nodded. Good. As soon as he walked away, Remo's gaze switched between the two of us. Don't get any ideas, because my palm's itching to draw blood. He warned, then stood. Come on. We followed him to a room that not only had a fully stocked bar fronted by a dark marble counter, but a pool table, a large television surrounded by comfy black couches, and flanked by a fancy jukebox. A Harley Davidson, shiny and pristine, sat in one corner. This looked like a room made for boys by boys. Stay, Remo ordered like we were dogs. You okay? Raiden asked me the second Remo walked out. I nodded. You sure? He pushed. A little under the weather given our circumstances, but I'm sure. I smiled, hoping he wouldn't ask where I'd disappeared to or what happened with Lorenzo. Did you really try to escape? He gave me a sheepish smile. I didn't realize they had cameras around the property. Lorenzo caught up with me before I made it round the block. He limped over to the jukebox. How's your leg? He rubbed some balm over the ankle, and it doesn't hurt that much now. I sighed, remembering my irritation and the repercussions of me walking away. He seems to like you. Do you think they plan on not sending us home? He ignored my statement and checked the song titles. Honestly, I don't know what to think. Come sit with me.
I looped my hand in his and guided him toward one of the couches. "If we do as they say, they might get tired and let us go," I said, after we sank into one of the plush couches. "Or kill us," he scoffed. "Hey." I palmed his cheek and turned his face to look at me. "Just think positive, okay?" Not giving any thought to my action, I straddled his lap and grasped his shoulders. He tensed under me. "Fuck, what are you doing, Z?" "I want a kiss." I rolled my crotch over his, the soft material of the sweatpants making his erection undeniable. Raiden stilled, almost like he'd stopped breathing altogether. "We can't do this now." He glanced over his shoulder toward the door. "Jesus, Ray, it's just a kiss. I'm not going to fuck you." Irritation laced my words. Denying a woman an orgasm was a surefire way to frustration of epic proportions. He grinned. "You're so beautiful when you're annoyed," he whispered, his nose rubbing against mine. Goosebumps littered my skin when he ran a slow finger over my lips. "Your eyes sparkle, and your cheeks flush a rosy pink," he added. This time his lips replaced his finger as his hands slid around my waist, drawing me tighter. "You're not the only one frustrated, and I wished we were back home instead of here, but we need to play along." His words trailed off as he pulled my bottom lip into his mouth and nibbled on it. His maturity, completely unexpected, made his innocence seem like a facade, and I immediately regretted taking out my irritation on him. When his warm tongue slipped inside my mouth and tangled with mine, I moaned low in my throat, relishing the shimmering heat that began low in my belly and radiated through every cell. It washed away thoughts of Lorenzo and his hostility toward me. We'd kissed a few times before, but nothing like this. Raiden took control, and I let him. And when his mouth turned aggressive, demanding, I moaned. His hands slipped down my back and cupped my ass cheeks, his fingers gentle at first, then turning into a wicked grip that had me rubbing my crotch over his. This time, he groaned, and I swallowed his sounds of pleasure. Breathing just as harshly as me, he drew back for air, but didn't release his hold on me. My gaze traveled down his straight nose, over pink lips, just as swollen as mine felt, and had me wondering what they'd feel like, pressed against my pussy. He must have read my mind, because his usual innocent smile morphed into a sly grin before his mouth slammed over mine once more. Arching my back, I pressed my chest to his, slipped my hands up his arms and over his shoulders before sliding into his thick hair, the longish curls silk against my massaging fingers. Even with our t-shirts, the heat of his body had me shivering for more. Leaning back, I pulled off my t-shirt. Eyes the color of turquoise paradise, now dark with lust, dropped to my breasts. "Shit, see." His Adam's apple bobbed slowly, like he took a long, hard swallow, the lacy bra providing an ample view. Despite his restraint, his hard cock flexed under me. I smiled. "Go on. Touch them." I reached for his hands and placed them on the swells formed by the push-up bra. He sucked in a sharp breath. His movements were a little awkward at first, the pressure of his squeeze almost uncomfortable. "Fuck," he cursed on a harsh exhale. "They're not going to pop," I laughed when he hesitated, his shyness back in place. We hadn't taken our kisses this far before. "Use your thumbs and roll them over my nipples." He did as I instructed, and our low moans mingled and became one as he added more pressure and the tight buds strained against the material. His gaze met mine, glistening with innocence and arousal. I cupped the back of his head and drew him down. "Use your lips and teeth on my nipples," I whispered. "Suck slowly and bite softly." The second his hot mouth closed around the first one, the coarse fabric heightened the friction. I gasped, digging my nails into his scalp. "God, that feels so good, Ray. Bite harder," I coaxed. The stinging sensation of his teeth clamping down had me whimpering and pushing my need a notch higher, my panties unbearably soaked and waiting to be ripped from my body. I shuddered, and he pulled away. Slowly, I arched my back, pushing my breasts into his massaging palms. Anchoring my knees on either side of him, I slid back and forth over the length of his cock. He groaned, melting back into the couch and thrusting upward. Desperate for relief, I increased my pace. When I opened my mouth and swept my tongue around his, he circled my waist and grabbed my ass, pushing downward. I groaned against the feel of his rigid shaft, snug under my pussy, our rhythm in perfect sync. "Fuck, Z." He broke the kiss. "We need to stop, or I might embarrass myself," he mumbled between hard inhales. Smiling, I palmed his cheeks. "If you come, it's no embarrassment. It tells me how turned on you are. And I'll be lying if I said I don't want you to fuck me right now." While I was horny as hell, I was annoyed with myself for letting Lorenzo's dirty words and experienced touch make me want to use Raiden for my pleasure. Even if I denied it, I had to accept that had Lorenzo gone through with his threat, I wasn't likely to resist. That was my level of desperation right now, to reach that pinnacle of orgasm. Cursing myself for thinking of him, I allowed Raiden's soft touch to distract me.
Chapter 11. Raiden, 18 years. Don't stop on my account. Lorenzo's sharp statement had me pulling back from Zena's lips. He was walking toward the pool table when she slid off my lap and scrambled to pull on her t-shirt. I half turned to look behind me, then took a minute to stand, hoping he wouldn't notice the tent in my pants. He was a man. He'd understand my dilemma, but I didn't want to give him a reason to ridicule me in front of Zena. Slipping my hands into my pockets, I strolled toward the table. "You play?" he asked. I nodded and accepted the cue he held out. We played for a while without talking. Either he preferred silence during the game, or there wasn't anything worth discussing with me. I respected his silence, although there were several moments I opened my mouth to ask what he planned for us, then remembered his warning in the car and kept my mouth shut. I was about to line up for the blackball when he startled me with, "You're very mature for someone who just turned 18, Raiden." Straightening, I stared at him, then his brow lifted, reminding me he'd asked a question. I shrugged. "I have traditionally inclined grandparents, and a gentleman for a father, so my upbringing is... I hesitated. "Polished?" Grinning, I leaned over the pool table again to aim, and froze when he moved closer, his body flush against mine as he guided my hand and shifted the cue. I turned my head, meeting his direct gaze, unsure why he unsettled me. Maybe watching him take down a man still had my stomach roiling. If I looked closer, I'd probably find blood on his clothes. Even as the realization that he'd changed snuck into my head, a tiny niggle warned that his killing was probably methodical and calculated. He wasn't likely to get a spot on him. "Take the shot," he ordered, yet the look in his eyes was almost playful. I could be wrong, but then he straightened, not giving me a chance to confirm the notion. I was immediately aware of his distinctly masculine cologne, which seemed to merge with mine and left me skittish and closing my eyes. Austin's condescending smirk reared its ugly head, filling my vision and baiting me to quit being a squirming jackass and face my fears. Shaking my head to concentrate, I heard Lorenzo's soft laugh as he stepped away. The deep sound yanked at my ears, urging me to look up. Baffled by the strange feeling settling between my shoulder blades, I avoided making eye contact, instead focused on the white ball in front of me. It wasn't a difficult shot, but considering I'd never gotten it right before, I suddenly wanted to pocket that ball. What the fuck? I resisted the need to scoff at my stupid desire to impress the man. Drawing in a deep breath, I pulled back the cue and released it, the snap of the tip hitting the smooth surface of the ball loud in the silent room. Yes, I shouted when the black ball dropped. Realizing I got it right because of his help, I looked up to find his gaze on me. Was that pride? Thank you. I couldn't keep the delight out of my voice. He cocked his head to one side and offered me the faintest of smiles. It's all in the angles. Get it right, and you'd be surprised at the pleasure you'd unleash. I frowned, not understanding his explanation. Instead of elaborating, he turned away. I stared at the gun he withdrew from the waistband at the back of his pants and set on the counter. While I was no stranger to weapons, I'd never come this close to one that killed a man. An animal, yes, but not a living, breathing human being. Would you like to hold it? I shifted my gaze. Lorenzo watched me. Hands in his pants pockets, he leaned against the counter, one ankle crossed over the other. There was just something about him that had me questioning his effect on me. I might be kidnapped, but every part of me wanted to be him, to equate his calm, his nonchalance. He was no bully who demanded. No, he was intimidation and power personified. His look alone could probably shrivel a man to his knees, but it was the regal way in which he held himself upright and even made a simple thing like shooting pool flawless, almost envious in its execution. When I said nothing, he held out the gun. Come here, Raiden. The authoritative tone in his voice had my legs moving slowly toward him. He reached for my hand, and I was suddenly conscious of the warmth of his fingers. Unsure if I was expecting the touch of a cold-blooded killer to be icy or not, I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from pulling away. Lorenzo placed the gun in my palm, and my hand dipped with the unexpected weight. As though he anticipated the drop, he moved his hand under and cupped mine. STI 2011 Combat Master. Despite the hard tone, his words were soft, a dire contrast to the voice I'd heard just before he shot a man without flinching. Fast, accurate, dependable. Wow, I mumbled, trying my best not to sound excited. I failed. Lifting the gun for a closer inspection, I ran my fingers over the barrel engraved with his name, admiring the sleek weapon and wondering how many lives it had taken. Don't think too hard. His amused words had me lifting my eyes to his. They were necessary in my world. He answered my unasked question. The look in his eyes, like he was daring me to handle the firearm without fear, or maybe I was just reading the stare wrong, made me blink. My breath stalled in my throat. Crap. Was he a mind reader? The slow lift of an eyebrow told me he knew what I was thinking, leaving me unnerved, at the same time, curious. Was it possible to be so in awe of a man that your whole body tingled with his proximity? Or just the way his lips quirked up at the corner instead of a smile had me staring? I'd never been in the company of dangerous men before, but something about this man, with his unsmiling features contrasted by warm blue eyes and daunting stance, made the appeal fascinating. Excitement coursed through my blood, prickling my skin and surprising me. Weirdly, I wanted to learn more, to learn everything about him. Was that crazy? I had no fucking clue, and I probably never would because our lives, the circles we belonged to, would never entwine. My family was wealthy, well-known and respected, while Lorenzo looked like he ruled an empire with an iron fist that demanded respect without asking. Handing the gun back to him, I gulped when his large hand closed over mine, keeping the weapon in place, his rough fingertips pressing into the softer skin of my hand. I clenched my free hand, trying not to shiver, my gaze falling to the black leather band around a thickly veined wrist. Intricate patterns that looked like they'd been etched into the thick fabric had me wanting to tilt my head to study the designs. "You like it?" I glanced back up. Lorenzo pointed to the wristband. "What is it?" I asked. "It's a lucky charm from my grandfather before his death." He ran a slow finger over the edge of the band. My laugh slipped out before I could stop it. I didn't think a man like him would need a lucky charm. He looked up, his expression impassive. It must have worked. The bastard died at 72 after surviving gunshots, knife wounds, and a car bomb. "You're kidding." "I never kid." I didn't need the hard tone to convince me. "Sorry," I said, not knowing why I felt the need to apologize. "Apologies are for people who are afraid, Raiden." Those unnerving eyes roamed over my face before meeting mine. "Do I scare you?" I swallowed the knot of anxiety sitting in my throat and nodded. "Why?" he asked, his tone lined with something I couldn't decipher. When I didn't respond, he released my hand I'd forgotten he was holding and stepped back. "Because I threatened you, or because I'm a cold-blooded killer?" His words were annoyingly calm, and again I found myself drawn to his control. Still, I didn't reply. "Would you like to try it?" "Try it?" I choked on the words, and he frowned. "Have you ever fired a gun?" "Yes." "Hunting rifle?" he asked. I wasn't sure whether his tone was condescending or not. I nodded. "It's not the same thing." He slipped his hands into his pockets. "You want to feel real power rattle every bone in your body? Then try it." He gestured to the gun with his chin. I was tempted to say yes before my father's stern features flashed through my mind. He wouldn't mind, but I knew he'd prefer to be the one teaching me how to use a weapon, not the mafia dude standing in front of me. "You've got two choices." Lorenzo took the gun and stepped back. At my questioning frown, he added, "Embrace the cock in your pants that defines you as a man, or let your emotions guide your decisions. Either way, you should be doing what you want, not what others dictate you should. Repercussions be damned. You'll enjoy life better." I must have looked stupid because his lips twitched, so slight I almost missed it. "You want to see what's through there?" As though mistaking my hesitation for reluctance, he pointed to the large black door at his rear. Earlier, when one of his men walked through, I'd glimpsed a wall of weapons that looked like something out of a James Bond movie, and the vision stoked my curiosity. His invite made me feel like a little boy let loose in a candy store. Idiotically, I nodded. I didn't belong here. What the fuck was I doing? I glanced behind me at Zena's sleeping form. She'd turned on her side now, and with her cheek resting on her palm, she appeared peaceful and oblivious to my palpitating heart. "You coming?" I jerked my gaze back to our host. Really? He was holding us captive. This wasn't some slumber party Zena and I agreed to. Lorenzo stood in front of the door now. "You don't need to fear me, Raiden. You're still alive, aren't you?" His tone softened on the last sentence and again had me wondering about his intentions. Crap. Hesitation anchored my feet a second before I thought of Austin's taunting. Fuck it. I neared Lorenzo. He held the door open, and as I stepped through, I glanced over my shoulder one more time at Zena before his light touch to my lower back urged me forward. Then the door closed behind us, blanketing the sounds we left behind. The stillness almost unnerving until I studied my surroundings and recognition dawned. It was a shooting range, a condensed version of what I'd seen from visits with my father, but larger than it appeared from my earlier glimpse and probably soundproofed. "Is there anything you don't have on this property?" I joked, fascinated by the rows of guns and rifles lining the walls. "An airstrip, maybe?" I asked, my gaze riveted on a weapon that looked like it belonged in a Western movie. "There's a helicopter pad out back." My head snapped toward Lorenzo. "You're kidding." He shook his head. "Ever tried it before?" He pointed to the rifle I picked up. I glanced down at the weapon in my hands and shook my head. AR-15. Precision kill if you know how to use it. Never keep your finger on the trigger unless you're ready to shoot. Understand? I nodded. "Come." I followed him to the shooting block. He pressed a button and doors at the far end opened to reveal standing dummies. Done, he took the gun from my hand and began showing me how it worked. "Press this button and it releases the magazine." He held up the magazine, then popped in a couple of bullets. "Slide the magazine back in, pull the charging handle, and check your safety. Thumb down, safety is off. Thumb up, safety on. Got that?" I nodded. "Here." He pointed to a line. When I moved to stand over it, he stepped behind me and placed his hands on my hips, guiding my movement. "Widen your legs a little. The kickback's a bitch, so get a firm grip both with your legs and your hands. Bring the rifle up to eye level, let it rest on your shoulder, and line up your target." When I had it in place, he leaned closer. "Always remain wary, Raiden. Keep both eyes open and take note of everything, not just your target. Hold it steady." He pushed down on my shoulders lightly. "Relax it. The tighter you hold it, the more likely you are to hurt yourself. Aim and let it rip when ready." Following his instructions, I drew in a deep inhale and pulled the trigger twice. "Fuck!" I shouted when the rifle jumped in my hands, adrenaline lacing my shock with laughter. That was so fucking cool. I turned slightly to find Lorenzo smiling. "Not bad, for your first time." His words were soft. Strangely, I felt like I'd just done something good. Then he gestured to the monitor on a side panel that showed a close-up of the hit. Chest and head. Wow. I stared at the monitor, realizing I'd just hit a life-size dummy. "Think you have it in you to kill someone, Raiden?" Frowning, I glanced away from the monitor. "No." He slipped his hands into his pants pockets and leaned back against a wall at his rear. "Even if your life was in danger?" I nodded. "What if it were the life of someone you love? Xena, perhaps?" I stared at him. This wasn't a quick-thinking answer. "I don't know." He stepped forward and, sliding his hand under the muzzle of the gun I held, brought it up to his chest, holding it there. "You have a loaded weapon in your hand." I tried to pull back, but he kept the muzzle pinned to his chest. "Do you think you can shoot me?" No, I stammered, suddenly uncomfortable. "Never show people your fear, boy. It can be your weakness. They will take advantage of you, manipulate you, even the ones you love." His words were soft, yet firm. "I'm your enemy, aren't I? I kidnapped you, and you have a chance to shoot me." I reined in the dread heating the blood in my veins to volcanic proportions. The opportunity was there. Easy. He was right. One shot. That was all I needed. But I couldn't. "You are, and you did. But I can't shoot you." One dark brow quirked up. "Why not?" I shrugged. "You haven't given me a reason to yet." A low laugh rumbled out of his chest, and he released his hold on the muzzle. "I almost killed you in the car." "But you didn't, and yet you could. Why didn't you?" It seemed like we both had questions the other couldn't answer. Call me stupid for questioning this man, but as absurd as it sounded, I was beginning to like him, to like his company. Even as we stared at each other, comfortable in the silence, just like when we played pool, I wondered if we could be friends. Yeah, call me insane. Without a word, he turned and walked away. At the door, he half-turned and watched me through eyes I couldn't read, his expression guarded, shielding what he was thinking. Weirdly, I wanted to know what he was thinking when he looked at me, what he felt. I waited for him to say something, maybe answer my question, but he merely checked his watch and walked out, the distinct click of the door closing, an abrupt reminder that I was just his prisoner. I held no privileges to answers or friendship, it seemed. Yeah, definitely insane. Chapter 12. Raiden, 18 years. The next morning I looked up as the door opened and Maria smiled at me. Come. She motioned for me to follow her. Pulling the drawstring tighter on the sweatpants she'd given me the previous night, I followed her through the house to the covered patio that overlooked a large, sparkling pool. My steps slowed as I took in the sight next to it. On thick, green grass, the setup looked like something out of a martial arts movie. A couple of contraptions carved out of wood laid scattered around. That's what I thought until I saw Lorenzo. Dressed only in black sweatpants, he hung by just one hand gripped around a rod suspended over two wooden columns. I stared, mesmerized as he pulled himself up until the underneath of his chin touched the top of the rod. He repeated the exercise for a couple of counts before switching to the other hand. Fuck. Judging by those hard pecs and biceps glistening with sweat in the sunlight, the man had some serious upper body strength. I could only imagine what pressure his fingers would unleash on an unsuspecting victim's neck. It took me a couple of seconds to realize I was clutching my neck, remembering his grip. I grinned. He could have done some fucked up damage to my vocal cords if he wanted to shut me up. Lorenzo moved between the contraptions in a well-coordinated routine that I assumed was just a haphazard setup. His speed and agility were fucking incredible, and left me feeling embarrassed that at my age, I doubted I'd go one round, whereas he had done 3 in under a few minutes. I was still watching when Xena arrived at my side. Wow. She gaped at him. I couldn't blame her for the unchecked admiration. Fuck, even I was in awe of the man. I assumed that mafia dudes went around killing people and lived off dirty money. Lorenzo's rigid workout told me there was so much more to him than met the eye. Why don't you give it a try? Xena shoulder bumped me. Yeah, right. I already embarrassed myself enough around you, I scoffed. Hey, she rubbed my arm lightly. You didn't embarrass yourself. We just got caught up in an unsuspecting circumstance, which I could have prevented. Quit beating yourself up about it. We're stuck here and we're going to have to make the most of it or get ourselves killed. She shrugged. And if it's any consolation, you're already well-defined enough for me. Squeezing my arm lightly, she gave me a breathtaking smile, then slipped her arms around me. Her lips slid in a slow dance over mine. The kiss was soft and gentle, nothing like the heated warmth from last night. Regardless, my cock reacted, hardening and pushing against the soft material of the sweatpants. Xena ground herself against me, her hold tightening on my waist, nails digging into my skin through the t-shirt. Every nerve in me tensed, waiting for that moment we could take this further. A sudden cough had us breaking apart, and when I looked up, my eyes met Lorenzo's over Xena's head. His brow shot up, his smirk unmissable before he turned his back on me and strolled into what I assumed to be an outdoor bathroom. Was he making fun of me? It was the second time he'd broken our kiss. He hadn't laid down any rules apart from me not attempting to escape again, so what was the big deal with us kissing? After the shooting range last night, I was under the impression we'd moved to another level in our so-called captor and victim relationship. It seemed like I was wrong. Come on, let's grab some breakfast. Xena pulled me toward a table laden with a meal fit for a king. 15 minutes later, Lorenzo, shirtless and in gray sweats, strode toward us while toweling his wet hair. Without a word, he walked over to a blender that stood at the breakfast counter where I sat. He tossed various fruits, vegetables, and other stuff into it. I watched while he worked, my gaze captivated by the tattoos that covered his right wrist up to his pec. The blend of colors and designs so detailed they looked like they moved with each flex of his muscles. Idiotically, I glanced down at my arm, wondering what it would look like with tattoos. After a couple of spins, he poured the contents into 2 tall glasses. When he pushed one toward me, I shook my head. "I'm good." "Drink," he ordered. "It's good for your stamina. Judging by the tent in your pants, you need it." He grinned. Scowling, I reached for the glass and took a sip. It wasn't bad. "Is she your girlfriend?" He tipped his chin at Zena. I glanced at her. She appeared to be a lot less intimidated than when Dario had forced us into the back of the Escalade and now settled into one of the couches with a magazine. Last night was the first time she'd allowed me to touch her breasts. Up to that moment, we'd kissed, but she'd never confirmed if we were dating or not. Whenever I brought it up, she'd wave it aside with an, "I like you and you like me, Raiden. Let's leave it at that." I wasn't sure what to make of the words and played along. "I'm not sure." "But you want to fuck her?" I shifted my gaze to find Lorenzo watching me. "I won't force her into anything she doesn't want." With his lips pursed, I wasn't sure if his slight smile was meant to be friendly, yet there was no mistaking the skepticism written all over his face. When you want something, boy, you must reach out and take it. Otherwise, it's very easy for someone else to step in and seize it. No questions asked. Love might be complicated if you don't understand it, but it takes 2 people to decide its course. He took a seat opposite me. "You're giving me love advice?" An incredulous laugh slipped through my lips before I could stop it, and unsure why I'd even mentioned my relationship to him. He was my captor, nothing more. Who knew if we'd walk out of his house alive? "Why?" With his elbows propped on the countertop and one hand over the fist of the other, Lorenzo cocked a brow. I shrugged, not wanting to annoy a man who could strangle me to death with his bare hands. "Because I murdered a man in cold blood?" he asked, his tone smooth like refined glass. I dropped my gaze to the glass of juice. "I might be a killer, Raiden. Doesn't mean I can't be a lover. I have a heart just like you. The only difference is mine isn't easily manipulated. When I give mine away, my love will be infallible." My gaze lingered on Lorenzo's face, my mind trying to understand what he was not saying. It was the second time he'd mentioned manipulation. Last night, I just assumed it was a pep talk about trusting people, but now, I wasn't sure. Did he think Xena was manipulating me? Fuck, I was 18. What the fuck did I know about love? And what the fuck was infallible? Maybe it meant something special to him. He had a good few years on me and was clued up on relationships. Still, I wasn't sure why a sudden feeling of inadequacy settled at my nape. I had the urge to show him I could grasp his words. "Are you ever likely to find love?" I asked, kicking myself after the words left my mouth. Leaning back in his chair, he studied me for a moment. "Who's to say?" he shrugged. "Maybe I have, and I just don't know it yet." Unsure what to say, I blurted, "So, are you saying I should fuck her without worrying about love?" "Why haven't you lost your virginity yet?" he asked, instead of an answer. Startled by his perception, I floundered. "I'm not a virgin." Again, those unnerving eyes studied me. "Do I look like a man you can lie to?" Slowly, I shook my head, then heard myself saying, "At first, I thought I was too young to indulge in sex, and then time just ran away, I guess. I mean, there isn't a written law that a man must lose his virginity by a certain age, is there?" Was I really sitting here having a conversation about sex and love with a mafia dude? I wanted to laugh, but held it back. "The first time I fucked a woman, I'd just blown the candles on my 12th birthday cake. You think that was too young?" He frowned. I slowly licked my lips, and he stared at me. "My father didn't think so, and had a whore go down on me. sucked me dry and left me delirious with the after effect, which lasted all of 2 seconds because he made me take her life. Called her a fucking snitch while I dragged a knife along her throat from ear to ear. His calm retelling of killing a woman had my stomach churning, nausea creeping up to sit at the back of my throat. How did these people get away with murder? Moral of the story, Raiden. If life gives you lemons, don't waste your fucking time making lemonade when you can grab a bottle from the nearest store. Someone already took the fucking time to make it. You might as well drink it if you can stomach that shit. My shock must have registered on my face because his smile was slow. I couldn't tell if it was friendly or threatening. Either way, I was certain this man would affect the rest of my life, if I was left to live it after today. If your dick wants her, then get on with it. Fuck her to your heart's content. Repercussions be damned. You mentioned that last night. Is it so easy to not worry about the repercussions of your actions? I asked, my intrigue with the man soaring. It's my motto in life. He rolled his forefinger over the rim of his glass, then looked at me. If you spend every waking minute worrying about repercussions, you'll forget to live. He took a drink, then shrugged. You've got your entire life ahead of you to worry about the love shit, boy. Do I? I heard myself ask. Lorenzo's laugh was low, but no less impactful. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already. What do you want, then? What the fuck? Did I seriously just ask that? Again, another laugh rumbled out his chest, and I found myself warming to the sound. I wondered if I had it in me to come across that menacing, yet still hold the ability to laugh without care. You shouldn't wear your heart on your sleeve, Raiden. I frowned. What does that mean? He leaned forward, his eyes glued to mine. Don't let a woman see how desperate you are for her. Fucking a woman is not about pleasure. That comes automatically. It's all about control, making her want you so badly she begs. Even then you don't give in, and when you finally do fuck her, you don't let her come unless you say so. You control that moment, you give in, and that's what makes a woman return for more. He glanced at Xena before his gaze met mine again. Right now, she knows you want her. She's calling the shots, which ultimately means you'll return for more when you get that first taste. Don't be a pussy. Pun intended. I'm not a fucking pussy, I snapped without thinking. His response came in the form of a cocked brow. Eyes on me, he lowered the glass he'd been drinking from, but said nothing. I dropped my gaze to the table, suddenly embarrassed, not only for hanging on to my virginity for her, but realizing that he was right. Xena knew I wanted her, and that was probably the reason she hadn't given in yet. Nothing to be embarrassed about. His soft words had me looking up, and once more his perception had me floundering like a fish out of water. Would you like me to help you? Help me? His laugh was low, filling the space around us with its resonance. I wondered if he was making fun of me, yet there was no matching mirth in his eyes, just something inexplicable. Xena arrived at the table, breaking my stare down with him. I blinked and focused my gaze on her. Slept well? Lorenzo asked. Yes, thank you. Her reply was unusually stiff. I was curious about what had gone down when she'd disappeared to her room during dinner. It was the only logical reason she'd avoided looking at me when she returned to the table. I'd chosen not to question her. Now, I watched his eyes roam over her face, stopping at each discerning feature, and a hint of jealousy tugged at my chest. As if he sensed my gaze on him, he looked at me, one of his eyebrows lifted, almost daring me to question his admiration before a smile curved the corner of his lips, so slight it was almost non-existent. Then he stood. Follow me, and bring her with. Wondering what he was up to, I did as he asked. As we followed him, Xena mouthed, What's up? I shrugged and shook my head. Lorenzo opened a door after turning down a couple of hallways. He ushered us in and closed the door. It was a study, complete with a bar, one wall taken up by a bookcase around a fireplace, and displaying everything from encyclopedias to Western novels, I gauged just by a glance at some of the titles I recognized from my father's study. A wooden table sat against a backdrop of floor-to-ceiling windows that made up the wall opposite to the bookcase, while an L-shaped leather couch occupied the fourth wall. At the table, he grabbed something and held it out to me. Frowning, I realized he was holding out a mobile phone. I took it, my curious gaze on him. "Call your parents." His gaze flicked between me and Zena. "Tell them the truth, or make up whatever story you want, but make it very clear to them that you'll be returning home in a month." "A month?" Zena gasped. "Or I could just kill you now and get it over with." Lorenzo's grimace prevented further argument from both of us. "A month. Truth or lies. It's up to you." He turned his back on us, then half-turned. "And if you both plan on mentioning some code word to get them thinking, don't. You might not like the repercussions. And just to make sure, put it on speaker." With that, he walked over to his table and lowered his large frame into the leather chair. Leaning back, he watched us. "What are we going to say?" Zena mumbled. "I'll go first, okay?" She nodded, and I dialed. "Dad, it's Raiden," I responded the second my father picked up. "Jesus, Raiden, where the hell are you? Austin came looking for you this morning and mentioned something about—" "Dad," I cut him off. "Please, I need to tell you something. But I need you to trust me, okay?" "What's wrong, Ray?" I picked up on the immediate concern in his voice, and my insides began a slow churn, my skin suddenly heating on a slow simmer. I needed to calm the fuck down, or I'd end up ranting. My father was one of the most rational people I knew, but I wasn't sure how he'd handle what I was about to tell him. Before I could speak, I risked a glance at Lorenzo. Arms folded across his bare chest, he watched me. Looking away, I took a deep breath. "Dad, whatever I'm about to tell you, I need you to hear me out, okay?" There was a moment of silence on the other side before he responded. "Sure." "The night of my birthday, I witnessed something I shouldn't have, and as a result I was kidnapped. Both kidnapped." I heard his sharp intake of breath before he said, "Ray, is this one of yours or Austin's pranks?" Despite the calm words, I could hear the apprehension creeping into his voice. "Please, Dad, listen to me. It's not a joke, I swear. But I need you to promise me something before you get worked up about it." Another sharp inhale. "What is it?" "The man who kidnapped us has us. Who's with you?" "Zena." There was a soft curse before he said, "I'm listening." Zena clamped a hand around my arm, and I glanced at her, trying hard not to beg my father to come find us. "We're okay, Dad. As long as you don't report it or involve any of your friends, we won't be harmed." My father was well known, and he only had to pick up the phone and dial just one number for hell to break loose. "How long?" he asked. "A month." "Jesus, Ray, you're telling me I'm to sit idly by while my son is God knows where and held by who the fuck knows? Please, Dad." My voice came out in a rasp as I silently begged for him to understand. "So far they've done nothing to hurt us. Then why keep you?" I glanced at Lorenzo. His casual indifference made me fight the annoyance and answer my father. "I don't know." "What did you see, Raiden?" I swallowed against the sudden ache of tears tightening my jaw. "It's better if I don't tell you, but I need you to speak to Zena's parents. Can you do that?" There was a long pause before he replied. "I will, son. I'm not sure they'll take it well. Please, I need you to convince them. We're safe. We just can't come home right now. I've got to go now." "Okay." I wasn't sure if the break in his voice was him trying to remain strong, because I sure as fuck didn't feel like I could handle this situation calmly. Desperate to scream out, I gripped the phone tight. Raiden? Yeah. I love you, son. Take care of yourself. Please. Sure, Dad. I cut the call before the threatening tears fell. Zena curved her hands around me, her hold tight, telling me she was aware of my internal struggle. I glanced at Lorenzo and the fucker actually smiled. I'm impressed, he said, then held out his hand for the phone. I handed it over and watched him break it in half with such ease it had me gaping open-mouthed. Are you homesick, Raiden? I shrugged, not giving in to his taunt. He wouldn't break me. I'd make sure of that despite his promise to do so. When I said nothing, he stood, walked around his table, and leaned his butt against the edge. Sit. He pointed to the couch behind us. Frowning at his order, I disobeyed him and dropped to the one on his right instead, which meant he had to turn his head to look at me. Zena slid down next to me, and we both looked at him. It felt like we were back at school, waiting for the obnoxious teacher to give us our punishment after we'd tested his limits. Hands folded over his bare chest, he studied us, eyes hooded and dark with something I couldn't read. What's Raiden like in bed, Zena? His question startled me, and I felt her tense. I opened my mouth to say something, but his warning glare had me grinding my molars. I asked you a question, girl. She looked at him. We haven't. She paused for a second. We haven't slept together. Why not? We never got the chance to, she whispered. Never got the chance to, or you aren't into him. Even though I hated him for putting her on the spot, I tensed, waiting for her answer. She looked at me, her smile slow. I am into you. You know that, right? She said to me instead of answering him. I nodded. Then prove it. My gaze jerked to him, and I wasn't quick enough to hide my shock. Lorenzo noticed. The quick lift of an eyebrow dared me to speak. I chose not to, not out of fear, but hesitation. I was out of my league with this man. Who the fuck knew why he did what he did? Prove it. How? She was the first to break the abrupt silence. He uncrossed his arms and leaned back with his palms flat on either side of him, supporting his weight. Tell her what you want, Raiden. My mind racing, I frowned, unsure what he wanted me to say. Earlier you told me you're not a pussy. He winked, and I felt an immediate flush sting my cheeks. On your knees, Zena. He wants you to suck his cock, Lorenzo ordered when I said nothing. Without a word, Zena stood. She'd only hesitated for a second, because even I had to agree that voice was non-negotiable. I was too stunned to say anything and watched her sink to her knees between my spread thighs. When she reached for the waistband of my sweats, I froze. Her eyes met mine, her smile sweet, encouraging. It's okay. I want to do this, she whispered. As she tugged my pants down, I lifted my hips to let her. A small groan snuck out my lips when she wrapped her hand around my already stiff shaft. Embarrassment heated the back of my neck, knowing he watched. I kept my gaze on Zena. When she rolled her tongue over the head, licking the pre-cum like it was her favorite ice cream, my hips jerked. Her eyes lifted to mine as she swallowed me to the hilt, and I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from thrusting up. Instead, I slid further down, spreading my legs wide to give her more access. I could feel his eyes burning a hole through me, but I refused to look up and concentrated on that mouth around my dick, a mouth that had me feeling like I'd just dropped into a landfill of pillows. Soft and lush, but the massaging effect was a mind fuck on its own. Her tongue and the occasional nip of her teeth were beginning to mess with my senses. My body felt weighted, as though I was being sucked into a vortex, pun intended, and I struggled to hold myself back, to keep from pushing her to the floor and fucking the endless weight I'd endured out of her. I'd been horny as shit around this woman for a long time, and while a hand job every so often to relieve the tension in my balls helped, the feeling had nothing on the actual act. Touch her, Raiden. I did look up then, wanting to see his expression. He wasn't looking at Zena like I'd expected. Heavy-lidded eyes were glued to mine, the cocked brow emphasizing his dominance over the two of us. I tried to read his expression, unsure what it was telling me. There was no smile, but there was no scorn either. Was that encouragement or direction? For my young mind, this act was supposed to be sick, disgusting, letting another man watch you fuck the woman you held deep feelings for. And even as I continued to hold his gaze, I waited for that uncomfortable feeling to hit, for embarrassment to kick the shit out of me. It never happened. Instead, I was so fucking turned on, I groaned and jerked upward, hitting the back of her throat twice. It was her gagging that broke my stare down with him, and I waited for her to push me away. She didn't. Call me fucked up, but her tear-filled eyes had me clenching my fists. Was it deranged that it turned me on more? When she pulled her mouth off me to breathe, her eyes glittered with arousal, telling me she was okay with taking me deeper. With her gaze on me, she slicked up my length, running her tongue from the base to the tip before dipping it into the slit. I had to concentrate hard to keep from coming already. Fuck. I let out an uncontrolled groan when she sucked harder. God, it felt so fucking good. Everything I'd assumed my first blowjob would be wasn't even close to the real thing. The burn of my orgasm hitting my balls with enough heat to bring down a fucking house. My body tensed, and I was ready to push her away so I wouldn't blow in her mouth. Stop, Zena. Lorenzo's abrupt demand had her releasing my cock with a soft pop and me cursing. She turned to look at him while my body shuddered from the denied orgasm. Come here, girl. He pointed to the space between his legs. She glanced at me, her expression apologetic, then moved to rise. No. Crawl to me, he ordered. What the fuck? I wanted to shout out, but that look on his face warned me not to make a sound. On her hands and knees, Zena crawled until she was right between his spread legs. From where I sat, the profile view had me regretting taking that seat. It would have been better if I'd sat in front of him. That way I would have been behind Zena, and spared her some embarrassment if he wanted her to do some weird-ass shit to him. Yet I was surprised that without him asking, she knew what he wanted. Disappointment winged its way down my spine when she reached for the waistband of his sweatpants. Slowly, my hard-on receded, and when she dropped his sweats to reveal his rigid cock, I gulped. I was in no way conceited about the size of my cock, but even I had to admit the man's dick was admirable. Thick and fucking long. For just a second, I wondered how Zena would fit him in her mouth, and I stared mesmerized when she slipped the head between her lips. But then I hated hearing her soft groan of appreciation, and I looked away to hide my cringe. Eyes on me, Raiden. His soft command drew my gaze back to him. I swallowed hard when he nodded for me to watch her suck him off. Dropping my gaze, I watched her fist his cock and take half his length. While a part of me wanted to get the fuck out of there, the other part, the deviant one I didn't know I possessed until that minute, couldn't look away. Take all of me in, he ordered, looking down at her. I frowned, knowing she wouldn't be able to. She hollowed out her cheeks, her lips pulling tight as she swallowed him inch by inch. I watched her throat work as she gagged. Remember what I said, Zena. I'm going to fuck this mouth hard if you don't take all of me in. From this angle I could see her eyes widen, and it had me wondering what he'd said to her. Slowly she shook her head while still trying to take more of him in, and I wanted to say something, to tell him to stop. But then there was no warning as he plunged past her resistance. Giving her no time to adjust, he fisted the hair at the back of her head, pushing down and forcing her to take every inch of him to the hilt. I could hear Zena gag. Nostrils flared to breathe, tears leaked down her cheek, and spit dribbled down the side of her mouth. Stop gagging and start sucking, girl, he growled, withdrawing and lunging back in just as quickly. Show me what this dirty fucking mouth can do other than curse me. And before I could gauge the meaning behind his words, he cupped her jaw, fingers pressing into her skin, the knuckles of his other hand turning white from gripping her hair tight as he began to fuck her mouth harder and faster. I knew he hit the back of her throat. I could see it swell with each rigid thrust. This was so fucking wrong. He was hurting her, yet I couldn't stop the way my heart raced and my balls tingled. Fuck, it was insane, and I could do nothing to stop him. I now understood what deep-throating a woman meant. And as cruel as the act appeared, when I looked down at my cock, I was ashamed to see I was fucking turned on. My cock the hardest it had ever been, and painfully eager for release. Without thinking, I fisted my dick, pumping in quick, short strokes, unconsciously matching his rhythm as his pace picked up, telling me he was close. Between her gagging, groans, and her tears, I worried Zena was hurting, but when she cupped her breast, pinching the nipple through her t-shirt, my body burned. I stopped moving my hand for just a beat, unable to tear my eyes away from their aggressive act. I stroked my cock again, and just when my release hovered over the edge, Lorenzo turned and looked me in the eye. Realization dawned. He wanted me to lose control. He wanted me vulnerable and under his mercy. He wanted to control me. As though he read my thoughts, his smile was slow, and against my wishes a tingle slid up my spine, making me harder, and I unconsciously pumped faster. A groan ripped from his chest, a low, guttural growl echoing through my body, pulling me down with him as he climaxed, shooting his load into her mouth with sharp snaps of his hips. "Suck every last drop of my cum, Zena," he warned. Those words sent me over the edge, and my orgasm sprinted down my spine, squeezing my balls. My lids closed. "Eyes on me when you come, Raiden." My eyes shot open on the command, clashing with his, and I came hard and heavy, white ribbons of cum streaking my black t-shirt as my cock jerked in a mind-blowing release, like no other. Lorenzo sucked air through his teeth, and I wasn't sure if his loud moan was for me or Zena curling her tongue around his head, milking him for every drop of his cum. Either way, his gaze was still locked with mine, his smile almost devilish. Then he broke the connection by stuffing his cock into his pants. "Go get cleaned up," he told Zena. As she stood, I caught sight of her face. Red eyes shadowed by mascara-streaked cheeks stared back at me. Her lips, pink, swollen and edged by dangling spit, widened in a hesitant smile. It was only then I realized I hated what he'd done to her, what he'd done to me. He'd humiliated the both of us, but her more so because she'd gotten nothing out of this. I felt like shit for being part of it, for my intense orgasm. It wasn't fair. He was a bastard. I was a bastard. As she walked away, I stood to follow. I was at the door when Lorenzo stopped me. "Raiden." I turned and our gazes locked. Neither of us said a word. I wasn't sure what he was waiting for, but I figured that maybe it was my mixed expression of anger and regret that had him stumped. Slowly I rotated, waiting for that bark to stop me. He didn't. I walked out, scrunching my eyes against the irritation flooding my body. Zena was mine, and he'd taken her from me.
Chapter 13. Zena, 22 years. Pursing my lips, I stared at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. Haunted green eyes, cupped by dark circles, easily cured by a nightly beauty routine I missed, squinted back at me. They lacked the usual sparkle my friends complimented. Blowing out a soft breath, I stepped back and let the towel I'd knotted around my wet body fall to the floor. I ran my gaze over my reflection, from my sharp shoulders, over ample breasts, a flat stomach, and down to the mound between my curvy thighs and shapely legs. My thoughts drifted to the type of women Lorenzo dated. I wondered if he preferred the buxom blondes or lean and trim. He didn't strike me as a petite kind of guy. The way he'd fucked my mouth, I was leaning more toward buxom babes, sure that leaner women would pass out from orgasm alone. Shaking my head, I reached for the undies I had to wash every evening. I was close to tearing up the sheets and wearing them as makeshift panties if I didn't get clothes soon. Done, I reached for my purse and emptied the contents, then found myself adding a swipe of mascara, a touch of lip liner, and a dab of my favorite perfume. I needed a little feminine boost if I was going to survive the Rossi brothers and keep Raiden in high spirits. "Why the fuck do I have to babysit these two?" Remo cursed, and Dario chuckled as we entered a boutique 2 hours later. Lorenzo had instructed him to take us shopping for clothes and toiletries. He ordered them not to let us out of their sight, and we weren't allowed to speak to anyone. Remo hated the idea of taking us, and was now bitching about it. I glanced at Raiden. After the blowjob in Lorenzo's study yesterday, Raiden hardly said a word to me, or anyone for that matter. I figured Lorenzo had picked up on his silence, since there was minimal conversation at the dinner table. When Raiden asked to be excused the second he finished eating, I tried to grab his attention, but he ignored me and walked off. This morning at breakfast, he greeted me with just a smile, until Remo appeared and ordered us to move. I had no idea what to say to ease his annoyance. Expecting Lorenzo to say something, I balked when he didn't make an appearance at breakfast. That left me to try and console Raiden, who was still intent on not talking. Remo turned to face us. "You've got 30 minutes to get whatever shit you need, or I'm coming into that fitting room to drag your asses out. Understood?" We both nodded. Then he glanced at Dario. "You take the boy and I'll take her." "I'm not leaving her alone." Raiden's sudden words surprised me, just as Remo grabbed my arm. He scowled, released my arm, and grabbed the front of Raiden's shirt. "Boy, I don't have time for your fucking shit. Lorenzo might put up with you, but he isn't here, is he? So quit being a pain in my fucking ass and get to it. Ay capito?" Judging by the invisible steam puffing out his flared nostrils, I half expected the man to punch Raiden. Not giving him a chance to argue, Remo let go of him, grabbed my arm, and dragged me toward the women's clothing. 15 minutes later, I stood in my undies, trying on a size too small blouse, when the two hooks at the back tangled with my hair while I slid it over my head. 2 attempts at yanking it off had me scowling at the pain my scalp endured with the tugging. Feeling my way toward the door with the blouse stuck around my face and arms, I eased it open a little. "Hey, Claire, can you help me, please?" I whisper-called the store assistant without looking out. As the doors swung open a second later, I stepped back and turned away. "I'm stuck. Can you help untangle me?" It was only when I felt the calloused fingers on my bare skin after the hook was freed and I whipped off the blouse did I jump and my head jerk up. "What the—" The rest of my sentence disappeared under the clamp of a strong hand over my mouth. My widened gaze meeting beady eyes as black as midnight in the mirror. My heart pounded against my ribs like a sledgehammer to cement, and I was certain it would crack through the bone at any second. "Fuck, you smell good, sweetheart." I gagged at the slide of a thick, moist tongue along my neck, reminding me of a drooling dog. The other hand snapped up with a knife to my throat. "Move and you die." I shuddered at the stale breath sneer in my ear. Adrenaline surged through my veins, my skin crawling, hyper-aware of the threat his obese frame pressing into my body posed. "Squeak, and you die." The hand on my mouth dropped to my breast. I jerked against his touch, and he pinched my nipple through the bra. So hard I cried out, tears already meandering down my cheeks. "Please, don't do this." My words stuttered past my trembling lips, my heart pounding. I groaned when he slammed me against the mirror, the air rushing out of my lungs with the pain. He rolled his hips, shoving his stiff dick into my lower back. "Remo," I silently cried. "I said not a sound, bitch." He yanked me back against his chest, glaring at my reflection, cold steel pressing into my neck. I winced, scrunching my eyes shut, not caring that mascara burned through my lids. When I reopened them, he was reaching for my t-shirt and skirt. "Put it on." He moved his hand slightly, and I pulled on the clothes, my movements awkward, slow. "Let's go." He shoved me toward the door. "Don't try anything," he sneered, squeezing my ass before dropping the knife. I felt the pointed tip dig into my exposed skin between my skirt and the top. When he opened the door, my shoulders sagged. Instead of Remo, another lanky man with shifty eyes and greasy hair in serious need of a wash stood there. Any other time, I would have laughed at how closely these two resembled the Laurel and Hardy duo. Only there was nothing funny about my situation, and I could hardly control the persistent shudders that shot through my body, the tears burning my cheeks. The fitting rooms were well hidden, and a glance up told me that either of these men had done this before, or the store was empty. He leered at me, licking his lips. "Fuck, we scored today. This one's a keeper." His cold words grated down my spine, filling me with dread. Regardless, I tried to ignore the way my stomach dipped heavier with each passing second, while I hoped Remo would pop out at any minute. "Let's get her out of here. The boss is going to be thrilled. He'll get a hefty price for this one. Fuck. I'm almost tempted to taste her myself." "Walk." The fatter of the two gestured with his chin for me to move forward. I hesitated for just a beat, taking in the empty floor. "Now, bitch. Keep your head down and no sudden moves." He shoved at my back, and the knife dug into my flesh. I bit my lip to keep from crying out as we followed the other man between aisles until we reached the rear door. As we stepped out, I clenched my fingers, desperation lining my stomach and filling my throat with the disgusting taste of bile. My eyes darted around, and I cringed, realizing there was no escaping these two. Unless I possessed the superior strength of Superman's cousin, I was doomed. I had only a moment's notice of someone approaching before the asshole in front of me dropped to the floor. Then it happened so fast, I forgot to take a breath as Remo appeared out of nowhere, twisted his wrist, and whirled me around to stand behind him. I didn't care that with his back to my chest, he crushed me to the wall at my rear, only that he was there. Surprising as it sounded, I preferred his brand of deadly to the two assholes who nearly got away. "When are you fucks going to learn you can't shop where you can't afford the merchandise?" Remo's words were menacingly calm, and even I flinched, glad I wasn't on the receiving end of whatever was to follow. "Shit, Remo. We didn't realize she was one of yours." The fat guy who'd somehow ended up on his knees, clutching his nose and howling behind his cupped hands, without me figuring out how, looked ready to puke. Fear widened his beady eyes to extra-large marbles. "She isn't mine." "Fuck. Please, man. We didn't mean to touch Lorenzo's gal." The thin guy raked a hand through his hair, and I almost vomited in my mouth as the oily messiness stuck to his neck. I didn't care that they assumed I was Lorenzo's girl, but I did wonder what run-in they'd had with him. They were big men, but judging by their twisted features, they were scared shitless. My gaze shifted to Remo, and I paled. I didn't know much about weapons, but I'd seen plenty of movies to figure out that he was adding a silencer to his gun. Done, he gestured with it to the thinner guy for him to drop to his knees as well. Shaking his head, the guy reluctantly lowered himself to the ground. "Please, Remo, don't do this." He took a step. "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't. You broke a rule, boys. And you know Lorenzo's a stickler for rules." The two men looked at each other, their expressions chaotic, their eyes danced, scrambling to think up something viable that he'd accept. They probably knew him well if they floundered this desperately. Remo took another step, and without thinking, I grabbed his arm. "Are you really going to kill them here?" I trailed off when his gaze fell to my hand, clasped around his arm, then lifted to my face. His cocked brow had me letting go and backing away. The thinner man used my hesitation as an excuse. "Come on, man. You know Lorenzo doesn't like messy situations that could lead back to him." "Yeah," the other man piped up. "He has that rule about killing in his backyard." Remo rubbed the muzzle of his gun along his chin, then gestured for them to get up. "You're right. Lorenzo doesn't like scum dirtying up his neighborhood with their filthy blood." Slowly, he unscrewed the silencer, then pocketed first that piece, then his gun, before he turned questioning eyes on me. Was he asking me to decide their fate? The other two men looked at me, their expressions pleading. Even as I recalled their intentions, I couldn't watch him kill them. "Let them go," I whispered. Surprisingly, he nodded. Although my gaze stayed locked with his, I could hear their muffled gasps of relief and the shuffle of their feet as they turned to walk away. It took another second to register the wicked grin that tugged the corners of Remo's lips then. "Sorry, boys." When they were looking at him, he shrugged. "But I'm not my brother." His laugh was sharp, his movements even more so. I caught a glimpse of black, followed by an ear-splitting crack bouncing off my eardrums. A bellow of air rushed through my lungs and spilled from my lips in a stunned gasp. My hands snapping up to cover my ears while gravity sucked me down to my knees. I didn't care that the concrete bit into my flesh or that I was shaking so damn hard I was likely to shatter my teeth. Eyes scrunched tight, I tried to block everything around me and concentrated on keeping nausea at bay. But the silence lasted all of 2 seconds. Another shot rang out. The cruel sound slamming against my hands, penetrating my skin and rattling my eardrums once more. I wasn't sure how long I stayed on the ground. Seconds, minutes. I could care less. All I wanted was to get out of there. Remo's sudden grip on my arm snapped open my eyes as he yanked me to my feet. "Please?" I cringed at the stutter. My lips trembled, fear encroaching on my ability to keep myself upright. His grip tightened on my arm, thick fingers digging into the soft skin. Instinctively, I started pleading through the panic and tears, expecting that gun to go off a third time and some part of my body to burst into heated flames of pain. "Please, Remo, don't hurt me. I won't." "You shouldn't have covered for your pathetic shit for a boyfriend, Zena. Now you're about to force my brother's hand and do what he should have done in the first place." Surprisingly warm fingers gripped my jaw, yet their bite into my skin was anything but. He jerked my chin up, forcing my eyes to meet his. My lips wouldn't stop trembling as I fought for composure. For just a moment, he stared at me, and I wasn't sure I'd imagined the flicker of something softer. Then he was propelling me toward the bodies of the men he'd just shot. Only seconds had passed. I could tell by the faint twitching of the thin man's body and the black river of blood still gushing from the gaping wound to his brow. I was glad I hadn't eaten yet. Otherwise, with all the plummeting between my heart and stomach, I'd probably vomit right now. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone approach, and I felt Remo turn next to me. When I lifted my head, there was no one there.
Let's go.
Grabbing my wrist, he dragged me away as I kept looking behind me, expecting someone to come running out with the cops in tow. When we rounded the corner of the building, Remo shoved me up against the wall, his hands sinking into the back of my head, fingers fisting my hair in a grip that made me wince.
Tell anyone what you saw today, and I'll hand you your eyes on a platter for dinner.
He leaned in until I could count the dark swirls in those blue irises.
If Lorenzo asks, make up an excuse. Do you fucking understand, girl?
I could barely nod against his tightening hold, wondering why he'd ask me to lie to his brother. I silently kicked myself when I asked, why would I have to lie to him, and why did you have to kill them? He inhaled sharply as his free hand shot up. Half expecting him to slap me, he snorted a laugh and dropped his hand. Leaning his head to the side, he studied me, a slight curve to the corner of his lips.
Those two men you wanted to live, tesoro,
he sneered,
and their trafficking friends would have torn your fucking pussy wide enough to park a fucking car in there.
His voice dipped low as amusement colored his every word. I gasped.
Still feeling charitable?
He cocked a brow, his grip on my hair tightening. I yelped, scrunching my eyes against the pain. Then he leaned forward.
Lorenzo frowns on a killing spree where he lives. The city is his war zone, and he prefers what you fuckers call a little peace here. Any more questions?
He growled. His voice dripped with thick sarcasm, his expression one of pure boredom.
Get your fucking ass back in there.
He nodded to the rear door. Once inside, he gave me no time to try any more clothing, and within a few minutes, we walked out to the parking lot. I dumped the bags in the trunk, and when I slid in next to Raiden, his eyes widened.
What happened, Zena? You've been crying.
Then his gaze fell to my neck, where I knew the asshole's knife had pressed into.
You have a cut.
He reached out to touch my neck, and I flinched on reflex. Remo slid into the passenger seat next to Dario and turned his head to look at us.
What the fuck did you do to her?
Raiden lashed out, grasping my hand in his. Panicking, I squeezed his hand and shook my head. Remo looked at him, then at Dario, as he started the car.
Can you believe this little shit? Why don't we step outside and you can see how little I am, fuckface?
Raiden! I gasped. What are you doing?
He did something to you and I want to know what.
He scowled. Anger laced tiny lines into his brow. I had a feeling his rage stemmed from a combination of things, including the blowjob.
Stop the car,
Remo snarled.
Jesus, Remo, he's just a kid.
Dario shook his head.
I'm not a fucking kid.
Raiden insisted on being a foolhardy ass.
You heard him. The kid's got balls. Let's see how fucking big they are.
Dario blew out a frustrated breath and pulled over on the side of the road, which was annoyingly empty of traffic. My insides almost became my outsides as anxiety churned every cell, fearing Remo would hurt Raiden. Ray, please don't do this. My words fell on deaf ears because he was already climbing out the door and rounding the vehicle to where Remo stood smirking like a goddamn jackal. Something told me he'd waited for an opportunity to teach Raiden a lesson. Dario didn't bother to climb out, but I did. Remo, please. He silenced me with a deathly stare.
Get back in the fucking car, bitch, before...
Raiden's fist shot out, connecting with Remo's jaw. startling him. Shocked, I slapped a hand to my mouth. Scowling, Remo rubbed his jaw, then laughed. You hit like a fucking girl. I had a feeling he was goading Raiden, and it worked. Raiden landed another hit, this time to Remo's stomach. Behind him, Dario cracked up, making Remo see red. He lunged forward, his movements fast, as his fists caught Raiden in the eye and mouth. Raiden put a palm to his bleeding lip, and I thought it would stop him, but he bristled. Is that all you got, fuckface? Remo moved with blinding speed, his body crashing into Raiden and taking them both down. As they scrambled, Dario climbed out of the vehicle and calmly hooked his hands under Remo's arms and yanked him off Raiden. Enough! Dario barked. Remo was big, but Dario was bigger. I figured there was a reason he was Lorenzo's bodyguard. Get the fuck off me! Remo shoved at his hands and righted his clothes. I rushed to Raiden, who was still sitting on the floor. Are you okay? I asked, taking in the squint in the eye Remo had hit and his bust lip. Nodding, he stood. Everyone get the fuck back in before I make you. Dario's no-nonsense words earned him another glare from Remo before we all climbed into the vehicle. The rest of the trip was covered in silence. My occasional glances to Raiden were ignored as he kept his gaze riveted on the passing scenery. I still hadn't figured out where we were, and judging by the rolling views of the beach, it was a coastal suburb. When we pulled into the driveway and Dario parked the car, Remo shoved at Raiden to move the second he climbed out. Either Raiden's resilience was anger-driven, or he was just tired, but he argued with Remo again. I was shit scared Remo would kill Raiden and hoped like hell Lorenzo was back from wherever he'd gone this morning.
Chapter 14. Lorenzo, 31 years. What the fuck's going on here? I walked out of my office to Raiden and Remo yelling at each other. He raped Xena! Raiden shouted, pushing at my brother's chest. Remo pulled back his hand and I stepped in between them before his fist connected with Raiden's face. It's a serious fucking allegation, boy, I warned. He stared at me, his eyes moist from unshed tears. It was his first direct look since the blowjob in my study. Blood trickled from a bust lip, and the area around his left eye was just starting to turn a shade darker. I knew from experience it would be purple by that evening. Call it whatever the fuck you want, but he did something to her. He pointed to Xena. Look at her. She was practically shaking when she walked out of the store and hasn't stopped since. I turned. Xena. Mascara-smudged eyes met mine. She looked like she'd been crying for a while. Is Raiden right? She dropped her gaze to the floor, clutching the hem on her skirt in a clenched fist. Something had gone down, that much was obvious. But I never fell for easy tears. No, she mumbled. She's scared of him, Raiden growled behind me. I glanced at him over my shoulder. Tell him the truth, Xena, he urged, his chest heaving from trying to control his anger. Fuck, the boy had it in him to bring my whole fucking house down on its knees, and I hadn't even seen that coming. Are you making this up, Raiden? I kept my tone even, knowing Remo could blow at a moment's notice. Like me, he hated being challenged. His short temper was his undoing, most of the time. Why the fuck would I make this shit up? He scoffed, his gaze burning into mine. Watch your tone, boy. I glared at him, and he looked away, shaking his head. Jesus Christ, he was reminding me of myself with every passing minute. Xena? She looked up. I'm going to ask you again. Is Raiden right? This time she nodded. You bitch! Remo sidestepped me so fast, I wasn't quick enough to stop him shoving Xena against the wall. Get the fuck off her! Raiden grabbed his arm, yanking him off her. Remo turned to punch him, but I grasped both by the collar, dragging them apart. Everyone calm the fuck down! I hissed. Breathing hard, they glared at each other. What the fuck's wrong with you, Remo? I grabbed him by the front of his shirt. I told you to take them shopping. I'm not a fucking babysitter. He scowled. I'm your brother. Are you going to believe these shits over me? He puffed out his chest, declaring his disappointment. I stared at him for a long moment, then shook my head. No. I heard Raiden's soft curse and half expected him to walk away, but he stood his ground, waiting for me to dismiss him. That alone told me he'd learned where he stood in my home. I want to talk to Xena alone. What the fuck, Renz? Remo snorted, his scowl deepening. Why the fuck have we not killed them yet? Why are we keeping them around? Go cool off with Dario, I ordered. He scowled at Xena momentarily, then, cursing under his breath, stomped off. If I didn't get my house in order, this stupid fucking kidnapping was going to turn brutal soon. Go to your room, Xena, and clean yourself up. We'll talk when you've had a chance to calm down. She nodded and walked away. Raiden moved to follow her, and I stopped him. Raiden. Although he turned, his gaze remained fixed on the floor, his tense shoulders a dead giveaway he was still angry. Whether it was over the blowjob or Remo's act, I had no fucking clue. Either the boy was stubborn as shit, or I'd made him that way. Are you a lover or a fighter, Raiden? He looked up, frowning. I'm 18. I haven't learned to be either yet. You kind of pointed that out, didn't you? He scoffed. I knew he was trying to provoke me, but I ignored him. And if you had a choice? He chewed his bottom lip for a moment, then answered. Lover, I guess. You can be both, though. At his frown, I added, you can be a lover who fights for what he wants, pussy included. Don't let anyone stop you from your ultimate goal. Good or bad, your destiny lies in your hands. What you do with it is up to you. Just don't let anyone fuck it up by treating you any less than what or who you believe you are. Are you saying I should have kicked your ass for what you did to Xena? The statement caught me off guard, and I chuckled. Do I look like a man whose ass you can kick? I can try, old man. If it wasn't for the smirk curving the corners of his lips, I would have fucked the shit out of him just for the name-calling. Instead, I grinned. You're a cocky little shit, aren't you? He shrugged. I'm learning to be one. Around you. Why? He slid his hands into the back pockets of his jeans and ran the tip of his sneaker along the edge of a tile. Because you let me? Then his gaze met mine. I want to be like you someday. His words had a bizarre effect on me until I remembered they were only here for a short period. Death or desertion were the only two relationships I could hold with this boy. Whichever route I choose, he'd be gone soon. Still, the thought filled my bones with irritation, anger stinging the very core of me, thinking of the moment I needed to make that decision. I hated it. Strangely, I hated it more than I cared. Rolling my pointer finger along my bottom lip, I wondered if he'd been sheltered by choice. Trust me, boy, you don't want to be like me. Why? The quick question surprised me yet again. Ever heard the phrase, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword? I asked. He nodded. Would you be prepared to live your life every day not knowing if the next one will be your last? He hesitated briefly, then shook his head. I don't know. And that right there is your answer of whether you can be like me or not. You can't. Giving him a soft smile, I turned to walk away. Lorenzo. I glanced at him over my shoulder. You wouldn't hurt me, would you? He paused, then, intentionally. There are many kinds of hurt, Raiden. It all depends on just how weak you are for it to inflict pain. I walked away, relatively certain that boy was going to impact the rest of my life in a major fucking way. I just didn't know how, yet.
Chapter 15. Xena, 22 years. I'd barely fallen asleep when something startled me awake. Sitting up, I stared around the darkened room, my gaze darting into the shadows created by the moonlight outside my window. The shit that went down at the boutique, followed by the blowout with Remo, had left me out of sorts, and I struggled to fall asleep. What I'd done to him was wrong. He'd saved me when he could have just left me in those grimy bastards' hands. I never meant to put him on the spot, but I had to save face. Raiden and I needed each other, and I had to show him I was there for him. I didn't want to know what the repercussions would have been had I not agreed with him. Regardless, I was doubtful Lorenzo believed me, even though he'd sent Remo away. I'd given Remo more ammunition to hate me now, and knew it would come back in folds. What I wouldn't give for a glass of warm milk. I raked a hand through my tousled hair, abandoning the idea, since they'd probably locked me in again. Shoving aside the covers, I slid my legs off the bed and stood. Water it is, then. Taking 2 steps toward the bathroom, I paused and backtracked toward the door. I tried the handle and gasped when it opened. Well, I'll be damned, I mumbled, then opened my mouth to scream when someone rushed me, pushing me back and clamping a hand around my mouth, effectively stalling the sound in my throat. My eyes widened as Remo glared at me. Make a sound, and it will be the last one you'll ever make. You got that? I nodded, and he peeled his hand off my mouth. What the fuck were you playing at today? I said make an excuse, not fucking throw me under the bus with my brother. Not that he'd believe you, he snorted, his bluish-gray eyes burning into me. I'm sorry. I'll tell Lorenzo the truth. No. Payback's a bitch, and I'll come to collect. He snarled, forcing me backward with each word until my back hit the wall with a soft thud. I didn't even want to imagine what that threat entailed. For now, I focused on his current intention. His hand dropped to my hip, squeezing, but I refused to make a sound, not giving in to his need to see my fear. His face inched closer, his lips almost touching mine. If I'd fucked you today, Tesoro, you wouldn't be walking right now. And I can guarantee your pussy would be weeping for more. Something in his demoralizing stare told me I should believe him. He looked like a man who'd fuck a woman until she passed out, resuscitate her, and fuck her until she passed out again, just because he could. His gaze dropped to the swell of my breasts, peeking above the top of the black tank I wore, before lifting to my face again. For one stupid moment, I thought he was going to kiss me. Then he pulled back with a low chuckle, as though privy to my thoughts. My brother is not stupid, Xena. Trust me. I know him best. He'll figure it out, if he hasn't already. Even if I had a magic pussy to sway Lorenzo, I believed Remo's words. Unease floated through me like a flickering flame. I tightened my shoulders to force back a shudder, not looking forward to that confrontation. What if he asks me again? I mumbled. He regarded me like someone ready to squash a fucking bug that just crawled out of nowhere. The silence so profound, I could hear my heart beating against my chest. Remo Rossi was a dangerous man to boot. I'd seen it in the quick flick of his gaze as he scanned his surroundings. I'd smelt it in that rich, musky cologne he'd wear to cover the stench of blood after a visit to the basement back at the club. And I'd heard it in that deep, controlled breathing when he'd shot those men at the store. Eyes narrowed, he ran his index finger along his bottom lip. You've proved you're a good liar. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Or... He trailed off. An amused grin curved the corners of his mouth. I'm sure you'll find a way to convince him into believing you. That's why you're still here, aren't you?
To keep my brother's balls empty? Well, until we get rid of the boy, that is. Every cell in me fought the insult at the mention of Raiden's safety, and I shoved at Remo's chest. "Leave him alone, asshole!" His hand flew up to my neck with a lightning-quick movement I didn't anticipate, cutting off my oxygen with a squeeze. "Careful, kitten. I'm not my brother." His low words slithered down my spine like the serrated edge of a knife. "Scratch me, and I'll sell your body in parts." His grip tightened. "While you watch." Desperate for air, I clawed at his fingers. White spots painted my vision, and my lids slid shut. Another second later, and I opened them to his tall frame striding through my room door. The sound of his heavy footsteps vibrated over the hardwood floor as he walked out. He didn't lock me in again. Now I understood who'd opened my door and what had awakened me. Drinking in lungs full of air, I slowly slid to the floor, forcing myself not to cry. I was tired. Leaning my head back against the wall, I stared up at the white ceiling, wishing for it to open and allow me to fly away. I wanted to go home, far from these Rossi brothers who seemed to be draining my willpower with each passing minute. Yet some inner niggle pushed me, empowering me not to back down. I thought of Raiden and wondered what he was going through.
Chapter 16. Raiden, 18 years. Too wired to sleep, I slid off the bed and walked to the windows. A slight breeze blew through the curtains, the warm summer air brushing over my skin, almost calming in its effect. I took a deep breath, letting the freshness fill my lungs. Shoving a hand through my hair, I moved to the end so I could sit on the ledge with my back resting against the wall. I stared out, trying to lose myself in the darkness, but unable to see beyond my transparent reflection. After what had happened in Lorenzo's study and in the whole situation with Remo, I was suddenly desperate to go home. A feeling of abandonment had settled over me, and I missed my family. We'd been here a week now, and still nowhere close to finding out what Lorenzo intended to do with us. Sleep gave me the runaround most nights, but tonight was worse than the others. When I finally settled down, my jaw ached with the need to cry. But I never gave in to the urge. Doing so would mean the Rossi brothers had gotten the better of my emotions. The sanctity of a private room allowed me to be myself, to make promises of freedom to myself with no idea if it were achievable. Still, it was the one place I refused to let them take over my mind, or my feelings for that matter. Needing a drink, I left the room. About to head for the kitchen, I spied Zena's open door and inched closer. She was sitting on the floor, staring up at the ceiling, lost in thought and oblivious to my presence. Some might call my admiration for Lorenzo mere infatuation, but he treated me as though he liked me. Until that moment in the study, I had no idea why he'd done what he did, and while it left me walking around with an empty feeling I couldn't describe, a small part of me believed he'd done it to teach me, that maybe he wanted to show me how a blowjob ought to be handled. Regardless, I didn't think I had it in me to fuck Zena's mouth with such aggression and still wonder if she enjoyed it. How could she? I wanted to ask her, but couldn't. Maybe it was male pride that prevented me from doing so, or plain jealousy that what he'd achieved with her in a matter of days I'd wanted over the last year or so. Then again, our circumstances were different. Lorenzo was different. No, Lorenzo took. Just like he'd told me that if I wanted the pleasure he'd shown me with her, I had to take it. Question was, could I? Now, watching her face scrunch up like she wanted to cry, a part of me knew I couldn't. "Are you okay, Zena?" Silently, she looked at me. Then, even though she nodded, the word, "no," slipped past her lips before she gave in to the tears. Hey. I crossed the floor, slid down next to her, and pulled her into my arms. She dropped her head to my chest while her body shook with pent-up emotion she'd no doubt been holding back, like me. I just want to go home, she sniffled after a long moment. I know. I rubbed slow circles over her back. We just need to hang in there. I'm sure it will all be over soon. I didn't believe my own lies. How could I expect her to? Ray. She leaned back to look at me. About that blowjob with Lorenzo. I stiffened, my mind split in two about whether I wanted to hear her or not. It's okay. I can't lie to you. She palmed my cheek, her eyes searching mine. I frowned. Are you saying you enjoyed what he did to you? She inhaled sharply. Would you think I'm a slut if I said yes? I shook my head. Do women... I trailed off, suddenly embarrassed as I turned my head away to avoid her pity. She linked her fingers with mine, squeezing lightly. I didn't turn. Some women enjoy rough sex, Ray. They get turned on by it. I watched you withdraw from me and him since then. She sighed on a slow exhale. Lorenzo didn't hurt me. I could be wrong, but I think he was teaching you. This time I did turn. How would you know? Because he did it in front of you. Because when I went down on you, you hesitated. You were unsure how far to push yourself, and I think he saw that. Is that what you thought of me? I cringed. That I was useless? No, came her instant reply. How can you be useless when you hadn't done it before? Surprise lined my brow, and it took sheer effort to not wimp out and run from the room. You knew? Slowly she nodded, then palmed my face. And I like that you want me to be your first, Ray. I chewed the inside of my bottom lip, fearful of looking like a serious pussy if I asked the question rallying around the front of my brain. What about Lorenzo? I finally asked. She frowned. What about him? Are you? I paused. You know, like into him? Her laugh was sudden. Ray, if you haven't noticed, we're kind of out of our comfort zone here. He might treat us well, but at the end of the day, we're still his captives, nothing more. She gave my hand another squeeze. You heard what he said. We're his to do with as he pleases. He's out of my league on a normal level, and on an abnormal level, we're in a kidnapper/captive relationship, nothing more. So you don't find him attractive? I pushed, then feeling like a real dumbass, I silently kicked myself. It's late. Why don't you get some sleep? She stood. Even though I regretted my question, her dismissal left me baffled. I was desperate to believe she wouldn't cheat on me. Stupidly, I believed Lorenzo wouldn't take her from me. I might despise him for the blowjob, but his words this afternoon sort of confirmed Zena's suspicions that he was trying to teach me. Yet I couldn't ignore the twinge of jealousy sitting at my nape, twisting each time I breathed. The worst was the nagging of how I'd handle it if they did cheat on me. I didn't want to think about it. She was mine first, and I planned to let him know that. Annoyed with the direction of my emotions, I jumped to my feet and headed for the door. Ray? I turned to look at her. She smiled. I won't hurt you. I promise. Nodding, I walked away.
Chapter 17. Zena. 22 years. A week later, I was still restless almost every night, haunted by visions of first Lorenzo, then Remo choking me to death with one hand. I tried to remain positive, but the days were beginning to drag. Even Raiden was getting tired of sitting around doing nothing. On the plus side, the Rossi brothers disappeared for a week, the night after Remo threatened me. This gave Raiden and me some alone time, under the watchful eye of Dario. While we snuck in a kiss or two, it was all the intimacy he allowed us. We'd been missing almost 2 weeks, and both Raiden and I prayed that our families were still keeping the kidnapping under the radar. Now I stared up at the ceiling, sleep having evaded my attempts for the last hour. A glass of warm milk sounded like a necessity. Sliding off the bed, I peeked out, taking in the darkened hallway. Slowly, I slipped out and tiptoed to the kitchen, which was a waste of time. There were barely any shadows to hide in, given the house was made of glass walls. Someone could see me no matter where they stood. Checking the cupboards, I searched for a glass and opened the refrigerator door.
What are you doing out of bed?
Christ! I yelped, jumping back, my fingers tightening around the milk carton and biting my tongue in the process. Lorenzo, I moaned, more from pain than fear, setting the carton down on a counter. Jesus, these brothers made stalking look like child's play. He stood in the darkest part of the open-plan space, near the patio that led out to the pool and the direction in which I hadn't bothered to look when I entered the kitchen. Dressed only in dark sweatpants, I couldn't stop my roving gaze as he moved into the light from the open refrigerator. Fuck me. I was drooling from both ends. Again, like that morning I'd seen him exercise and he came in my mouth not long after. I stared, forgetting for just a moment that he was my kidnapper, my potential killer, and relishing in the man beneath and his unguarded magnetism. Everything from the dark hair to those deep blue eyes, nearly hidden by thick dark lashes and hooded with sleep, to that clenched square jaw, was beauty unmatched. Unhindered, my gaze fell below his neck, and I suddenly wanted to touch. To run my fingers over those hard pecs, down that defined six-pack, and along a V so profound, it was almost like it was carved into his pelvis before disappearing inside the waistband of his pants. I shuddered, unsure if the abrupt buzz I heard erupted from the apex between my thighs or the open refrigerator door. Still, my gaze dropped lower.
I asked you a question, girl.
The snide words, as though he were cognizant of my flagrant appraisal, snapped my eyes to his face as he flicked a light switch. Stealing milk? Is that a crime? I retorted before I could stop myself. Shit. Knowing his reaction to my unchecked responses during that moment in the bedroom our first night here, I braced myself for his wrath. It didn't come. Head cocked to one side, he rubbed the evening stubble along his jaw, drawing my attention to the corded veins in his arms. I was immediately reminded of the shove of his hard cock and his rigid fingers in my pussy that night, now provoking a startling fusion of fear and desire. The first moment I saw him, I knew what sin looked like. Having sucked him off once, I knew what sin tasted like, too, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't want him again. With steps resembling the prowl of a panther out on a night hunt, he approached, stopping a foot from me, his large frame sucking up more than his share of oxygen. It took everything I had not to cower, to stand up and let him see that I wasn't scared. Yet I hoped the subtle squeeze of my thighs to hold back the abrupt urge to relieve myself went unnoticed. He stood so close. His breath brushed over my skin, igniting a flame so intense I feared it would char the clothes off my body. Slowly, he licked his lips, pulling my gaze to thick, full lips that were made to tease and seduce. I shivered, wondering how they'd feel against mine. When he reached out, and the back of his finger glided down the side of my face, almost as gentle as a soft breeze, I bit my lip, but I didn't flinch, didn't jerk at his touch, and dared not to move. And when that finger slid lower, down the cleft between my breasts, before moving across to draw lazy circles around my breast, I stopped breathing altogether. Was that stunt you pulled with Remo the truth? His abrupt question caught me off guard, and I momentarily stumbled when I opened and closed my mouth just as quickly, forcing myself not to give anything away and aware of Remo's threat. I nodded. Lorenzo's perceptive ability was uncanny. He didn't believe me. I could see it in the way he studied my face, as though he could see the lies there. Something tells me you're not afraid of me, Zena. The seductive thrum in his voice brushed across my cheek. Was he testing me? Waiting to see if I'd break and tell him the truth? I swallowed, suddenly hyper-aware of his proximity, his touch, his spicy scent of earthy cinnamon and musk that curled around me like the bars of a gilded cage. Yet it was the way he looked at me that had me both spellbound and unnerved. His was a look you wouldn't want to meet in a dark alley if you'd wrong him, yet it could, at the same time, entice a woman into giving him her soul, just for a touch. If by some miracle I made it out of this place, I would never forget those eyes and their effect on me. He grazed his fingernail over my now taut nipple, and I hissed in a breath, my pulse racing so fast it probably wasn't safe. Then his hand slid around my waist, gripped an ass cheek, pressing me tight to his body. I felt the nudge of his hard cock in my stomach and the sear of his bare chest through my satin robe, which I hadn't bothered to secure tightly. I licked my lips, knowing he wanted a response. I'm not. Only after I shook my head did I realize I was lying only to myself. Of course he scared me. I was generally good at reading people, but Lorenzo Rossi was the most enigmatic man I'd come across, and that was saying something. Dangerous men should not be toyed with, mia cara. His words were eerily calm for a man I just insulted. Taking a moment to process his statement, I tried dissecting it into what he was not saying. I lifted my chin in a desperate attempt to show defiance. Why haven't you killed us yet? Wrong move. Had I just pushed his limits? His top lip curved in a distracting smirk that could be called sinful. Before I could anticipate his next move, his free hand fisted in my hair, the grip painful as he yanked my head back. And there was the stone-faced Lorenzo I knew. Because I need something to fuck. My jaw dropped, his crude indifference like a punch to my gut. And before you get any ideas of your importance, just because you sucked my cock, remember that this, the hand on my ass, dropped to cut my pussy, squeezing until I squirmed. Warm, whole, is the only fucking thing keeping you alive until I'm bored. I gasped. His meaning was clear. He didn't need my permission to take what he wanted when he wanted. Any other man, and I would have probably slapped him for his derision. But my anger wasn't enough to stop the abrupt burn of tears behind my lids, and when I blinked, they rolled down my cheeks. Raiden will probably live a lot longer than you, if your smart fucking ass mouth proves useful when it's required. The emphasis on when told me I had indeed pushed his limits. His grip on my hair tightened before he forced me to my knees. For just a moment, I stared up at him. My earlier arousal had made a quick escape. I'm sure you know what to do, Zena. He cocked a brow in a cavalier way. Was this punishment for lying about his brother? Or for insulting him? As I reached for the waistband of his pants, I wasn't sure if I'd imagined a sound behind me, but Lorenzo yanking me up startled me. Before I could gauge his intention, He had me up against one of the inner walls. Given it was glass, I prayed Raiden wouldn't see. Lorenzo pulled off my satin robe, leaving me in my mid-thigh teddy, and using the sash from the robe, he gripped my wrists together and bound them. When he raised my arms above my head, I resisted for just a second before he slipped a hand around my waist and lifted me slightly. I had no idea of his intention until he stepped away, and I looked up to find myself hanging from my bound wrists, caught on a hook. My toes barely touched the ground, making the stretch uncomfortable each time I squirmed. Lorenzo watched me, silent, steady, not moving. The wicked glint in his eyes, just a foreshadow of his evil intent. "What the fuck are you doing?" I seethed, the burn from my muscles stretching, annoying me, making me forget who I was talking to. "You can't do this." Hardly a split second ticked between my last breath and his hand flying into my hair, fingers tightening so forcefully I could only wince as pain seared my scalp. His other hand cupped my jaw, fingers digging into my skin. My eyes widened, the deadly mix of terror and the need for air hurling a ball of hot panic to my lungs, heaving against my chest. "Don't ever raise your voice at me, girl." His glare just as noxious as his tightening grips. Tears stung my eyes, and I was only a few breaths away from letting them fall. "I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want, and you're going to watch." I couldn't stop the slide of a tear, but there was no remorse in those azure depths staring back at me. He stepped away for barely a second, and when he returned, I noticed the condom in his hand. "Now, the next time you open your fucking mouth would be to groan when I shove my cock so deep inside you, you're going to wish you were sucking me off instead." His flinty expression exuded a powerful message. Don't fuck with me. Everything inside of me crashed, and I snapped. I was done being a puppet. Whether I retaliated or not, he was hell-bent on treating me like shit. "Fuck you, Lorenzo. I'm not a fucking toy you can play with. Finger me, fuck me, kill me. Do whatever the fuck you want with me. I don't fucking care," I hissed, narrowing my eyes. "Just get the fuck on with it." As life-threatening as it was, I couldn't show him my fear. I refused to. "You can try, but you won't break me." My chest heaved from the exertion of my rant, yet I held his gaze steady. "But know this," I gritted out. "I won't give you the pleasure of an orgasm. I'd rather die." That would be a hard sell, considering just looking at the man was an orgasm all on its own. But I'd bite my tongue until it bled, then let him have his way with me. I stared at him. His darkened gaze filled with a sea of sordid desires I knew would drown me under a tidal wave of pleasure, but I'd be damned if I let him. "Be careful what you wish for, girl." His steel-lined words cut through me, searing every ounce of bravery I possessed a mere second ago, and I wasn't prepared for what would follow. I waited, expecting his brand of aggression. It didn't come. The opposite happened. Leaning closer until his hard chest singed my nipples and his rigid cock pressed into my stomach, he blew warm air in my ear. If it wasn't for the slow thrum of desire trickling down my spine, I would have believed he was toying with me, until his low voice floated through my brain like the bearer of sin itself. "Since I'm not ready to kill you just yet, and only because I like a challenge, I'm going to suck you, fuck you, and make you come so hard you will pass out from exhaustion. Mia cara. And once your first orgasm tears through you, you're going to beg me to stop.
but I won't. I will continue to fuck you again while your slick heat squeezes my cock until I cream that aching cunt of yours. I shuddered so hard, my calf muscles strained against the stretch. God fucking help me. I bit my lip to keep from moaning and kept my gaze fixed on the floor, trying not to focus on the pain in my arms and legs, trying to avoid Lorenzo's gaze I could feel running over me as if he was deciding where to begin his threat. Admittedly, there was a fleeting moment of weakness that washed over me, a callous hesitation when I doubted myself. I startled when he leaned forward and ripped off my panties. My body shook, just from the intention that created. I lifted a shocked gaze to his face. His eyes on me, he gripped one of my legs, and with his hand under my thigh to keep it in place, curled it around his waist. With just the tip of my toes to balance, I lifted the other leg and latched onto his waist. What are you doing? This close, I had to lean my head back to look at him, and hanging from a hook didn't make that an easy task. He ignored me, and I looked down when his free hand lowered the front of his sweats, and his cock sprang out. I swallowed. Fisting the base, he angled it toward my bare pussy. This time I squirmed, but his grip on my thigh tightened, nails digging into my skin, stopping my movement. A gush of air blew out on a stunned gasp when he dragged the tip of his cock up and down my slit. Slow and gentle, the startling sensation produced shockwaves enough to make me arch my back, pushing out my hips, wanting more. I groaned, unable to stop the rush of arousal slicking my pussy. I closed my eyes, not wanting to see his smirk because I knew what he was doing. He loved a challenge, and I'd given him one. Question was, how long would I hold out? He slid his cock through my slit again, and I bit my lip to keep from moaning. My pussy ached to be stretched and filled. He did it again, and this time he didn't stop. I bucked, swinging like a goddamn pendulum, but his grip kept me in place. A start of an orgasm peeked slowly along my spine, and I tried hard to dissuade it. Epic fail. Let's face it, that was an impossibility, because the man initiating the orgasm was an asshole of the highest order and probably couldn't spell the word no, even if I uttered it. I would have done well to shut my mouth, or perhaps said it in Italian. Given I hadn't brought my travel translator on this holiday, that was not an option. Maybe at the next fucking kidnapping. How long do you think you'll resist, Xena? His hot breath fanned my lips, and I turned my face away. It did nothing to ignore him. On the next slide, the groan I'd tried to bite back slipped out. Stupidly, I waited for the moment he would just thrust into me, but he kept teasing me, sliding his cock up and down my wet slit until he took it one step further and rolled the mushroom head over my clit. Oh, fuck, I gasped, trying to clench my thighs in the hopes it would stop the orgasm. Lorenzo's masculine waist prevented that. It was too much to bear, and I cried out as my pussy caved, and the climax bit right through my resolve like a fucking blatant insult. I shuddered, every inch of me on fire, one so potent I wasn't sure I'd manage the ensuing burn Lorenzo would no doubt unleash on my traitorous body. Coming down from my high, his soft chuckle, the sound a husky taunt on its own, filled my ears, but he said nothing as he lowered my legs to the floor. I took a second to compose myself, trying desperately to balance on legs that resembled toothpicks balancing a block of cheese. Are you done? I muttered the second I could breathe again. He looked at me and tilted his head to the side. I'm just getting started, mia cara.
His soft words followed with a slow smile. "What was that you said? You'd rather die than give me an orgasm?" Took mere seconds. Imagine how many more I could extract in an hour. "What?" I shrieked, gaping at him. The next move happened so fast, it barely registered until he was on his knees in front of me, my legs thrown over his shoulder, me exerting pressure on my arms to keep from swinging, and his mouth on my pussy, his hard fingers digging into my ass cheeks to keep me in place. Biting, sucking, licking, he ate me out like I was dessert on the last fucking supper painting. I cried out as his afternoon stubble scraped my pussy lips and the tender flesh on my thighs. "Oh, fuck," I panted when he nipped my clit, the bundle of nerves oversensitive from the first orgasm. Then his rhythm changed. Softer, gentler. His lips made love to my clit, sucking hard, only to replace it with a few gentle flicks of his tongue before sucking again. I wasn't prepared for this side of him, and my hips flexed, wanting to fuck his mouth, needing more as I felt a touch of euphoria dance along my spine, and the second climax ripped through me, leaving me breathless and trying to hold on. Still, Lorenzo didn't let up. One hand spreading my pussy wider, his tongue dragged from my entrance to my clit before lapping at my slit. My body trembled so hard, I struggled to stay upright and sagged, pulling on the sash. "Lorenzo, please." My pleas went unheard. His latch onto my pussy began messing with my head, and I couldn't think straight. I swallowed between pants, my body so fucking needy, I wasn't sure I could handle any more of this man. "You proved your point," I said, trying to ignore the aggressive tongue fuck he was unleashing on my sore pussy. And then it was on me. My eyes rolled, closing as the third orgasm tested my restraint, and I buried my teeth in my arm to keep from crying out, sure there'd be marks tomorrow. But I couldn't stop the shudder or the whimpers slipping through the cracks. He played my body like a jester in a king's court. Fool that I was, I suddenly refused to deny myself the joy this man was intent on giving me. Pleasure singed my skin, weighing me down. I took a moment to let my jerking body swim in the aftermath until Lorenzo released me and stood. When I could finally muster the strength to look at him, I swayed, trying to stay upright. His lips glistened with my juices, and I had the sudden urge to kiss him. On a whim, I lifted my head to do so, and he turned his head away. The snub stung. "You've just eaten my pussy, yet you can't kiss me?" The words were out before I could stop. "Kisses are reserved for people that mean something to someone, Zena. And you're just a challenge, correct?" "Fuck you, Lorenzo," I hissed. "I'm about to." "What?" I stared at him, probably gaping like an idiot for starting this shit. "You've proved your point. You won." "But you're still standing." Rolling on the condom, he lavished me with a smirk I had the urge to rip out. "Go fuck yourself." The words barely left my mouth before he lifted my legs and slammed my back against the glass. Rolling his hips into mine, his rigid cock pressed against my pussy, and I couldn't stop a moan from slipping out. If I wasn't so tired, I would have fought him off, or at least tried to. The head of his cock nudged my entrance, and he nipped my chin, his hands firmly placed under my ass. This close to me, I could make out each distinct scent of him. The soap, aftershave, cologne, shampoo, and even the bourbon he'd drank. I inhaled deeply, letting the blended fragrance fill my pores. My insides turned to liquid heat, and arousal coated the insides of my thighs, sticky and wet in anticipation. Who was I kidding? I didn't want to fight him off. I wanted him to fuck me. He leaned back slightly, his fingers a tight grip on my ass cheeks. This is where I'm supposed to ask if you're sure you want this, correct? I stared into eyes floating with unspeakable desires, death threats, and broken promises. And before I could respond, he said, "Why bother? Your cunt already said yes." With one hard, unbending thrust, he impaled me. I gasped. Pain blasted through my body, and as fucked up as it sounded, with it came a flaming pleasure I wasn't prepared for. Buried to the hilt, Lorenzo gave me no time to adjust to him. He withdrew and plunged back in almost immediately. "Oh, God!" I cried out. Unaccustomed to the feel of him stretching me to a point of pain, my body shuddered. I could do nothing but hold to the sash and let him sweep me off my feet, both literally and figuratively. "See what happens when you challenge a dangerous man, Xena," he growled in my ear as his rigid thrusts fucked me into silence. "Your feisty little cunt pays the price." I tried to respond. No words came. I was too busy focusing on not passing out. I couldn't even breathe. My lungs consumed by his scent, my pussy possessed by his unyielding cock, my body gripped by pleasure I hadn't felt before. Lorenzo might turn heads with just a look, but he fucked like the dark lord of hell itself, all fire, wrath, and dominance, and that alone would make any woman want to be at his mercy. I risked a glance at the rigid planes of his tanned features, fascinated by his clenched jaw, his brow steeped in concentration, and his muscles rippling with strength. Even the sweat trickling down the side of his neck glistened like the taunt of a thirst quencher, and I had the sudden desire to lick his skin. But his firm hold on me gave me no room to move. For just a second, he withdrew, and instead of whimpering at the loss, I should have used that moment to recoup, because when he plunged back in, hard and deep, his thrusts turned wilder, his grip tighter, and his grunts louder. And prepared I wasn't when he did it again. Pulled out, and when he rammed back in, there was no warning. I cried out, my orgasm crashing against my core, ricocheting down my spine, spilling into every pore and erupting in one quiver after another until I gasped for air. Still, Lorenzo drove into me, his onslaught ruthless, almost unforgiving, and given the renewed euphoria visiting every inch of my heated skin, numbing every cell and tingling in every bone, I didn't want him to. I closed my eyes, letting the pleasure consume me, because if it didn't, Lorenzo's fucking would. The muscles strained in my arms from hanging onto the sash, in my thighs from being pummeled by this 6-foot-something of sin incarnate, and in my ass from being gripped too tight. Yet through it all, the indulgence he fucked into me, one frenzied jab at a time, was hurtling me to a peak of oblivion I didn't want to miss. Only I knew that once I reached that pinnacle, darkness would descend over me, and I prayed like hell my body wouldn't betray me and give Lorenzo the satisfaction he sought before he could reach his climax. Still, a niggle warned, he was a man who could probably fuck for hours, and that niggle turned into reality when my vision blurred and I shut my eyes tight. White spots danced behind the lids. A feeling of weightlessness settled over me, and I felt myself falling. I gave in to it, barely aware of the harsh groan ripping from Lorenzo's throat or the jerk of his cock filling the condom inside me. Darkness floated over me, and I surrendered. It was all I could do.
Chapter 18. Raiden, 18 years. I opened an eye and let it roam. Nothing shifted into view. It was only when I tried to open the other did I realize I was lying on my stomach and half my face was flattened against whatever I was lying on. Why the fuck did it feel like I was dead? Going by the way my body felt, I might have been. Pushing up into a sitting position, my stomach heaved. Fuck, did I swallow a damn tidal wave? I shook my head to focus and winced. It pounded like someone took a jackhammer to it. Clutching it with both hands, I tried opening my eyes. For a second, only blurred images spun in front of me until it cleared. Why was I sleeping on the couch and not the bed? I tried swallowing, but my mouth was so dry, it felt as if someone had stuffed it with sandpaper. Fuck, I groaned, my stomach heaving once more. Shooting up from the seat, I stumbled into the bathroom and hurled into the toilet. The stench of vomit hitting the water made me cringe. When I finally could stand, I moved over to the sink, rinsed my mouth, and washed my face. Shoving wet hands through my hair until my head felt cooler, I closed the taps, pushed aside the wet hair flopping over my eyes, and stared at my reflection. Then it all came rushing back to me. With the Rossi away and Dario on guard, I was going crazy doing fuck all. Zena had suggested a game of trip poker. The aim was to get the other to trip out on alcohol chosen by the winner. I'd won only one hand, and each round she won, Zena had given me the shittiest stuff to drink. Too drunk to make it to the bed, I'd probably passed out on the couch. Grinning, I wiped my face and let myself out of the bedroom. I needed an energy drink to calm my fucked up stomach. I was almost at the dining room when a sound stopped me. Scanning the hallways and rooms, all visible given the glass walls, my gaze fell to one of the walls separating the kitchen from the dining room. I froze. Blood drained from my face, a knot formed in the pit of my stomach, and for one stupid second, I refused to believe my eyes. My hands reached out to grasp the wall. I blinked, but it didn't blank out what I was seeing. Zena with her back to me, Lorenzo's palms flat against the glass on either side of her head, her legs wrapped around his waist, anchoring him to her as he fucked her with enough force to rattle the glass. The sounds of flesh slapping against flesh etched into my memory, their grunts and moans growing louder, filling every pore in my heated skin. I trusted her. I trusted him. She lied to me. That hurt, like a knife to my gut, to slice deeper with each shuddering breath, the pain harsher than if he would have put a bullet in my skull. I rubbed my chest as the shooting ache threaded its way past my ribcage. My vision blurred. I touched my cheeks and my fingers came away wet. My lungs battled for air. Clenching my fists to keep from hitting the wall, I ground my teeth so I wouldn't shout out. I stared at them through the tears, unblinking, watching the two people I thought meant something in my life take something from me, my heart. Then Lorenzo lifted his head, his gaze clashing with mine. I stopped breathing, engaging his stare, pushing every ounce of hatred into it and hoping he'd at least stop. Only there was something off about the way he looked at me. I expected regret, guilt. Nothing. It was like he was looking right through me, like he was somewhere else. There was no pleasure on his face, just pure primal need. Did he even notice me? I cringed with the knowledge he didn't care if he did. Drawing in another quivering breath, I turned away and looked up. Remo stood to one side. At first, I thought he was watching them, and I almost scoffed in his face. Then he arched a brow. He was watching me. His expression lacked the usual cynical twist, and I thought it had been replaced with remorse. Then I remembered he didn't have a heart, not like Lorenzo had one either. These men were bastards. While my young, infatuated mind had wanted to be like Lorenzo, I now realized I couldn't. They took without asking. They killed without remorse. They broke hearts without thought. Lorenzo Rossi broke my heart. I let the words play on a loop in my pounding head. The knowledge spiked the blood in my veins. It turned hot with anger because he took Zena, and with annoyance because I let him. Remo turned and walked away. I did the same. Inside my room, I leaned against the closed door for a moment before shutting my eyes, clutching the sides of my head and sliding to the floor. Cringing against the weakness, the pain nipped at my heart, and I let it out through the tears. I didn't know how else to. The hurt taunted the nails digging into my palms, until my clenched teeth usurped its brunt, stinging my tightened jaw. It hurt like fucking hell, yet I couldn't control my pulsing rage. It would bend me to its will. Repercussions be damned.
Chapter 19. Lorenzo, 31 years. I wasn't prepared for the sudden influx of emotions roiling through me as my body shook in the aftermath of my orgasm. But there it was. Feelings. Something I avoided with good reason. I didn't do vulnerable. I fucked. That was me. Yet, as I stared at the limp body of the woman I just fucked until she passed out, I couldn't understand that desolation cramming my chest. The abrupt pounding after realizing the error of what I'd done. I never intended taking Zena from Raiden. I never intended fucking her, but I did, to teach her a lesson. Was that the reason, or was there some underlying shit I was hiding? Emotions could weaken a man, lower his guard, weigh him down, and dislodge logic when he needed it most. It was why I avoided it. Prevention was better than cure and all that shit. Shoving aside the persistent thoughts that something wasn't right, I reached up and unhooked her, then carried her limp body to the bedroom. I laid her on the bed and pulled the covers over her. Another one ruined for the rest of us, Remo muttered from the doorway as I stepped away from Zena's bed. I lifted a brow at him, and he rolled his eyes. Don't you know, brother? Women are never the same once you fuck their brains out. I studied him with a slow smile. Then learned up your game. He scoffed before picking at his nails. Now that you've fucked her out of your system, can we get rid of them? I hadn't given that any thought yet. Glancing over my shoulder at Zena, I pulled in a deep breath. If I'd fucked her hard, why did that unsated emptiness creeping along my spine still linger? Did I need more? Mistaking my silence for hesitation, Remo cleared his throat. You know he saw you, right? He tilted his head, regarding me curiously. So what if he did? I shouldn't care. Strangely, I did. Scowling, I averted my eyes. Fuck. I had no idea what was happening to me. You took his girl, Renz, and he was beginning to trust you. I stared at my brother, lost for words, something I'd never done before. He's going to hate you for it. He paused. Unless you tell him why. My surprise must have shown because he snorted a laugh. I'm not as dumb as you think. My laugh was mirthless. Remo might be unstable on the anger front, but his perception was uncanny. Mateo and I found that out when we'd leave Remo out of certain escapades, and he'd always find a way to get the better of us. It's better if he hates me, I muttered. There's less chance of him getting more hurt this way. I never brought emotions into fucking a woman. Why start now? They'll be gone soon, and I'll be forgotten as a distant memory. There's plenty of time for him to make it work with her. He locked gazes with me for a long moment, then shook his head. Whose heart are you trying to break, Renz? His or yours? With a soft sigh, my brother turned and walked away. I stared at his retreating frame a moment longer before moving to the threshold. I glanced back at Zena, then closed her door. I stood there for a full minute, staring at the door across from us. Every inch of me wanted to walk up to it, knock and offer him some comfort for my actions. But I couldn't. I was Lorenzo fucking Rossi. I didn't let young boys and girls rule my heart in whatever form. Raiden wanted to be like me. Now he'd know for certain what a bastard I could be. Maybe he'd change his mind now. Maybe I'd finally made a dent in his wish to be my friend. If that were the case, why then did I feel like shit? What was that claustrophobic burn in my chest? Should I feel bad for hurting him? For breaking his heart? For stealing his girlfriend? Maybe this would give him the power to be a badass and take pussy as opposed to waiting for it. Even as my thoughts turned chaotic, I knew what I'd done was for the best. I could question myself 1,000 times. The answer was still the same. It had to be done. Raiden didn't belong in my world. Turning, I realized I was standing outside his door with my arm raised to knock. Dropping my hand, I closed my eyes on a deep inhale and walked away.
Chapter 20. 3 years ago. Xena, 28 years. I haven't had sex in 17 months to the day. 3 pairs of eyes, mine included, stared at Katie as she sipped her wine through a straw, sucking it like it were a cock. After pulling 3 long night shifts at Angelo's, the girls and I decided a night out would be a welcome break. Fuck, girl. Bianca burst out laughing. Does it still work? You know what happens when you stop wearing earrings. She wiggled her eyebrows. Maybe I need to lend you my dustbuster. Get the cobwebs in those hard-to-reach places. We all burst out laughing, and Katie stuck her tongue out at Bianca. Just because you're fucking Lorenzo Rossi doesn't make you Miss High and Mighty Sex Queen. You were just as dry for cock until he came along. My drink went down the wrong pipe and I choked. Coughing hard, I squinted at Bianca, while Layla rubbed my back. What? Bianca held out her hands, arching a brow. I cleared my throat, but still mumbled in a raspy tone. You're fucking Lorenzo Rossi? Is he hot in bed? Layla asked before Bianca could answer. I ran the bar while Layla and Katie worked the floor waitressing. Bianca, on the other hand, managed the club. I stared at the woman I'd come to like. She might be related to the D'Angelo family, but at least her personality didn't match their volatile nature, and she occasionally joined us normal people for a drink. Normal being non-mafia. She tossed her brown locks over her shoulder and chuckled. He fucks like an animal. So, how did you hook up with him? I mean, the only thing the man's notorious for is a bad temper, I asked. You know him? Her large amber eyes widened. Do I know him? If only she knew just how intimately acquainted I was with the man. After he kidnapped Raiden and me, almost 6 years ago, and we escaped, I found myself a new job. Now I worked for the D'Angelos. In my 2 years of employment, I learned 2 things. The D'Angelos were not only mafia, but Lorenzo's arch enemy. While New York belonged to Rossi, New Jersey was D'Angelo territory. They weren't any better in terms of their mob dealings. And while I missed working at the Serpente, at least I didn't have to see Lorenzo again. We might have escaped. I couldn't, however, get rid of the notion that he'd let us. And he never came after us. She worked at the Serpente, remember? Layla answered, yanking me out of my memories. I was intrigued how a woman like Bianca attracted the eye of a man very selective in whom he bedded. Not that there was anything wrong with her. With mousy brown locks and lips that never failed to look anything but red, she was pretty in a ditzy sort of way, and not someone I'd expect Lorenzo to fuck. Yet it was her clumsy behavior that made her so likable to the rest of us. So? I asked, reminding her she hadn't answered me. She leaned closer until her ruby-red lips practically kissed my ears. I trade D'Angelo's secrets with him for sex. You're kidding, I gaped at her. Slowly, she shook her head, her mouth shaped in a tell-all smile, before she burst out laughing. I'm fucking with you. Then she shrugged. What can I say? Fucking the enemy thrills the crap out of me. Would you believe me if I said we met at a lunch date of mutual friends and we kind of hit it off and the rest, they say, is history? What she's saying is that Lorenzo likes a screamer, Katie mocked. How would you know? Bianca retorted with a laugh. Have you been listening in at my door, Mary Poppins? Maybe that's why you can't get a man, 'cause you're a peeping Tom. Katie flipped her the bird, and Bianca cracked up. How do you guys meet? I mean, the D'Angelos must know of your movements. I sipped my drink, more curious by the second. She shook her head. I'm just a cousin they use to do their dirty work. No one important. Still, Lorenzo and I are cautious. A simple one-word text tells me he's coming over. She signaled the waiter for another round of drinks. You live dangerously, girl. Bianca pumped her brown locks with a flirty smile. If the other end of that fucking cock belongs to a man like Lorenzo, at least I'll die happy. She reached for the dry martini the server set down in front of her. Enough about him. Let's drink. I accepted the vodka tonic she held out. You're still okay with me crashing with you tonight? The last time I'd partied in Manhattan, Bianca invited me to stay at her place instead of making my drunken way back to Jersey. I don't want to be caught in a situation with you and Lorenzo. I wiggled my brow. If I never saw the man again, it would be too soon. Yeah, and no worries about him. No message yet. She clinked her glass against mine. To us, may we all get the cocks we deserve. She winked at Katie, who snorted a laugh. Another hour later, we were drunk off our asses. Worried, I watched as Bianca reached for her phone and squinted at the screen. Then she popped it back in her purse. We still good? I arched a brow. She nodded.
Chapter 21. Lorenzo, 37 years. Glancing up from my phone, I grinned as Dario, calm, collected, and not a strand of hair out of place, arrived back at the vehicle I sat in and opened the door. You know this is risky. How many? 3? Any more would have been too obvious. His alert gaze swept the building exterior once more, then nodded to me. Is it worth it? I climbed out of the Escalade and straightened my jacket. While one of the convertibles would have made the ride in and out of the city much quicker, he insisted we take a bulletproof vehicle. Sometimes I had to ask myself if I was his boss or he was mine. Regardless, his proactive authority was what made him the best in his field. Keep your enemies closer, Rio. I pocketed my phone. My city, remember? He snorted a laugh, then sobered. You sure? I nodded. 6 years of waiting ends tonight. It's still risky, he muttered, following me into the elevator. When the doors opened on the 5th floor, he took his position in the shadows and out of sight. No one would notice until they were right on top of him, and by then it would be too late. He was a marksman of note and only ever missed once. A long time ago, and on my insistence. I walked down the hallway to her door. The only apartment on this floor belonged to her. Bianca Valentine, the woman I'd fucked a few times in the last month. Well, thrice, to be exact. While she wasn't my usual lay, I was a man who loved a challenge, and there was nothing better than to fuck the brains out of an archenemy's daughter. Not a direct descendant of the D'Angelos, but close enough. She was the perfect submissive until she gave me what I needed. I used the key she'd given me, and after a quick nod to Dario, let myself into the dark apartment. Given the late hour, I didn't expect her to be awake. We'd planned on meeting at 10, but circumstances delayed me for the last 2 hours. Either way, She knew what I liked, and the last time I was late, I'd fucked her while she slept. Turned out, I preferred the midnight fuck. That way I didn't have to see her face while I fucked her. I didn't have to tonight, but why waste an opportunity? Familiar with the layout, I headed toward the bedroom, keeping the lights off. My footfalls, swallowed by the thick pile carpet throughout, hid my presence and wouldn't wake her. Silently, I moved past the open door, taking a moment to make sure she was home. Against the moonlight spilling through the floor-to-ceiling windows, I made out the shape of her figure lying on the bed, while I undressed, taking the time to set my clothes over the armchair at the foot of the bed. My eyes adjusted to the moonlit darkness. She laid face down and naked, sprawled over the covers, with one knee bent at a slight angle, perfect for my cock to slip in without waking her. Her face buried, her long hair draped half her bare back in the pillows like a dark curtain against the white satin. Before I climbed onto the bed, I grabbed a condom from the nightstand where she usually kept them and rolled it on. Settling in the space between her thighs, I ran a finger through her slit, then pushed into her warm pussy. Her hips shifted slightly, the only indication she'd felt anything. I inserted another finger and was rewarded with a soft whimper. But she knew not to move. My fingers came away slick with arousal. So ready for me, Miyakawa. I swung a leg over her and placed the other knee on the side of her hip, straddling her. I leaned forward, and with one hand supporting my weight, I dropped soft kisses to her shoulder, alternating with gentle nips. Another groan, lowering my body to her back. I slipped a hand under her breast, squeezing lightly. My hard cock brushed against her pussy, and I inched forward, letting it roll through the crease between her ass cheek. Her body trembled, followed by a low moan. Biting her shoulder, I slid my cock into her wet folds, slipping in with minimal effort. A perfectly slick pussy. Her bent knee shifted higher, giving me more access. I dropped my hand from her breast to her clit, rolling the pad of a finger over the sensitive bundle, and this time a louder moan filled the room. "Is that what you want?" I asked. In response, her ass bucked up, begging for more. I didn't give it to her. Instead, withdrawing, I maneuvered her body until she was flat on her stomach, with her legs spread wide, and in one quick thrust, I was fully seated up to the hilt in her warm pussy. Gripping her hips, I fucked her. My thrusts aggressive, the slam of my hips brutal. I'd only ever made love once. We were both innocent in our first time together, yet so beautiful it remained resonant for the rest of my life. Unlikely to be repeated. This, though, was hardcore fucking at its best, raw, unbridled, and impersonal, for me. Whether it was the same for her, I couldn't tell, and I didn't care. My rule was pretty simple. I'll fuck you on two conditions. Legs spread and mouth shut, then I'd bang you until you couldn't walk. Today, though, I wasn't interested in anything more than a quick fuck. I had things to do. Her pussy clamping around my cock brought me out of my reflections. It didn't take me long before my orgasm tightened my balls and I shot my load into the condom. It was nothing special, just another fuck. When my breathing evened out, I leaned forward. 6 years later, and still eager for my cock, Zena, I whispered in her ear. She stiffened under me, and I pulled back as her head whipped around to stare at me, surprise lining her brow, her mouth a shocked "oh." "Did you think you could fool me, girl?" I slid out of her and stood while getting rid of the condom. She vaulted up to sit, grabbed the sheet around her, and switched on the bedside lamp. I smirked. A little late for modesty. I moved away to dress, keeping my gaze trained on her. When I was done, I lowered myself into the armchair, crossed an ankle over the other knee, and rested an elbow on the armrest. Leaning a temple against my index finger, I waited for a silent minute, watching her squirm under my scrutiny. Her curiosity open-ended, she finally asked, How did... I know everything that goes on in my city, Zena. How is not important right now. Call Bianca, I instructed, keeping my voice low. She stared at me wordlessly. I read the grapple for excuses through the erratic shift of her eyes. Now, I barked. Gasping, she reached for her phone on the nightstand, and just before she dialed, I warned, "Give her any hint I'm here," and I rested my gun on my knee, the muzzle facing her, needing no words to let on my intention. Her eyes on me, she dialed. "Hey, Bianca, can you come back to the apartment, please? I slipped in the bathroom and hurt myself." "Good girl," I said when she disconnected the call. I studied her tense features, all flushed after a deep fuck. She'd matured. While her body had filled out perfectly in all the right places, and her hair longer, she was still stunning. She and Raiden were under the impression they'd escaped from my home, and I'd left them to believe that. I saw no reason to tell them differently, although I had plenty of questions. This wasn't the time. Judging by her curious expression, so did Xena. I probably just had to nod, and her questions would spill. This wasn't the time for small talk, though. After tonight, there never would be. I knew Bianca wouldn't be long, and I was right. 3 minutes after the call, she walked into the bedroom. "Hey, Z, what—" She trailed off on a small gasp as soon as her gaze fell on me. "Lorenzo, what a nice surprise! I see you met Xena." Her recovery was impeccable, her acting even more so. Xena moved to get up. My glare kept her in place. I shifted my gaze to the other woman. "Come here, Bianca." Kinks in her bravery began to show almost immediately. She swallowed and took a hesitant step toward me, then paused. "I can explain about Xena." She was still clueless. Good. "Now, Bianca," I warned. In 2 quick strides, she stood in front of me. "On your knees." Without protest, she dropped to the carpet, bringing her face in line with mine. "You have something for me, don't you?" Her hands immediately reached for my zipper. My brow was a slow lift. Immediately, she stopped, withdrawing her hand like a frightened child. "Where is it?" She gulped, slowly shaking her head. I don't know what you're talking about," she stuttered. Rage boiled inside me, but I contained it, letting my smirk speak for itself. "Do you know why I was delayed tonight, Bianca?" "No." "Turn around," I ordered. She frowned, hesitation opening and closing her mouth like a dying fish. "I want you to look at Xena while I explain why I was late today," I said. She blinked, confusion marring her brow. "Now," I hissed, when she made no move to turn. After she did, I moved to the edge of the seat, brought her back to sit on her knees between my spread legs, and rolled a slow finger from one shoulder to the other. She shivered under my touch. "Would you believe my bodyguard and I had to take out several men between my club and here? They were waiting in ambush for me." Her gasp mingled with Xena's. "You killed all of them?" Bianca asked, turning her head to look at me. I gripped her chin tightly, my nostrils flaring at the sight of her eyes widening in shock. "I'm a killer, Tesoro. It's what I do." "Isn't that right, Xena?" I looked at the woman clutching the sheets to her body as if it would shield her from me. She nodded. "Would you like to explain to me how those men knew where to find me?" My gaze locked with Xena's. Panic slowly colored her skin a distinct shade of terror. My brow shot up, and she shook her head. "Okay. What about you, Bianca? If Xena doesn't know, I'm sure you do." I released my hold on her chin. Bianca's shudders grew in leaps and bounds. "Please, Lorenzo, I don't know, I swear." I gripped her throat from behind, forcing her head to bend backwards so she could look at me. "Did Xena tell you how she knows me, Bianca? How I'd fucked her pussy until she passed out? How she'd sucked my cock until she choked?" She shook her head. "Do you want to know why I did that to her?" Again, she shook her head, fear widening her eyes. "I'll tell you anyway. The thing I hate more than a woman fucking with me mentally is the one that has the balls to fuck with me physically. And Xena tried to fuck with me mentally." I paused, waiting for my words to sink in, and when it did, Bianca's tears leaked down her temples into her hair. So I'll ask you again. Where is it?
In my safe.
She pointed to the wall-to-wall closet. Before I could ask, she called out the combination. I looked at Xena and gestured to her with a nod. Pulling the sheet around her body, she slipped off the bed and walked to the closet. When she had the safe open, she glanced at me over her shoulder.
What am I looking for? An SD card,
Bianca called out, swallowing to ease saliva down her dry throat still in my grip. Xena brought the card to me. I pocketed it, then nodded for her to climb back onto the bed. When she was sitting with her back against the headboard again, I slipped a knife out of my pocket. What do you think her punishment should be, Xena? She hesitated, knowing she held her friend's life in her hands.
I don't know what she did.
I let go of the other woman's throat. Why don't you tell her, Bianca? She spluttered for a few seconds, then dry-heaved, tears cascading a river down her cheeks.
I had a hand in his sister's rape,
she sobbed, choking. Xena gasped, slapping a hand to her mouth.
I'm so sorry, Lorenzo,
Bianca mumbled.
Please, I'll do anything to help you. Please don't kill me.
The words rushed out of her mouth. I'm confused. My laugh was low. If you're at my feet, begging to live, what help could you possibly give me? I leaned forward. You see, Kara, while you were playing me, you didn't realize you were being played. I gripped the hair at the back of her head until she yelped. Did you really think I wanted to fuck you? Me, Lorenzo Rossi, who has horse begging to lick his fucking shoes, was desperate to fuck a D'Angelo? No, Kara. You were a means to an end. Nothing more. 6 years tells you I'm a patient man, doesn't it? She nodded. Good. Then you know that the time is up for you, and all the fuckers responsible for Arabella's death.
Please, Lorenzo,
she begged. I glared at her before glancing up at Xena. Surprisingly, she didn't look as frightened until I met her gaze with the full force of my fury. She looked away and fidgeted with the sheet. My leniency will depend on your part in this, Bianca. I let go of her hair. Spill. Hiccuping on a sob, she swiped at her tears.
I befriended Arabella and introduced her to Luca. He was just 18 at the time, and I thought they'd become friends. I had no idea he had other plans.
Amazed that she could lie to my face, anger blazed through my veins. And the video?
It was collateral against Luca.
Calm belied my inner rage. What you're telling me is that you lured my sister to that fucker's porn house, set her up to get raped, took the time to record it, so you can blackmail him? I heard Xena's gasp, but didn't bother looking at her. Did I get all that right, Bianca? She nodded. And while my sister was dying from shame, Luca was purchasing this beautiful penthouse suite for you? Slowly, she shook her head, as if realizing for the first time that she'd dug a hole so deep she wasn't likely to get out of it.
Yes,
she whispered.
I'm sorry.
I glanced at Xena. Have you decided on her punishment? She shook her head. Well, decide quickly, or you'll be joining her if I decide.
You wouldn't,
she gasped.
I had nothing to do with your sister's death.
No, but sleeping with the enemy can get you in a shithole worse than death.
Trust me, if I'd known, I wouldn't have come here.
Just as a luxury a man like me can't afford, Xena. Even if you'd done a good job at sucking my cock. An immediate scowl replaced her desperate expression. It seemed like my compliment sounded like an insult. I grinned, and her scowl deepened. I grabbed Bianca by the hair again. Beg her for your life, Kara. Still keeping her hair in my grip, I turned her fully to face Xena. Tell her why you should live.
Xena, please,
she sobbed.
Don't let him kill me, please,
she begged. My gaze locked with Xena's. I cocked a brow, and her pretty green eyes begged me. To what? Not kill Bianca? Not let her make the decision? I didn't give a damn. Without breaking Zena's stare, I leaned forward, and with the precision of a surgeon's hand, I slowly sliced Bianca's neck from ear to ear. Her shocked gasp crested into ragged screams before morphing into incoherent gurgles with each inch of torn flesh the knife sank into. Zena's hands flew to her mouth to muffle her screams. She scrunched her eyes tight, shaking her head from side to side like it were possible to unsee the death of her friend. "Open your eyes, mia cara," I warned. She did, while gasping for air, her tear-soaked eyes now riveted on Bianca's shuddering body. I could smell the stench of her filthy blood, its coppery tang, a satisfying start to my bloodlust, one I'd waited a long time to unleash. I pushed her twitching body away from me, and she fell to the floor with a soft thud. Picking up Bianca's scarf that had floated to the floor sometime between her arrival and her death, I watched Zena as I cleaned my knife. She was trembling, her sobs now soft sniffles. Done, I tossed the scarf aside, pocketed my knife, and stood. Stepping over to Bianca, I righted my jacket, then looked at Zena. "I'm aware you had no hand in this bitch's plan to ambush me today. But I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't underestimate what I know or don't know. Fucking with me is one thing. Fucking with the people I love is more likely to get you killed. Beware of the company you keep, Zena." I turned to walk away.
Lorenzo?
I looked at her. She drew in a shaky breath.
Aren't you going to ask about Raiden?
"The fact that you let me fuck you tonight? I'm going to assume you're no longer fucking him." The fury that had slithered away with Bianca's last breath slinked its way back up my spine. And if you still are, it's a pity. He deserves much better. I had to be cruel because she couldn't give me what I needed. Even if I asked, she wouldn't. I walked away on a string of curses, angry with myself for not getting more involved, for not protecting Raiden. But I was no one to him. Outside the apartment, Dario fell into step next to me while on a call with the cleanup crew. "All good?" he asked when we exited the building. "Yeah. Got what we need." I climbed into the Escalade. "How are we going to play this?" he asked, sliding into the front passenger seat. "Like a 4th of July festival." "I like fireworks." Dario gave me one of his smug grins in the rearview mirror as my driver started the car. "Did she say anything?" He glanced over his shoulder at me. I stared at my bodyguard, shaking my head. I didn't ask. He opened his mouth to say something, seemed to think better of it, and turned away. I didn't miss his soft sigh. He'd been a good friend over the years, more than just a bodyguard. And while he refrained from being direct about certain things, I knew he cared. I liked that about him. He might have the hands of a killer, but he possessed the heart of a lover. I smiled and glanced out the window. Zena and Raiden belonged in my past. And that's where they'd stay.
Chapter 22. Raiden, 24 years. Rage turned my vision into a red haze. Violence flamed in my veins, pounded in my temples, eager to be set free. But I kept it in check. That was one thing I'd learned to do well over time. 6 years to be exact. Those that knew me didn't know what lurked beneath my handsome facade. I smirked. Yeah, I was cocky as shit, with good reason. I swore I'd never let another man catch me unawares. No one would control me, ever. Grinning, I was ready to let the fucker who'd just planted a left hook to my jaw get a peek at my unbridled side. Swinging wide, my fist connected with his right cheekbone, knocking his head to the side, dreadlocks dancing a haphazard groove, spittle and blood flying from his mouth as I heard bone crunching against my wrapped knuckles. When his face stopped shuddering with the impact, he turned, and for just a second he stared at me, his dazed look a telltale sign I'd damaged something. "Come on, fuckface." I waited for him to come at me, exhilaration nipping at my shoulders to show him who was boss. "Hey!" I tapped his chest, and like a well-played statue, he fell backward, hitting the floor with a resounding thud. An immediate roar followed as the usual crowd circling us went wild. Chants and hoots of cheers resonated around the concrete basement, vibrating over my skin and bouncing off my bones. I fucking love it. My fury cooling to a calm, I grinned when Austin and Desmond, my best buds, lifted me onto their shoulders and paraded me like a fucking prized bull. The chanting grew louder every time Austin screamed my name. Glory hound that he was, I allowed him his moment of triumph before tapping his shoulder. When I jumped off my perch, they followed me to my Porsche. I glanced over to where Wesley was being carried out by his friends, crimson patches mixed with sweat glistening against his chocolate skin. He'd been a tough fucker, the best among his gang of thieves, but my skill had improved over the years, and he was no match for me. I leaned my butt against the hood and waited while Desmond unwrapped the bloodied bandages off my hands. "You fucking nailed it today," he chuckled. "Please tell me you're giving this shit up now." Austin examined the bruises on my face. "Or you might fuck up this pretty boy face. You want me to?" I surveyed the basement, the concrete arena I'd discovered by accident on a drunken spree with the guys. The stench of exhaust fumes, beer, and marijuana smoke clogged the air and might tighten the chest of some, but it was a source of entertainment for a select few. Not the likely place I'd be caught dead in, given I was raiding fucking Princeton, billionaire heir of an affluent family and currently the king of this underground fight club. For me, it wasn't about the money, more the fucking thrill of danger it unleashed in me. Winning just fed the addiction. "Jesus, Ray, I almost thought he had you when he landed that last hit." Austin parked his butt next to me. "Well, he didn't," I scoffed. "The next one might." Desmond handed me bottled water. I cocked a brow, and all three of us sniggered like we were back in high school. "Not that I'm complaining, but what the fuck, Raiden?" Greg, the organizer, approached and handed Austin and Desmond their share of my winnings. "You drive the best fucking car among all these shit stirrers, dress like you belong on the fucking cover of a Forbes magazine, and look like fucking Prince Charming who should ride in on a white horse. Why the fuck do you do this?" "Because I can." I shrugged, taking a swig of the water. "Jesus, you're a cocky little shit," he snorted. I grinned. "The last man who called me that is the reason I'm standing here today. The only difference, I'm not little anymore. I'll fuck up anyone you send my way, and these two will walk away with enough cash to set up their little bike shop." The memory of Lorenzo Rossi's face when he first called me the name flashed through my mind, and I shut it down. I wasn't weak then, and I sure as fuck wasn't weak now. Repercussions be damned. My motto in life, and another learning from Lorenzo. "Yeah, thanks for mine, too." Greg patted his shirt pocket that housed his winnings. "Well, whoever that man is, I'm glad you met him, because you've got the perfect fucking attitude for this shit." He chuckled, shaking his head. "Anyway, I'm out of here. Always nice having you around. I'll call you." Mock saluting me, he walked away. I stared after him. Greg was a couple of years older than my father, and the first time I wanted to fight, he'd called me a pretty boy and said if I wanted to play with the big boys, I'd have to show him I wouldn't faint at the first sight of blood. If only he knew. I hadn't bothered with telling him details of my kidnapping escapade. All through my training, it was thoughts of Lorenzo Rossi that had pushed me, even when I lost my first fight. There were times I wondered if he'd come looking for me after Zena and I escaped. We agreed to never tell anyone what happened, and I assumed Lorenzo was waiting to see if we would. "Let's get out of here." I straightened, then noticed Desmond was missing. "Where's Des?" Austin didn't bother looking up from his phone and shrugged. "I'm sure the horny bastard is around here somewhere, blowing his load down some slut's throat. Just whistle. He'll probably come running like a bitch in heat." I rolled my eyes. Between my two friends, I wasn't sure who was the bigger dick, not from a sexual perspective, but the ability to outdo each other's dirty mouths. "Hey, handsome." I was about to open the car door and turned as a brunette in a tight black miniskirt and a silver tank embossed with the words "Lick Me" that barely covered her tits neared us. "I'm thirsty. Would you like to buy me a drink?" She rolled the tip of her tongue over pink lips that looked like she'd sucked one too many cocks in her young life. I put her around 17, my sister's age, and the idea she was out here at this time of the night among men that preyed on girls her age made my stomach turn. Austin and I exchanged looks before I downed the rest of my drink. "Sorry, I've just quenched mine." I shrugged, gesturing to the empty bottle in my hand. "Fuck, girl. Don't you have school tomorrow?" Austin's quip earned him a scowl that turned her pretty face inside out. Bastard that he was, he chuckled. "Where did that pretty face go? Or is that a version of your pussy?" He snorted. She stalked off. I shook my head at him. "What?" He chuckled. "You gave up that sweet ass for the warm pussy back home, and you're looking at me like I just fucked her. Will you ever change?" Sometimes I wondered why I kept him around as a friend, and then I'd remember all the shit we'd gotten up to. He was the one constant in my life who never held me accountable for anything. If I decided something, good or bad, he stuck by me. The other being Zena Sin. Nobody will ever be as beautiful as her, or compare. You know that. I flexed my hands to get the blood circulating. Austin cursed under his breath. Oddly, I could never get my best friend and my girlfriend to like each other. War erupted the second they spent more than 5 minutes in the same room. Still, they tolerated each other for me. After the kidnapping, our relationship saw good days and bad. While we survived, there were times I felt Zena withdraw from me. We'd both changed over the years. I'd become an arrogant asshole who challenged everything, and she sweetly submissive. She'd seen me at my worst and my best, and was the one person I could count on when I needed a morale boost. Zena Sen was the woman I'd love for the rest of my life. Only, she didn't fully believe me, and while she hadn't verbalized it, I'd seen it in her eyes when I'd catch her looking at me. When I questioned her about it, she'd wave off the notion with a "you're too hot for me" comeback. I'd laugh it off, but often found myself wondering why. "Which of you two assholes insulted my sister?" Someone grunted, bringing me out of my reflections with a frown. A tall guy with ugly-ass tattoos that made him look like a kid's scribbled version of a coloring book stood with his hands on his hips and his black eyes riveted on me. "Your sister?" Austin answered. The dude's gaze shifted as the lick-me girl arrived at his side. "Which one, Tinker?" "Tinker?" Austin blew out on a hard laugh. "Let me guess. Earn that from all the men tinkering with your scowling pussy? You fucking asshole." Her brother flew at Austin. I stepped in front of my friend, catching the other man with a grunt, shuddering punch to the gut. The man folded over and dropped to his knees, clutching his stomach. Eyes burning with rage, he glared at me, the threat to get me evident. Cursing, I kneed him in the forehead. He fell on his backside, his hand flying to the back of his head that connected with the concrete floor. His sister hurried to his side, screaming a name I didn't bother to note. "We need to get out of here. Cops are on their way." Desmond slapped my back, having returned without me noticing. "Shit, you started another one without me." He chuckled. "Let's go." He slid behind the wheel of his Chevy van. Austin jumped into the driver's seat of my car while I took the passenger seat. The engine roared to life, and a couple of seconds later, so did 50 other cars before we were all snaking toward the exit.
Chapter 23. Lorenzo, 37 years. Remo was waiting outside the club for me. He'd called 30 minutes ago, letting me know the D'Angelos had attacked our warehouse. Over the last 4 weeks, my man had painted Jersey with D'Angelo's blood until we got what we wanted. And with that came the retaliation I'd been expecting. Still, it didn't faze me. Like Dario always said, I had the patience of a saint. but I'd been a determined motherfucker the second my father's sperm left his body. I might be the drug lord of New York City, but mess with my family, and I didn't take revenge. I got even. How many? I asked, climbing out of my Lambo. 3 dead, 2 injured. It was a pity I'd lost men, but every soldier knew what they were in for once initiated. There was no turning back. The D'Angelos? Remo grimaced. Do you even have to ask? That meant none of their men had walked away alive. Served them right. Step into my territory and the chances I'd let you live were slim to none. And even if I did, Remo wasn't as lenient. He'd take the fuckers down just for fun. He'd only ever held back once. I didn't have to ask. He just knew he couldn't. Did we get him? My brother's smile was slow, the evil intent indecipherable to people who didn't know him. I did. Smiling, I followed him into the waiting Escalade. The final nail is about to go down. Inch by fucking inch, brother. Remo grinned, and I almost expected him to rub his hands together in glee. Since Bianca's death, and even though she'd given me the name I'd waited an eternity for, getting to Luca D'Angelo had proved harder than fuck. Then I'd started an all-out war. My terms were simple. If they wanted peace, give me Luca, and I'd let them live. They chose death. Unfortunately, it had spread into Italy, and it was only a matter of time before my uncle would be visiting with one of his peace treaties. I pocketed the phone I'd been staring at for the last minute and looked up. Where is he? What do you think? I frowned. The warehouse? His chuckle was low. They wouldn't even dream of looking in the place they just attacked, killed our men, and lost theirs. I had to hand it to my brother. He'd make a fine leader one day. Provided he survived to see that fucking day. Yes, he'd become more careless, but he'd always done right by the Rossi name. Smiling, I glanced out the window. Under the cover of the night, all forms of horrors came out to play. Admittedly, 2 of the worst in New York sat in this car. I think it's time you took a wife. Gave me a nephew or niece to entertain. My head snapped to my brother, my shock palpable in my sharp intake of breath, and Remo threw his head back with a belly laugh. Jesus, Rance! Your expression is priceless. You're fucking insane, I scoffed. We're about to kill a man, and you're talking about me marrying? Where the fuck is this coming from? I lifted a brow. Are you getting soft on me? Never, he snorted between laughs. You've been distracted lately. And the best solution you can come up with is I should marry and make babies? I shook my head and glanced out the window again. You want to talk about it? I detected the hesitation in his words. That was something new for him. Talk about what? What, or should I say, who, has you looking so miserable these days? Did you meet someone new and she's not into who you are? I was good at hiding my emotions and wondered what made him think I was miserable. Probably the late nights spent in my study staring into the darkness outside my window with a drink in my hand. Sleepless nights had become part of my lifestyle. Lately, though, it had gotten worse, and I constantly felt like something was missing. Maybe Remo was right. I needed someone in my life. Choices were endless when it came to a quick or hard fuck. Long-term permanency, however, was a little more difficult to fulfill. Viable options were severely lacking. I haven't met anyone new. Someone old, then? He pushed. The vehicle slowing saved me from answering, and he gave me an I'm not done with this look before he climbed out. I followed, taking in the battalion of armed soldiers patrolling the grounds. Remo wasn't taking any chances. Dario greeted us at the entrance, and when we stepped inside, I glanced around the workspace that resembled one of those too much gore and not enough story horror flicks. The air, thick with the coppery tang of blood, puke, and piss, was further desecrated by blood-splattered walls and dismembered bodies piled in one corner. I looked at my brother. Your handiwork? His grin would give Dr. Hyde a run for his money. I like art, he shrugged. This way. Dario pointed to the corridor that led to a stairwell. We descended to the basement, 4 floors down. More men flanked the long passage that extended from the stairs. Unlike the brightly lit space upstairs, down here, the only light came from yellow bare bulbs hanging from the ceiling. We had several warehouses and distribution centers scattered throughout the city, but I hadn't been to this one yet. Remo managed it solely, and judging by the paint-chipped walls and unpolished cement floors, housekeeping was the least of his interests. There were no doors or windows in sight, and I wondered about ventilation for the workers, making a mental note to question my brother later. Entering one of the rooms behind Remo, I loosened my tie, pulled off my jacket, and rolled up my shirt sleeves. I felt Dario and my brother's gazes on me. I knew what they were thinking, that I would lose my shit the second I saw Luca. It was expected. Fuck, the moment I got the call we'd found him, I couldn't get here fast enough. Still, I'd bided my time. I even drove the Lambo into the city instead of taking the chopper. Patience like that took skill. It was what kept me in power and alive. Stealing my emotions, I glanced up at the lone figure, bound and gagged in the center of the sparsely furnished rooms. Rage immediately danced a fine line between impatience and the desire to kill down my spine. I reined it in. 1 bullet was all it would take to end his life, but instant death was too good for him. He needed to die, slowly, painfully, and begging for mercy, and even after he begged, he would still die. When I stood in front of him, he ran a slow gaze the length of my body before it returned to my face. I nodded to Dario, and he pulled out the gag. Luca D'Angelo's first reaction was to spit at me. His aim was off, and it landed just next to my shoe.
Rossi fucking shit!
He hissed, glaring at me. Again, I nodded to Dario. The second he undid Luca's handcuffs, the man leaped at me. With one swift move, I sidestepped him and grabbed him by the back of his neck, my fingers digging deep into his skin, while my other hand grabbed and pinned one of his wrists behind his back. I'm guessing your father never taught you manners, Luca. Disrespecting your host in his city? I sneered. I was bigger than him, and I had a feeling his attitude was his downfall. Twisting the arm I held behind his back until he winced, I lowered him to the floor. Lick it, I growled, forcing his head to the spot where his spit landed. He struggled, trying to push back against my hold. I slammed his head to the ground, and his scream bounced off the floor, blood quickly sprouting from the bust nose. A rush of Italian spilled out his filthy mouth. Lick the fucking spit, you vile piece of shit, I snarled, pushing his face back to the spit, now mixed with drops of blood. I held him down until his tongue darted out to lick it. He dry-heaved for a moment, and Remo's chuckle had Luca cursing. Forcing him back to the chair, I nodded to Dario, who cuffed him once more. I stood back and studied the man I'd searched for years. His black eyes flew around the room, looking for an escape route, no doubt. I folded my arms across my chest and took a step forward. I'm going to ask you just one question, and depending on your answer, you'll be free to leave. I kept the anger out of my voice. Behind me, Remo snorted a laugh, earning a deathly stare from Luca that had no impact on my brother. What did you do to Arabella, Luca? I asked, and his gaze returned to my face. Nothing, he said. Remo took a step toward Luca. Remo, I consoled, knowing he'd lose his shit, yet shared his pain. Without so much as a blink, I grabbed a knife off the table, flipped it in my hand, and stuck it through Luca's left thigh, ripping material in the process. Blood gushed quickly, turning his white pants crimson. He howled like a bitch, and I twisted the blade. His harsh breath blended with his cries as his body shook. I'm going to ask you again. I shunted the knife deeper, and he screamed. What did you do to Arabella? Sweat beaded his brow, and his jaw clenched against the pain. His black eyes, hard and furious, glared at me.
Fuck you, Rossi!
He hissed in air through his teeth. Do you worse! My father will have your head, he sneered. Leaning closer, I met his stare with my smirk. What you don't know about me, boy, is that I fear no one, not even death itself. The only person who will be brave enough to take me out will be sporting a double asshole. I ground out, hearing Remo snort behind me. Since one hasn't been found yet, I think I'm safe for the moment, don't you? Fuck you! We'll get to that in a minute. I straightened. What the fuck does that mean? I heard the sudden dip in his voice. We already know what you did. Unfortunately for you, Bianca recorded your porn movie. His eyes flared for just a beat. The other 3 fuckers that raped my sister with you are dead. Did you know that? I watched his Adam's apple bob. I'm guessing not. But I'm not gonna kill you. His eyes widened. You're not? No. I have something a little more entertaining for you. I looked up at Dario. He nodded. You here? Luca's gaze jerked from mine to Dario and back, trying to work out what I had in store for him. Who's here? What are you gonna do with me? He turned as the door behind him opened, and 8 men stepped inside and lined up against the wall. What's going on? Who are these men? Panic sluiced through his words. They're going to fuck you, Luca, I said. Straight fights are your thing, right? Wait, what? They'll kill me? Fear shone in his eyes as he stared at the 8 men. They were big and brawny. It's not a fair fight, I laughed. You think these men are here to fight you? He frowned, and I added, No, Luca. These men are here to fuck you. As in rape you. 2 for each of the 4 men that raped my sister. No! He screamed, jerking against the handcuffs. You can't, please, don't do this! I lunged forward, my jaw clenched, molars grinding. That's what she said, didn't she? Arabella begged and you laughed in her face. I snarled, balling my fists. Once they're done with you, you will be allowed to leave. Without your car, that is. And provided you're able to stand after they've had their fill. Luca was still screaming and wrenching at the handcuffs when I walked away. He's all yours. I nodded to the 8 men. Have fun. I left the room without a backward glance. Remo and Dario followed. My brother clapped me on the back. Fuck, brother, you're gonna be a legend. And I want to be just like you when I grow up. Laughing, I headed upstairs. Dinner? He nodded.
Chapter 24. Xena, 28 years. You look like shit. I looked up as Katie entered my open-plan studio unit and handed me a bag. You don't say. Fanning my face as my stomach suddenly somersaulted, I pulled in deep breaths to stay the nausea tickling my throat. Does he know? Shoving my hands into my hair, I shook it from side to side. I don't even know if I am, I muttered. She dropped next to me on the bed and rubbed my arm lightly. My breasts are so fucking tender, they'd give Thanksgiving turkey a run for its money. And what's with the fucking need to pee all the time? I'm half tempted to stick a catheter up my pussy. I groaned, and Katie chuckled. Weren't you on the pill? I looked at her and rolled my eyes. You know that 1% possibility of falling pregnant while on the pill? She nodded. Well, if I was on the pill, I would have probably been part of that 1%. My voice dripped with sarcasm. Then he should be okay with you falling pregnant? She arched a brow. We use condoms. She frowned. Really? You guys have been together a long time. She trailed off, and I understood her skepticism. I'm not interested in taking the pill, and since we've been on and off so often, we decided it was best. I shrugged, not really wanting to share my relationship details. And condoms do tear. My words stalled as my stomach flipped again. Vaulting off the bed and almost tripping in my rush to get to the bathroom, I flipped open the lid of the toilet, barely aiming before I threw up. The sound and sickening smell of vomit hitting the water squeezed my insides, making the exertion more disgusting. I retched for what seemed like ages, flushing continuously as I did so. When I finally sat back and my breathing slowed, I rubbed a hand down my face. Here. Katie handed me a wet towel. Leaning my head against the wall, I covered my face with it and pulled in deep breaths. Come on. We have to get this done before you chicken out. She grasped my arm. Pulling off the towel, I got to my feet. Did you pee yet? I shook my head. Good. My sister says your first pee for the day is likely to get better results. And she would know. She's got 4 monsters. She chuckled, holding out the drugstore bag. Thank you for coming today. I smiled, grateful she was there to help me when my mother was a 2-hour drive away in Granger Valley. No need to thank me. I'm sure you'll return the favor one day. She laughed at my shocked expression. No, I'm not planning to fall pregnant anytime soon. Sliding out a box, I tore it open and looked at the device almost the size of a palm. So small, yet it could change the rest of my life. Pull off the cap, stick it between your legs, and let it rip. Katie leaned against the sink and crossed her arms over her chest. Make sure you get most of it on the part sticking out. Grinning, I dropped my shorts, sat on the toilet, and positioned the stick where I assumed it would catch the most liquid. Done, I held it out to her, catching her excited expression as she took it. At least one of us was enthusiastic. The silence was killing me, and when she finally looked at me, it felt like hours had passed instead of a few minutes. You're pregnant? What? I shouldn't have been surprised, but the confirmation was frightening. You're fucking pregnant, girl! Katie's excitement died when she caught my anxious expression. She frowned. Are you going to tell him? I drew in a shaky breath. I have to. We haven't had sex since... I broke off, gulping. Since... Lorenzo. Huh? She looked at me like I'd just gone completely insane. What are you on about? And who's Lorenzo? I stared at her, totally mind-fucked. It had been almost 6 weeks since Bianca's death, and I'd become sleep-deprived. If that wasn't enough, I kept expecting the cops to come pounding on my door demanding answers, even though a part of me accepted that Lorenzo probably had the shit cleaned up. I hadn't stuck around to find out. But her death was the least of my worries. I had bigger problems now. Sleeping with him that night hadn't been part of the plan. You remember that night I stayed over at Bianca's? Katie nodded. Well, she lied to me about him coming over, I grumbled, irritated because she hadn't mentioned the ambush either. Not that I expected her to. Why would she discuss mafia business with me? I was just a work friend. Only now I was royally screwed. It seemed that night added far more complications to my life than I'd anticipated. I don't understand. Katie touched my arm. I was drunk. I'd passed out, and when I came to, Lorenzo Rossi was fucking me. As I explained, Katie's eyes grew wider with each word. You're shitting me, she exclaimed. It's the truth. At first I was shocked. Then when I realized what was happening, I was too scared to stop him. The run-in I had with him years ago wasn't exactly consensual, and I just decided to let him finish. I saw no reason to tell her what had happened after that, or answer the burning question everyone at the club had asked. What happened to Bianca? Are you saying the baby is his? She asked. Biting my bottom lip, I nodded. She looked even more lost than I felt. Did he know it was you that night, and not Bianca? He wasn't happy about finding me in the bed. Even though I uttered the words, I knew it was a lie. Wasn't happy was an understatement. He'd been ice cold about the discovery. Then he mentioned he'd known all along that I was in Bianca's bed. It left me out of sorts. If that was the case, had he chosen to visit that night just to fuck me? Could I be that vain? You want to do another test? I was still sitting on the toilet and nodded. She ripped open the second box and held the stick out to me. A few minutes later, after I'd peed and handed it over, she looked up. Still pregnant. Groaning, I stood, pulled up my shorts, and washed my hands after flushing. Did Lorenzo not use a condom? He did. Chewing my bottom lip, I stared at her dumbly. If both men wore condoms, how can you be certain it's Lorenzo's and not Raiden? Instead of an answer, I blew out a frustrated breath. Because I haven't seen Raiden in over a month. He's visiting diamond mines and shit like that with his father. Oh, yes. They're the high-end jewelry moguls, right? I nodded. Whatever the case, I'm fucked. Raiden and Lorenzo have a history as well. Oh, boy. Yeah, you can say that again. So I've got two choices. Tell Raiden and don't tell Lorenzo. Tell Raiden and Lorenzo. You think that's fair on Raiden? Nope. I'm kind of fucked either way, I guess. She followed me into the bedroom, and I flopped back on the mattress. While I did feel like crap for cheating on Raiden, no one could blame me. I didn't ask for what happened that night. Lorenzo's words just before he left, though, had been cruel, as if I'd been there on purpose. I let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Either the universe was intent on throwing Lorenzo Rossi in my path, or I was a victim of circumstance. Still, I couldn't be certain Raiden would understand. I have to say, you're super calm given your situation, Katie teased. I closed my eyes for a moment and massaged my brow before staring up at the ceiling. The bun's already in the oven. Even if I throw a tantrum or roll around the floor from anxiety, what good would any of that do? At the end of it, I'll still be pregnant. I pushed up onto my elbows to look at her, then rolled my neck to ease the tension stiffening the muscles there. She pursed her lips then. Alternatives? My eyes flew to her face, my expression of horror blatant, knowing what she meant without asking. No way! That's not even an option, I reproached. Hey, I'm not the enemy here. I'm just trying to think for you. I sighed. I'm sorry. Earlier, you mentioned you and Raiden are an off-and-on couple. Mind if I ask why? I mean, you guys make a gorgeous couple and should have been married by now, right? Sitting up, I stuffed a hand through my hair. Over the last year or so, we sort of moved into that comfort zone of sleeping together when we feel like. I shrugged on the last part. And you think that this baby might make you permanently off? Honestly, I don't know what to think. After escaping Lorenzo, Raiden changed, both in the bedroom and out. He became arrogant, daring, and loved a challenge. Yet there were times when the softer side, the innocence I knew well, came out to play. And still, I loved both sides of him. I wasn't sure if it was the kidnapping or Lorenzo that changed him. But I never asked, and he never offered any discussion. Besides my family, I never told anyone this. Lorenzo kidnapped Raiden and me years ago. Katie's jaw dropped, her eyes wide saucers of horror. I grinned. Anyway, after we escaped, Raiden and I carried on like the kidnapping never happened. The first 2 years were great, then I trailed off, realizing I missed the old Raiden, the innocent boy I'd met. It's become more off than on? Her quiet question dragged my gaze back to her face. It's been 6 years. She moved to the bed, sat, and slid a hand around my waist. Sometimes a baby is the perfect miracle to bring two people drifting apart back together again. If the baby was his, he doesn't need to know. I gasped, pulling back slightly. Are you saying I should lie to Raiden? I shot up from the bed and paced the room. I could never live with myself if I lied to him. Katie sighed. What choice do you have, Z? Do you honestly believe Lorenzo is going to accept you and this baby without questions? Going from what you just told me, him fucking you wasn't consensual. Says a lot about the man. She stood, and nearing me, grasped my hands to stop me from pacing. Would you rather the child grows up without a father? I stared at her, my mind utter chaos, my stomach even more so. No, but forcing fatherhood on Raiden just to keep him isn't fair on him. Look, I can only imagine what you're going through right now, but take some time to think this through before you attempt any discussions with him or Lorenzo. She squeezed my hands gently. Whatever you decide, just know I'm here for you, okay? Biting my lip to hold off the tears, I nodded. Right. Now, what do you need me to do next? A shaky laugh slipped through my lips at her motherly expression, and I pulled her into my arms. For now, I just need a hug. I heard her sob as she slipped her arms around me and squeezed tighter. You're going to be fine. Just make me the fucking godmother, okay? Laughing, I leaned back. You'll be an awesome godmother. Come on, I'll make us some coffee. When are you going to tell Raiden? She asked, following me into the kitchen. Grabbing 2 mugs from the cupboard above the stove, I set them on the counter. I need to drive into Granger Valley. Maybe make a weekend trip out of it. I'll give Raiden's sister a call to check where he is and surprise him. Even though I had to give it some thought, I put the impending news to the back of my mind.
Chapter 25. Raiden, 24 years. Hey, handsome. You awake? My eyes snapped open. The room was dark, but I could still make out the caramel hue of Zena's face in the moonlight. She knelt on the bed, her knees folded under her, her bright eyes, luminous against the dark, on me. What are you doing here, babe? Groggy with sleep, I reached for her hand. I hadn't seen her in a while because I'd traveled with my father and planned to pop into the city the following weekend. Shh, she whispered. Go back to sleep. When I tried to sit up, she pressed me back down. After tonight's fight, Austin and I had gone on a drinking binge. By the time I got home, I was staggering through the door, so focusing took a minute. Come here, I whispered, needing to touch her, my cock already springing to life. She moved up and straddled my hips, grinding over my erection. A husky groan vibrated through my chest. She rolled her hips again. Even in the semi-darkness, I made out her mischievous smile. When she pulled my boxers down to release my cock, I realized she wasn't wearing any underwear, and I felt her bare pussy on my skin. Pulling her to me, I stared at her for just a moment, and in that look, she knew what was coming, what I wanted. One hand at the back of her head, the other curled around her throat, I slammed her lips to mine. The kiss wasn't gentle. It was deep and hard, our teeth gnashing together, tongues entwining before I bit her lips. She winced from the pain, yet still groaning into my mouth. I lifted her onto my face, and her surprised cry morphed into a quick moan of pleasure as I sucked her pussy lips into my mouth. My tongue slid through her folds before darting into her entrance, sucking hard, and she leaned forward, her hands grabbing the headboard to keep her balance. I ate her like I wanted to fuck her, ruthless and relentless. Zena stared down at me and cried out when I bit her clit. She was so wet and sweet, rocking her hips and riding my face. My cock jerked, begging for attention. I pulled back slightly. "Suck me." Nodding, she turned around slowly, shoving back until her pussy pressed into my face, while she leaned over and took my cock in her mouth. I groaned as she swallowed me to the hilt, her teeth grazing the sensitive skin on her way down. She pushed her pussy harder against my mouth. I slid a thumb into her wet entrance, and she bucked up. Coating my thumb with her slick juices, I moved it up to the puckered rear entrance and eased it in while I tongue-fucked her. She moaned around my cock, clamping down hard on the shaft. Pushing my thumb in deeper, I nipped her clit, and her sweet cries crowned my cock. She bucked hard, chasing her orgasm, but she knew I wouldn't give her that. Flipping her off me, I stood and grabbed a condom from the nightstand. With my eyes on her, I rolled it on and took the chair near the window. "You know what to do, babe." She didn't hesitate. She never did. Climbing off the bed, she slipped her t-shirt up and over her head. I stared at her perfectly shaped body, beautiful, with a natural golden tan some women paid top dollar to achieve. My gaze anchored by dark brown nipples I wanted to taste, and I bit down on my bottom lip. She walked toward me, and when she stopped, I wrapped my fingers around her throat. "Did you miss me?" "Yes," she wheezed as I dragged her body onto my lap. "Then ride my fucking cock like you need oxygen." I kept my hand on her throat as she lowered herself, and I thrust up. Her face contorted, her pain making me smile, and she gripped my shoulders. I thrust up once more. A groan rasped past her lips, and I drew her face down to me, crushing her mouth to mine, nipping and teasing while adding pressure to her throat. Releasing her mouth, I squeezed a breast with my free hand and latched onto a nipple, biting down, and she pumped my cock harder. I did the same to her other nipple, and her cries echoed around us as I felt a rush of arousal slick my cock. Letting go of her throat, I gripped her ass cheeks, my fingers digging deep, and slammed her down on my cock over and over until she whimpered, her orgasm close. Lifting her off me, I carried her to the bed and tossed her on the mattress. "On your knees." She rolled over on all fours and bared her sweet pussy to me. I didn't hesitate. In one quick move, I drove in to the hilt. Her moan was low and hoarse. Curling my hand around her throat, I gripped her hip with the other and fucked her, my thrusts relentless. My orgasm close, my balls tightened in anticipation. Zena's pants grew harsher, her moans louder. She was close, too. My fingers sought her clit. I circled the sensitive bud and pressed down with the right amount of pressure. "Raiden," she rasped. Squeezing her throat tighter, I fucked her harder, and just as my orgasm blasted down my spine, I released her throat, pinched her clit, and sank my teeth into her shoulder. Her pussy pulsed and tightened around my cock. Gripping her hips, nails biting into her skin, I filled the condom. Fingers twisted in the covers. Zena's body shook under me, her cries muffled against the bed. Breathing hard, I stood there, waiting for my body to stop trembling. I stared down at Zena's bowed body and ran my fingers over her skin, loving the smooth feel of her. Her moans of gratification told me she liked it too. I'd come a long way since our first night together and the sweet lovemaking then. While I'd matured, my sexual appetite changed. I became more demanding in the bedroom, and she loved every minute of hard pleasure I inflicted on her body. We didn't get to see each other often, and when we did, the sex was mind-blowing every time. I slid out of her and headed for the bathroom. When I returned, Zena was already dressed and sitting on the edge of my bed. I frowned. "You're not staying?" "No, but we need to talk." She finished zipping up her second boot and looked up. I dropped down next to her on the bed. "That sounds ominous." I laughed. "What's up?" "I've been thinking. She trailed off and her gaze dropped to the floor. That maybe we need to take a break. What the fuck? That came out of left field. You're kidding, right? I ran a finger along her chin and ignored her silly words. Stay the night. Maybe you're tired after the drive. Her eyes met mine, and I wasn't sure what about her look twisted my gut. It took a moment to register that she wasn't teasing. Are you seriously breaking up with me, Zena? I stared at her, wondering what was driving the irrational decision. Color me stupid, but didn't we just fuck? She didn't respond. With my head in my hands, I took a long, deep breath, trying to find some calm among the chaos my life had become over the years. I used to be a grounded kid, or so I was told. Then shit happened. Since then, I've tried to find my way, tried to live the life that I wanted, but there was always something missing. Fuck if I knew what. And now this shit. I lifted my head and stared at my girlfriend of 6 years. Well, 4.5 to be exact. The first 6 months took a while to build into something permanent, and the last year had been a fucked up on and off type of relationship. While it suited us both, there were times I wanted something a little more permanent. Look, Raiden, I think it's for the best. I have no desire to drag this out, or even fight for a relationship that has become something we both don't seem to enjoy anymore. You mean you don't? I scoffed. Was that a goodbye fuck? Rising, she shook her head and paced a little. I don't know what came over me, and I shouldn't have done it, but what? She stopped pacing to look at me. I came here to tell you something which I needed to do in person. I stared at her, my expression blank, waiting for her to continue. She let out a long, drawn-out sigh. You remember that night I went out with the girls from the club, Bianca and Katie? Yeah. She was the one that went missing? Zena nodded, shoving a hand through her hair, and something told me I didn't want to hear what was to follow. I got pissed out of my mind that night, and I stayed over at Bianca's place. Her boyfriend came over and... She trailed off, her green eyes searching mine before she dropped to her haunches in front of me and gripped my hand. I didn't do it on purpose, Raiden. Please believe me. Do what? Anger stiffened my spine as I reined in my impatience. He thought Bianca was in bed, and we sort of had sex. I let out a caustic laugh. What the fuck is sort of? You either fucked or you didn't. I stood, and the force of my movement sent her sprawling back on her ass. I made no move to help her. Which is it, Zena? She picked herself up off the floor and chewed her bottom lip. I was drunk, passed out, and he fucked me. He had no idea I wasn't Bianca because he hadn't switched on the lights. I gaped at her, trying to decide whether I was angry or shocked or both. You expect me to believe that? Yes. I know I should have told you about this before we had sex, but I missed you, and I just needed to feel close to you again. You missed me? So you slept with someone else? I looked at her, incredulity tightening my jaw in a rigid clench. Care to give that a little more insight, seeing as I look like a dumb fuck to you? She shook her head, anger turning her cheeks red. Why do I even bother with you? You've become this hot-headed asshole who doesn't give a flying fuck about anything, least of all me. Don't give me that, I hissed. I might be fucking hot-headed and I might not be around, but I don't fuck other women. I fuck you. I watched the changing emotions flick across her face in quick succession. Anger, irritation, then defeat. Tears sprang to her eyes and quickly rolled down her cheeks, making me almost not believe them. I didn't fuck him or anyone. I was drunk, Raiden. She neared me, her fingers laced together in surrender. Can you remember the last time you touched me with attention? The last time you said I love you, and not because you needed to say it back? Guilt skated down my spine. The last time we shared anything other than a quick fuck. You call me your girlfriend, yet you're more of a stranger to me than some of the people that visit the club. Even when you're with me, you're never with me completely or wholly. She took hold of my hand. We were close once, and then you began losing yourself in things that didn't matter until you got lost. Now you're struggling to find your way back. I pushed her hand away, anger spearheading my need to hit something. Spare me the psychoanalytical bullshit, Xena. Because you are feeling guilty about fucking someone else doesn't make me the asshole. I walked away, needing some distance, some air. I didn't want to admit it, but her words suffocated the shit out of me, because they could ring true whether I admitted it or not. Staring out the window, I rubbed my arms against the cold wind drifting through the air. Maybe she was right. Maybe I'd lost myself along the way. Maybe I needed something to give my life meaning. Maybe I was an asshole. Still, I was faithful to her. This was why I loved the fight clubs. It pulled me into a world where black and white was colored red, where feelings were real because you were getting your ass kicked, where it didn't matter who you were as long as you knew how to use your fists, where pain wasn't manipulated, it was manifested. I think you should go, Xena. You're right. I'm the asshole, and you deserve better. I turned away from the window to look at her. Her shoulders shook, and suddenly I felt guilty. Maybe the signs were there, and I'd ignored them because I was comfortable with the norm. Xena was the norm. Our relationship to our family and friends was the norm. Her hiccuped cries slowed, and her jerky breath stabilized. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hands, then nodded. I'll see you around. Take care, Raiden. Then she was gone, leaving me to stare at the space she'd just shared with me. How the fuck had it come to this?
Chapter 26. Lorenzo. 37 years. Stepping off the chopper, I headed for the elevator that would take me down to the club. Why the fuck couldn't she come to the estate? I growled at my brother, striding next to me. Do you even have to ask? He snickered. You and I both know she won't step foot in that so-called fuck pad, as she calls it. What the fuck is she doing here in the first place? Remo pocketed his phone and gave me one of his usual nonchalant shrugs. If it didn't concern him, he didn't bother with details. She hasn't left Italy in over 5 years, and something tells me it has to do with your recent fuck-up. Shaking my head, I glanced at my brother. So you call getting rid of Arabella's killer a fuck-up? Again, he shrugged. Shit hit the fan, Rance. Wasn't one of your finest decisions taking out a major player for the D'Angelos, and while I know it had to be done, she doesn't. Fuck, brother, the last few weeks have been filled with the most excitement I'd had in years. I was getting bored with the whole keep the peace shit anyway. I grinned. My brother loved action, especially the kind that required spilling blood. I'd finally gotten rid of the fucker. Luca hadn't survived his ordeal, not like we cared. I had to give the D'Angelos credit for hiding him so well over the years, yet the victory of avenging Arabella's death had been sweet. Repercussions be damned. Good luck, Remo said as we walked out the elevator, giving me one of his maniacal smiles, like the sick fuck he was. A couple of minutes later, I stood outside the meeting room next to my office and dragged in a deep breath, knowing I'd need it to keep my irritation at bay. It always became erratic around her. She knew I hated being summoned without a reason. This time, however, I had an inkling behind her unexpected visit. I stepped inside the large room, bright with mid-morning sunlight streaming through the windows. Outside, the view of Manhattan was spectacular, a night image even more so. Lorenzo. I glanced away, taking in the regal vision sitting at the head of the rectangular boardroom table. Sophia Rossi, Donna for a formidable mafia family, and my mother. In a cream power suit, hair coiffed to perfection, makeup articulate, this woman had it in her to bring a man to his knees with just a look. Only she'd yet to intimidate me, and she knew it. Mother, I moved toward her and waited for her to kiss both my cheeks before I lowered myself into a seat as Joey, her bodyguard, placed himself behind her. You know I am here. Despite the inflection in her words, I merely cocked a brow, waiting for the outburst that usually turned less than ladylike when she didn't get her way. Unlike her other two sons and the people she bossed around, I could see right through her bleached teeth and pretentious personality, probably since the day I was born. She was my mother in blood only. Apart from the same blue eyes, we shared nothing else. She wore her power like a second skin, and I would have respected her tenacity had she achieved her status with a little more decorum than breaking family ties to get what she wanted. Would it make a difference if I said yes or no? My mother and I couldn't be more opposite. The hate between us was palpable every time we shared the same space. It was the reason I avoided going home. Since my grandfather's death, the estate in Italy ceased to be home. Surprisingly, she offered me a smile, a narcissistic one she reserved for people she was about to take down. This feud between the families has gotten out of hand, Lorenzo. I'm here to finish what you started. She linked her hands on the table, index fingers steepled and tapping a silent beat. This was her modus operandi. Make a jaw-dropping statement, then wait, wanting me to ask the how and the why. Anyone else would be squirming under her darkened stare, itching to get out of there. Her presence might be dominating, but not where I ruled. I met her gaze straight on. Unless you plan on taking down the entire D'Angelo family, I'm not interested. Since you had Luca killed, your uncle and I have been trying to pacify the D'Angelos into staying a full-blown war. Which they started, I reminded. Yes, but your actions could have been better handled. Slowly, I shook my head. Do you even feel any remorse for Arabella? She narrowed her eyes. Of course I do. I shot to my feet, my caustic laugh bouncing off the silence between us. If my father was alive, he'd be right next to me, killing those bastards for just looking at her. I snarled. Don't you use that tone of voice with me. Or what? I hissed. Her threats meant nothing to me, and she knew it. I'm not 16, Mother. How dare you? She pushed up from her seat, her chest heaving with the rage I could see in her eyes. I did what I had to first. I deserve your loyalty. As my son. She spat. Are you so vain to think that your children wanted this? I pointed at her. You were our mother until you became this obnoxious woman hell-bent on power. All because my father fucked a nanny. We glared at each other, every cell in my furious body telling me to end this, to cut ties with this woman for good. You killed my father in cold blood and didn't think twice about taking his place as underboss. Maybe I should do the same right now. After all, the title of Don is mine, correct? Seeing as you got rid of Matteo, too? I scowled. And let's not forget my grandfather's death while we're at it. Was that fear in her eyes? She turned away, knowing that my elder brother's death had given me more strength than she'd ever wished for. Over 3 years, I'd lost the 3 men in my life who'd played a huge role in who I'd become today. She'd moved up the ranks by killing family. First, my father, and fool that he was, my grandfather gave his daughter her husband's position of underboss. He unknowingly handed over the reins to his life in the process. Within a year, she'd usurped his title of Don with a bullet to his head, ultimately tearing her family apart at the seams. I wasn't naive to believe she couldn't do the same to me. Only, I had an ace she wouldn't dare to touch. Remo and I had each other's back. We'd take her down in a minute if anything happened to either of us by her hand. She turned to face me. I didn't have a hand in Matteo's death. Keep telling yourself that, Mother. We both know different. She might have not pulled the trigger, but her derision killed Matteo's spirit. Matteo was weak. No, he was in love. Something you wouldn't understand. I sneered, irritation making me clench my fist to prevent smashing them into the table. For just a moment she stood there, staring at me as if contemplating whether an ensuing argument was worth it. "Are we done here?" I asked, my tone one of blatant disinterest.
Look, Lorenzo, we can stand here all day with you throwing daggers at me, but the D'Angelos still want our war. Now, either we accept their suggestion or—"
She trailed off as eyes the color of twilight iciness sliced through me, waiting for a reaction and already knowing she wasn't going to get one.
"They want you to marry one of their daughters and give them an heir."
My shock must have registered because that conceited smile widened her lips once more. "You're fucking kidding me." She shook her head.
"They took one of ours, and you returned the favor. Now they believe this marriage would put an end to the feud by bringing both families together. A child will seal the deal."
"I'm not fucking marrying a D'Angelo." I shoved at one of the chairs and it slid across the room, flipping onto its side with a loud crash. I was tall. Even in her heels, she was a head or two shorter than me, but that didn't stop her from stiffening her back to make her appear taller. I turned my back on her.
"I'm not asking, Lorenzo."
I swung around to the evil bitch's glare, cutting through me with the force of 1,000 knives I couldn't deflect. Admittedly, she reminded me of myself, ruthless, daunting, and determined.
"I'm telling you, you will marry that girl fucker on your wedding night and give him an heir."
Her blue eyes turned midnight, nostrils flaring as she took a step closer, while a slow smirk crawled across my face at the satisfaction of pissing her off. I ground my molars to keep from reaching for my gun. It wasn't the first time I'd considered putting a bullet between her eyes. She might be my mother, but she put every sadistic bastard I knew to shame, and I knew plenty. This woman had balls of steel. No, make that harder than steel. And just one of the reasons she excelled at heading up a mafia family, a position that men normally held. I might be considered a sexist right now, but it was true.
"They've taken Evelina."
"What?" I wasn't quick enough to hide my shock. "When?" I gritted. "Why the fuck are you only telling me this now?" I advanced on her, and she took a step back. "They kidnapped my sister and you're agreeing to a fucking wedding?" I barked. Joey took a step toward me, chest puffed out, his stance defensive. "Get the fuck away from me if you know what's good for you," I growled, not caring he was all muscle and big-boned. Agility fared far better over bulk. She touched his arm and he stepped back.
"What would you have me do, Lorenzo? Say no and let them kill your sister."
My laugh lacked mirth. "You pick a fine fucking time to display an affinity you don't have for your children. Am I to believe that you're worried about Evelina, or do you have some sick hidden agenda up your sleeve? If I didn't know any better, I would have thought I detected a hint of pain flash across her face. The sign was gone before I had a chance to scrutinize it. She reached for her purse and withdrew her phone. After a second of pressing buttons, she held it out to me. "See for yourself." Frowning, I took the phone and let out a string of curses. Several photos of Evelina, either shackled by her hands to a headboard or tied to a chair, moved across the screen as I pressed the next icon. Tear-filled brown eyes, red and haunted, stared into the camera, begging to be rescued. Dread prickled my skin as I fought to get a handle on the fury spiraling through my body. My heart rate tripled to a point where I thought I might keel over from an attack. Nausea taunted my throat and crippled the effect of my lungs as it cried out for air. I was ready to kill someone. My grip tightened on the phone rather than reaching for my gun once more.
"Hate me all you want, Lorenzo, but marrying a D'Angelo is all you can do now."
I glared at her, pouring every ounce of hate I possessed into that look. "Did you even try saving her?" I sneered.
"Yes," she snapped. "I lost 20 men in the process."
Her face contorted in an ugly sneer, displaying the fortitude of makeup at its finest.
"And a lot more are going to die if you decide to be big-headed about this, including Evelina. I'll give you some time to think about it."
I didn't feel her take the phone from my hand, nor did I hear her leave, until the click of the door closed behind her. My gaze riveted on the space my mother had just occupied. I struggled to breathe. Every conversation I've ever had with that woman had been awkward and unemotional, but this one stole every single emotion I felt before walking into the room. Without thinking, I pivoted sharply, my arm swinging wide as my fist connected with the wall. I did it again, feeling nothing but debilitating anger flowing through my blood. Once more, the D'Angelos had fucked me over, my mother even more so. I could resist. Go in, guns blazing, kill the lot of them, and be done with this sham, but I couldn't put my sister in harm's way. They slit her neck within a moment's notice, and I had nothing on them. For now. I stared out the window, watching a bird fly against the wind, and suddenly realized that I felt just like that bird right now. Then I remembered what my grandfather always said. God has a plan for every one of his creatures, man included. If a bird that looks so pathetic, so weak at times, can fly against the wind and survive, imagine what strength their wings possess, let alone their tiny bodies. I turned at the sound of the door opening. Remo sauntered in, his usual smirk in place. So, how did it go? Both of you are still standing, I see. I didn't miss that shark grin as I turned back to the window. She wants me to marry a D'Angelo to stop the pending war. What the fuck? His yell resonated through the room, vibrating against the windows. Are you fucking kidding me? Shoving a hand through my hair, I dropped into a chair. They got Evelina. He frowned. Who? D'Angelo. Wait, I'm confused. He scratched his brow, then as if a light went off in his head, his lips thinned and his eyes narrowed. Are you saying they kidnapped our fucking sister? I nodded. Those sick fucking bastards. How the fuck did that happen? Wait, are you sure? He neared me and took the seat next to me. Mother showed me photos they sent her. Evelina was taken 3 days ago. And why the fuck are we only finding out about this now? Why didn't the old woman call us? I shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. And we both know we have a better chance of becoming president of the USA than getting an answer from her. Fuck, Rance. What now? I stared at my brother. Relief only ever flowed through me when I was beating the shit out of another man or when I fucked a woman into submission. Somehow, even with his unbridled manner, Remo had a way of settling me. I inhaled deeply, letting calm drift over me, allowing the rage to dissipate. For the moment. Tapping a finger against the glass tabletop, I leaned back into the seat. We're going to Italy, I guess. Are you seriously going to marry one of their daughters? Incredulity spilled from his mouth in droves. You have a better idea? I stood and walked over to the bar, poured 3 fingers of whiskey, and downed it in a quick gulp. The slick burn of the liquid sliding down my throat did nothing to pacify my annoyance. Perhaps another glass, or the whole fucking bottle, would work better. The bottle went flying across the room and hit a wall with a sickening crash. Fuck! I shook my head. I lost Arabella, and I couldn't do anything to save her then. I'm not about to let anything happen to Evelina. My mother had only ever heard of the way I ran things. It was time I showed her who I was. She'd wanted my attention for years. Now she was about to get it. I'll accept their suggestion. With conditions. There's the brother I know, Remo chuckled. I handed him the drink I poured.
Chapter 27. Zena, 28 years. I had no idea what I intended doing right up until I climbed out of the cab and stared at the exterior of the Serpente. Apart from some minor changes to the signage, the building still looked the same. I hesitated for just a moment before the sudden churn in my stomach reminded me why I was there. My steps slow, I climbed the steps that led up to the glass doors and pushed them open. Inside, I blinked against the dimness and approached a receptionist seated behind the black counter. She was new, obviously. It was years since I left. "Hi, can I help you?" she greeted with a pleasant smile. "Yes, I'm here to see Lorenzo, please." She frowned. "Do you have an appointment?" I shook my head. "I know him." Well. Look what the cat dragged in." I looked up as Remo Rossi strolled toward me, his smile a toss-up between cynical and surprise. "Hello, Zena. Never thought I'd lay eyes on you again." His blue eyes sparkled with devious intent as they roved over my red mid-thigh flared skirt and long-sleeved white blouse. "Fuck, kitten. If I only knew you'd fill out this way, I would have kept you against my brother's wishes." He licked his lips. "Hi, Remo." Immediately, my brain backtracked to our last moment together. When he'd threatened me that night, I lied to Lorenzo about him raping me. I never saw Remo since, even right until that moment we escaped. While I wouldn't say it out loud, time had been good to him. If I thought he was attractive then, nothing could have prepared me for the 6-foot-something of pussy-enticing pheromones standing in front of me. The Rossi brothers could easily be described as both literally and physically dangerous to a woman's heart. "What brings you here, Zena?" "I need to see Lorenzo." His laugh was low. "What makes you think he'll want to see you?" Suddenly hesitant, I glanced away to find the receptionist's attention on us. I leaned in close to Remo. "I'm pregnant," I whispered. His brows slanted inward, the smirk replaced by an instant scowl as he grabbed my arm and dragged me down the hallway behind the reception. "I might not be familiar with the whole pregnancy shit, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't take 6 years after you fuck a man to fall pregnant," he growled, guiding me toward the elevator. "What shit do you have up your sleeve, kitten?" His expression clearly warned not to mess with him. "Lorenzo and I had sex a couple of weeks ago." "How? Where?" He frowned. "I was staying at a friend's place." "Which friend?" he snapped as the doors opened and he yanked me out of the elevator. Dread steamrolled my bravery. I wasn't sure what he knew of that night. "Which friend, Zena?" he repeated, impatience bouncing off his tense shoulders. "Bianca Valentine," I mumbled. He stopped walking and stared at me for a long moment. "Lorenzo screwed you instead of her?" His chuckle was caustic, making the hairs at my nape stand on end. "How the fuck did that happen?" "I stayed over the night he visited her, and he thought I was Bianca because the lights were off." I found it strange Lorenzo hadn't mentioned me to Remo. During my kidnapping, I got the feeling they shared everything, unless Remo was playing me to get the truth out. Well, I'll be damned. "So you're pregnant, and what? You want my brother to marry you and play house?" I flinched at the coldness in his tone. "No, I just thought he should know." "You're 15 minutes too late, kitten," he muttered, further confusing me, but I refrained from asking. He opened a door at the end of the hallway and gestured for me to enter. Inside, I paused, taking in the 2 occupants in the room. The way he stood told me the large man was a bodyguard. My gaze flicked to the other person, a woman who appeared to be on the phone. She had her back to us, and I watched as Remo approached her. A cream suit, cut to perfection, indicated she was a woman of classy tastes. Her dark hair was swept up in a tight bun, showing off a long, graceful neck. Even from behind, her presence was commanding. I wondered who she was. Remo leaned in to speak to her, and she peered at me over her shoulder. The second those eyes met mine, I froze. There was no mistaking her identity. Lorenzo's mother. It didn't take a genius to figure that out. She sported the same blue eyes and cold expression as her sons. Why did Remo bring me to her instead of Lorenzo? She turned now, her gaze on me as she finished her call. I had the sudden urge to get the hell out of there. It was too late. With steps filled with unerring confidence, she crossed the room. Remo followed but hung back when she stopped in front of me. She was a beautiful woman. Her body lean and trim, her makeup perfect. It was easy to see she'd been under the Botox needle a few times. Her forehead was smooth and unexpressive. Then again, given the cold indifference radiating from her, she probably wasn't a woman who displayed any sort of emotion. Even if she did, I was inclined to think it accompanied the barrel of a gun.
Zina, my mother, Sophia Rossi.
Remo's introduction followed a slow smile, as if he were pacifying or setting me up. I couldn't decide. Mrs. Rossi. I thrust out a hand on instinct, hoping she wouldn't notice my sweaty palms. I shouldn't have bothered. The woman made no effort to take my hand. Instead, she scrutinized me through narrowed eyes and pursed lips. I was taller than her by a couple of inches in my heels, but she carried her stature with such authority. I felt like a cow on auction as her gaze traveled the length of my body. Where Remo's was placid hunger, hers was rancid disgust, like I'd just crawled out of the sewer and dripped muck on her fancy shoes. I would have expected your brother to practice safe sex, Remo. She maintained eye contact with me while addressing him, her thick Italian accent more pronounced than her son's. Considering the number of whores out there who wouldn't hesitate to jump on the gravy train at the mere mention of healthy sperm. I gasped, lowering my hand and clenching my fist so I didn't sucker punch her in the face. God, it would have felt awesome to do so. At least you're pretty. I'll give him that. She arched a brow. Still. The single word had my hackles rising, but before I could respond, she smirked. How much would it take to get rid of it? What? I slapped a hand to my mouth, the other grasping my stomach, defending my baby. My eyes met Remo's over his mother's shoulders. If I expected remorse there, I was sorely mistaken. Hadn't I given him a reason to hate me already? He merely shrugged, his expression almost saying, "What the fuck did you expect?" My son is to marry in 3 days, girl. And he can't be seen agreeing to the likes of an, "Oh, look, I'm pregnant with your baby" tart. So, name me your price and disappear. She dismissed me by swiveling away on her heel. You call yourself a mother? I spat, clutching my chest as a shooting pain barreled its way past my ribcage. I don't want your fucking money. I gritted through clenched teeth. Slowly, as if I hadn't just insulted her, she turned to look at me, her eyes deadly daggers of poison as their intensity burst through me. I didn't care. I'd rather rot in hell than have to deal with you, Rossi, again. Oh. That one word held copious amounts of terror, and for just a moment, I regretted my words. If that is your wish, cara, then so be it. It took me a second to grasp the meaning of her statement, but it was too late. She glanced at Remo. Get rid of her. Wait, what? My stomach turned inside out, my skin instantly cold. You can't do this, I screamed as Remo reached my side and grabbed my arm. Don't do this, Remo, I begged, digging my heels into the floor. The marble tiles didn't help my attempt. He dragged me toward the door. Remo, I screeched, tears blurring my vision. I hit his arm to stop him. His grip, however, was too strong. Remo, please, I cried. Don't do this. You're killing an innocent baby. Lorenzo's child. My chest rose and fell in quick succession to keep up with my erratic breathing. Remo? He stopped and turned to look at his mother. My body shuddered against his hold, tears searing my cheeks as I prayed she'd changed her mind. Not a trace back to Lorenzo. Keep it clean. What? I screamed. My heart slammed against my rib cage as cold panic spread through every pore. Really, Mother? Guess you've never seen your son in action then, have you? What the fuck's wrong with you, Remo? They were discussing me like I was a fucking animal who'd just retched on their damn carpet. You're sick, I hissed at her before he yanked me out of the room and down the hallway. I squirmed against his hold. 2 men walked past and I screamed for their help. They just ignored me and carried on walking. Remo clamped a hand around my mouth and dragged me into the elevator. He slid his other hand around my waist and jerked me backward. With my back to his chest, he leaned down. Keep your goddamn mouth shut and do as I say, kitten. Or trust me, every single person you know is going to be lying right there next to you in that hole I've got ready for you. He whispered in my ear, his voice thick with undisguised amusement. My eyes widened, and I mumbled against his palm, shaking my head. He wouldn't harm my family. Raiden. Please. The muffled sound did nothing. His hold didn't slack off. It tightened. I did say payback's a bitch, didn't I? And now I'm collecting. 6 years too late, but fuck, it's just as fucking thrilling. His maniacal laugh filled the cubicle, and my knees buckled. You know, it's sad to let such a beautiful body go to waste. He squeezed my hip. I should have fucked you when I had the chance. Now you're soiled goods. He bit my earlobe, and I yelped against the palm over my mouth. Mascara burned my eyes that felt puffy and sore. Defeated, I sagged against his body, a silent prayer bouncing around my head like a ping-pong ball. As if by some divine intervention, Remo's phone rang when the elevator doors swooshed open. He answered, and I saw the distraction as an opportunity the second we stepped out the rear door into the alley. Putting every ounce of strength I could muster into my arm, I elbowed him in the stomach. In that split second, he doubled over, and loosening his hold on me, I shot out of his arm and raced off down the alley. I didn't bother to stop when he yelled. Determination-induced panic infused my legs with a speed that would embarrass the fastest bullet out there. But Remo was fast. I heard his feet pummel the ground behind me, shunting adrenaline into my viciously pumping heart. "Get her!" someone shouted, which told me Remo had company. By the time I rounded another 2 alleys, my chest was burning from the exertion, and I silently thanked Raiden for pushing me into taking kickboxing classes with him. I was a lot fitter now than a month ago. When I was certain I'd gained a couple of feet, I veered left into an alley blocked by boxes at the entrance. Ducking behind a dumpster, I leaned against the wall, not caring that it stank of stale piss and vomit. I took a moment to draw much-needed oxygen into my lungs. Tears rushed down my cheeks, almost like a direct taunt to my thirst for water. I closed my eyes for just a second. "Calm the fuck down and think, Zena," I mumbled between deep exhales. Opening my eyes, I dug around in my purse for my phone. Between the sniffles and tears, I had to squint at the screen. Swiping at the tears with a frustrated curse, I dialed Raiden. It was only when he answered did I remember Remo's threat to harm my family. I swallowed, pushing all the calm I could manage into sounding normal. Ray? Xena. His voice came across soft and tentative. He was still angry. The tears fell harder and I swallowed again. Ray, I'm sorry. I cringed at the break. Would he come for me if I told him I was being chased by a Rossi again? I'm so sorry, Ray, I repeated, not sure what else to say, more scared to put him in harm's way. He knew what Remo was capable of. I didn't mean to hurt you. I broke off, stuffing a fist into my mouth. I bit down on a finger, letting his soft breathing fill my ear, my heart. I won't ask you to forgive me, but please. I swallowed a few more times. Please don't forget me, I whispered, knowing I couldn't go back home yet. Xena, what? He paused. Why does that sound like a goodbye? It's better this way, I hiccuped on a sob. I could hear his long, drawn-out exhale, as though he'd taken time to think about what I'd done. No, baby. It's okay. When you're back home, we can talk about it. I bit down harder on my finger to keep from shouting out that I couldn't risk putting him in danger again. I'm sorry, Ray. I don't know why I called. The break... Xena, please. We don't need a break. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have... I hurt you, Raiden. I broke your heart. Yes, I might have been drunk doing it, but I should have told you about it. My phone beeped in my ear, and I looked at the screen. Shit, the battery was low. Rising slowly, I peeked over the dumpster and froze. 2 of Remo's men I'd seen back at the club stood at the entrance to the alley, their backs to me, their heads swiveling from side to side. They were still looking for me. I slid back down the wall and cowered, trying to retreat deeper into the corner, hoping they'd walk away. Babe? The warm comfort of that single word filled every saddened pore in my tense body. I covered my mouth to hold back the sobs. My battery is going to die any second. I'll call you as soon as I can. Okay? I lied. I love you, Ray. Xena? Yes. Even when you cry, you're beautiful. Even when you're angry, I want to kiss you. Even... No, I silently yelled, glaring at the phone. Even when you hate me, I'll love you forever. I finished his words on a sob. On our first anniversary together, Raiden had forgotten to meet me and went to a baseball game with his friends. I'd stayed angry with him for a week until a huge heart made out of red roses was delivered on the back of an open van with that message. Then he'd phoned me and repeated it. While we'd been the off-and-on couple over the last year or so, those words always seemed to comfort my heart. Shoving the phone back into my purse, I peeked over the dumpster again. The men were still there. Sliding along the wall, I inched my way in the opposite direction, trying to remain as quiet as possible. The sudden opening of a door behind me caught me by surprise. Before I could scream, a gloved hand covered my mouth, muffling the sound. Someone dragged me backward into a darkened room. Then a hand clamped around my neck, squeezing hard, and I immediately tensed. The hand on my mouth fell away, but the pressure around my throat increased, fingers biting into my flesh. My lungs burned for a reprieve as he slowly suffocated me. I clawed at his hands and arms, fighting with what strength I could muster. It wasn't enough. He was too strong. Someone was taking my life, and I could do nothing. Tears rolled down my cheeks, and I opened my mouth to speak, to scream. Only ragged gasping sounds came out, until what little light peeked through the dimness slowly faded to black, my thoughts sucked away to unbridled silence, until everything ceased to exist.
Chapter 28. Raiden, 24 years. Hey, handsome. The subtle whisper echoing against my eardrum made me smile. My body quivered as the gentle softness of a wet tongue traced the shape of my ear, suckled lightly on the lobe before trailing a tingling path along my jawline. Still, I kept my eyes closed, allowing the ticklish teasing to outline the curve of my lips, then slip away to be replaced by butterfly kisses. I didn't move when those tender lips dropped tiny kisses to the tip of my nose, first one eye, then the other. Nor did I shift when hair, the texture of spun silk, brushed over my face, following in the wake of those mesmerizing lips, moving downward, feathering my chin, my neck, and skimming a delicate line across my chest, circling one nipple, then the other. Then further down, startling my skin into goosebumps when the wet tip curled around my navel, sucking lightly. I refused to open my eyes, letting the pleasure seep into every pore, every cell, every vein. My breathing hitched slightly when those plump lips zigzagged a hot pattern over my stomach and dipping lower still until the head of my cock, hard with anticipation, met the warmth of that familiar mouth. Even when its slick thickness curled around my shaft, I didn't open my eyes. I couldn't. If I did, it would end. The pleasure would end, and I'd have to start all over again. Don't think, Ray. Feel. The soft words seduced my attention once more, and I surrendered to its manipulation, my hips jerking when those succulent lips closed around the head of my cock, pulling me deep into a cavern of warmth I didn't want to leave. My fingers clenched around satin sheets as the steady rhythm of tongue, teeth, and lips shunted my need with each lick, each bite, each kiss, until my ragged breaths chased my release. I didn't want it to end. It couldn't. It won't, handsome. Slender fingers, warm to the touch, tangled with mine, keeping me grounded. Silky thighs cuddled mine in a smooth embrace as a warm, wet pussy swallowed the length of my rigid cock, each inch more decadent than the one before. I shuddered against the flame igniting my blood, stealing my breath and pulling me under into a blissful world where only she and I existed. "Zena," I whispered, opening my eyes to catch glimpses of bronze skin mated perfectly by eyes the color of sparkling emeralds and lips the shape of seduction itself. I reached out a hand. Nothing but emptiness met my touch, the hazy image of her face slowly drawing away. "No!" I vaulted upright, my fingers fighting, grasping, clinging empty air to keep her there. "Zena!" I yelled. The silence around me held my heart in a vice grip. As if in a diabolical taunt, my surroundings morphed into view. Gradually each image crept out of the darkness and showed itself, until my gaze slanted to the thin stream of light peeking through the thick curtains that kept me hidden from a world I no longer wanted to see. Reality barreled in at a steady pace. No matter how hard I fought to forget, I remembered. I remembered that last call with Zena, those words I'd tried to use to bring her back to me, knowing they were words that had once made her smile through the tears. Tears I'd caused by being a bastard and forgetting our anniversary, a day that meant the world to her. Then I remembered that call, the one that froze my blood, hurtled my heart to the pit of my stomach, and cut the air to my lungs. "Raiden." I recognized the despair in Deepak's voice, and dread was already winging its way down my spine before Zena's father whispered, "She had an accident." The "what" lodged in my throat, burning a quick path down my body, freezing every nerve I needed to keep upright. It took every ounce of willpower to ask the one question I didn't want answered. Is she? I couldn't. "She didn't." His voice broke, and he didn't have to finish the sentence. I dropped to my knees, not caring that the asphalt driveway beneath my feet carved dents into my skin. I felt nothing. No, I felt something. I felt the plunging void that became my insides. I remembered the call like it was yesterday, not 3 weeks ago. And finally, I remembered that those last words hadn't made her smile through her tears once. No, it had taken that smile away from me forever. Clutching my head, I fell back to the pillow and stared at the ceiling, wondering how cruel the universe was. While taking Xena from me wasn't forgivable, taking her before I had a chance to say I'm sorry cut so deep. I wanted nothing more than to stay in the darkened chasm that had become my room since. Raiden. My father's low voice snaked through my thoughts. Turning on my side, I wrapped my arms tightly around a pillow, blocking out his tall frame in my periphery. Go away, Dad. Look at me, son. His voice was stern, but there was no impatience. I pushed up to sit and rubbed my face before glancing at him. He'd moved to the side I slept on. Hands in his pants pockets, he pulled in a long, deep breath. I know it's hard to accept, Raiden, but it's been 3 weeks. You've hardly eaten, and you're holed up in this room. That, he pointed to several empty whiskey glasses on my nightstand, is not you. It's not what Xena would have wanted. Immediate tears stung my lids. What would she want, Dad? I swallowed the lump that had lodged in my throat since the phone call. Please tell me, because I have no fucking clue how not to hurt. My heart bleeding against my chest, I let the tears fall. Wordlessly, he lowered his tall frame to the edge of the bed, and before I could protest, he pulled me into his warm embrace. I resisted for just a second more, then caved. Balling my fists around his neck, I cried into his shoulder, not caring that my weakness had once more taken hold of my emotions, that every layer of motivation, thrill-seeking, and will had become numb with each day, each breath. It's okay, son. He caressed the back of my head, his grip tightening around my back. I'm tired. My muffled voice blended into his black shirt, now wet with my tears. I don't know how to control this tempest in my stomach every time I think of her, or this hurricane bludgeoning my pulse rate when I think of that last phone call. I sobbed. I don't know how not to feel anymore. My words trailed into a whisper. Still, my father held on, his arms a warm comfort, his soft breathing an encouragement to let it out, that I wasn't a pussy if I cried. When my tears finally receded to nothing but dry heaves, I leaned back against the headboard, massaging my pounding head. I don't fucking know how to stop crying. And you shouldn't. He stared at me, tenderness etched into the lines of his brow. These tears, he slowly swiped the pad of his thumb under my eye. Speak for your heart when your lips don't know how to. I can't tell you what to feel, son. No one can. But these tears, they tell us what you're feeling. So never stop crying just because you're a man. You have a heart. Let it feel for however long you need. He stood. This, though, he waved his hand around the room, is not going to help you heal. Bottling your emotions makes the detonation that much more aggressive when the time comes. Talking about it helps. I don't want to see a fucking psychologist, I grumbled. And I didn't say you should. I was surprised he didn't reproach me for swearing or my hard tone. Respecting elders was a big deal in my home, but my father was exactly that, a father. Caring, consoling, loving, unlike his father, who'd probably be on my case the second he saw me shed a tear. My shoulders sagged on a deflated sigh I couldn't stop. Then what are you saying, Dad? Withdrawing from your friends isn't ideal. Austin's been here every day waiting for you to acknowledge his friendship. Will you talk to him at least? He glanced toward the door and I followed his gaze. With his hands in his pockets, a sheepish grin on his face, Austin leaned against the door jamb. "What's up, fucker?" His grin widened. I ignored him. He sauntered into the room as my father walked out. "Jesus, Ray." He jumped on the bed, landing stomach down with his chin propped on his open palms. "You know I can't do this whole emotional shit, right?" I didn't answer. "Don't shut me out, man. I'm really fucking trying here." He sat up, crossed his legs Indian style, and stared at me. "I'll do any fucking thing I can to bring her back, Ray." This time his words were a regret-filled whisper. It meant a lot coming from him, since they never got on. "And I'm not leaving when you need me most. There'll be other opportunities." I frowned. Through my father's contact, Austin had secured himself an apprenticeship with one of the leading diamond mines in Africa. Unlike me, he didn't have a rich father or a powerful name to fall back on. His mother and grandmother had worked hard to get him into the private school I'd attended, so I knew how much the trip to Africa meant to him. Not only was it a dream come true, not going meant giving up a fat paycheck. He might be a real douche to some, but beneath that tough exterior, he was all heart, and I knew making his mother and grandmother proud of him had become a priority. "Christ, fucker, would you say something?" He snorted, yanking me out of my reflections. Then, as if he had a light bulb moment, he scooted closer. "Let me take you out tonight. None of the usual shit, just you and me. We can drink a ton of booze, smoke some weed, shoot some pool, fuck someone up. Anything. You name it. Fuck, I'll even fucking drink wine for you." That made the corner of my lips curl up slightly. Austin hated wine. He couldn't get how people loved something that was made by people stomping on it barefooted as part of the traditional process. The notion turned his stomach. "Please, man." He reached out a hand and squeezed my arm. Exhaustion had claimed my body, and while the idea of just sleeping in swirled in my head, I realized burying myself under a mountain of pillows and bed covers didn't hide the pain. It made it worse. "Fine," I muttered. "Sweet." He gave me one of his sloppy grins, then wrinkled his nose. "No offense, dude, but you need a shower, and while you're at it, a fucking shave. I don't want people assuming I dragged a homeless man in off the street to ply him with alcohol." He winked, and for the first time in 3 weeks, I heard myself laugh. 2 hours and a shit ton of alcohol later, I squinted across the floor of the third bar we'd staggered into. Austin chased some skirt as usual, then headed for the bathroom when he got bored, while I sat at the main counter overlooking a scarcely filled dance floor. Most of the patrons seemed to be holed up in one corner of the place, shooting pool or playing darts. Loud music from an ancient jukebox drowned most of the chatter around me. The seclusion suited me just fine, until I felt 2 bodies sit down on either side of me. Concentrating on my drink and letting the warm liquid do its magic of making me forget, I ignored them. "What are you doing here, pretty boy?" I turned to the guy on my right, and he leaned in closer. "Remember me, babyface?" The smell of stale beer, sweat, and cigarettes hit me full frontal, and I scrunched my nose. Then recognition hit. It was the fucker whose sister I'd turned down at my second last fight. Ignoring him, I went back to my drink. "I'm talking to you, asshole." He stuck 2 of his stubby fingers in my glass and then brought it to his lips, his tongue making slurping sounds as he licked his fingers. All this I noticed in my periphery, not bothering to give him the time of day. He was spoiling for a payback fight. I wasn't in the mood. "I said, I'm fucking talking to you, rich boy," Douche 1 growled, Douchebag 2 pressing in close on my left. My expression one of boredom, I cocked my head to look at him. "This is a bar for men. Shouldn't you be at home playing with your pussy?" My gaze dropped to his crotch before flicking back to meet his face. He got the picture. "Why, you fucking piece of shit," he spat, at the same time jumping off his stool and swinging his right arm. Gripping the edge of the bar, I leaned backward. His fist connected with his friend's jaw, sending him flying off the stool with a hard grunt. Breathing ragged, douche one eyeballed me before he pursed his lips and let out a low whistle. Another man ran to his side, his face just as ugly as his friend who called him over. "Let's see what you got, pretty boy," douche one sneered. Smashed, I wasn't likely to stay upright for long. I didn't care. Standing, I was 6 feet 3 inches of solid muscle. The man was a good 3 feet taller than me, and when he landed the first blow to my stomach, I welcomed the pain. Grinning, I straightened, clenched my fist, and crowded him. "Is that all you got?" A few people gathered, enclosing us in a semicircle around the counter. He glared at me. "You little bitch." My right hook connected with his jaw. He staggered back, blood flying from his mouth as his face shook. "What the fuck is with the name-calling?" I hissed. "Don't you know any other words? Has your mother not taught you how to use your fucking mouth for anything other than dick?" Both he and his friend lunged forward. I stepped back, bracing myself for the impact, but 2 hands shot out of nowhere, grabbing both guys around the neck and jerking them back sharply. Douche one tried to lash out, but the hand holding him whipped out like it was holding a frisbee, sending him crashing into the counter. The other guy was struggling to breathe before sagging to the floor in a gasping fit and clutching his throat. My eyes lifted, meeting the casual smirk of a man I thought I'd never see again. Remo Rossi cocked a brow at me. Then he calmly slid out a gun from under his jacket and rested the muzzle against douche one's brow after he attempted to jump Remo. "Ever seen brain matter splatter, fucker?" He shoved the muzzle, and douche one's head snapped backward. My gaze dropped as someone pointed to his crotch. A dark stain quickly grew, soaking his faded denim. He gulped when Remo just stared at him, saying nothing. Then he shoved him again. "If I ever catch you around this boy again, trust me, you'll know what your brain matter tastes like, too. Get the fuck out of here." Douche one scrambled for the exit as the crowd dispersed, his friends in hot pursuit. I shifted my gaze as Austin came into view and shook my head. He nodded and stayed away. "What the fuck are you doing here?" I growled at Remo. He wasted his gun, righted his jacket, and slid onto a stool. When he was done ordering a drink, he looked at me. "What did they teach you in that fancy private school? You could say thank you for saving your ass." He tossed back the whiskey the bartender set in front of him. I wasn't sure what got to me more, the fact that he knew I'd gone to a private school, his sudden appearance so many years later, or that he'd deprived me of the need to smash someone's nose to a pulp. "I didn't fucking need your help. I had everything under control," I snarled. "Not from where I stood." He ran an annoyingly smug gaze the length of my body. "1 you could handle. 3, unlikely." "You don't know shit about me." He shook his head. "Not a boy anymore, I see, but still an arrogant prick." "What the fuck are you doing here?" I repeated, more than ready to go around with him, maybe finish what we'd started way back then. "It's a free country, boy. I can go wherever the fuck I want. Now sit your fucking ass down and have a drink with me." I didn't miss the underlying threat to his words. Catching Austin's worried look, I gave him a reassuring nod and slid onto the stool. I reached for the whiskey Remo set down. "How's your little girlfriend?" he asked, sipping his second drink. "None of your fucking business." Somehow the alcohol consumption throughout the night had helped keep my emotions at bay. He turned fully to face me, and after a couple of seconds of silence, I looked up to find his eyes glued to my wrist. I followed his gaze to the leather band, a permanent fixture I only removed to shower. When I lifted my eyes again, and although I couldn't read Remo's expression, it lacked the usual arrogance. "Did Lorenzo tell you where he got that?" He pointed to the band. "His grandfather." I shrugged, taking a sip of my drink. "I've never seen my brother take it off, ever. He'd never leave home without it. He believed it gave him my grandfather's blessing. In our world, I guess we need some reassurance we'd live to see the next day. Unsure if that was wistfulness in his tone, I smirked. He downed his drink and studied the empty glass before looking at me. In all the time I've been at my brother's side, and that's been a long fucking time, I was sure there was nothing in the world that could get to Lorenzo. He stared at me, his expression blank. But you did. I frowned, wondering why the man even bothered to speak to me. Our history wasn't exactly a nostalgic one. He would have probably cut me up and fed me to the sharks if he'd gotten the chance. What do you mean? It's just a leather band. He leaned closer. No, Raiden. It was the first time he'd addressed me by name instead of something crass. That tells me there's nothing my brother wouldn't do to protect you. Confused, I shook my head. I haven't seen Lorenzo in years. His laugh was almost inaudible as he stood and set some money on the counter. A ghost is not necessarily a dead person. His words surprised the shit out of me, and I took a minute to process the meaning behind it. He moved to walk away, and I stopped him. What do you mean? He half turned. Save your tears, boy. Sometimes people leave your life because they would have fucked it up if they stayed. Then he was gone, his large frame striding through the exit before I could even grasp his meaning. Was he referring to Lorenzo? Wait, how did he know I'd been crying my ass off? Did he know Xena was dead? If he did, why would he ask about her? Whoever the fuck that guy was, he's one scary motherfucker, and that's just from looking at him. Austin arrived at my side, his face riddled with questions similar to how my brain felt. Although I smiled, it didn't quite reach my eyes. I was still baffled by Remo's appearance, more so his last words. Fuck this shit, Ray. We're getting the fuck out of here, and you're coming to Africa with me. What? You heard me, dude. I'm dragging your ass to Africa, and there's fuck all you're going to do about it, except get your ass on a plane. Laughing at his comical look of bravado, I stood. Let's go.
Chapter 29. Lorenzo, 37 years. I studied the two girls standing to my left. They were both trying not to smile. Since I entered the hotel conference room we'd chosen as a mutual meeting ground, they'd been casting furtive glances in my direction. A couple of feet away stood another younger girl with her mother. She was 16, and D'Angelo's youngest daughter, while the other two were 18 and 20. I stared at the man sitting in front of me on the opposite side of the table, in a white suit and decorated like a gold buffoon. I gave up trying to figure out how many ounces of the precious metal the man carried on his obese body, or how in God's name was he blessed with not one but 5 daughters. I almost grinned at the knowledge that they were fortunate they carried their mother's beauty and looks. Next to me, Remo nudged my arm and whispered, "Have you decided which one you want?" I scowled at him, warning him to quit being an asshole about me agreeing to Mother's wishes to marry D'Angelo just to keep the peace. We'd done away with the pleasantries 10 minutes ago, and now waited for the discussion of the contract. "It's a simple agreement, Lorenzo." D'Angelo waved at his 2 daughters to come closer. "You choose which of my lovely daughters you want. Marry them and give me an heir." He slid the written contract across the table toward me. Mother held out a gold pen. "You're doing the right thing." She attempted to smile, then quit, knowing I saw right through her facade. "And you remain in Italy, of course," the old man said as I reached for the pen. My fingers stopped mid-air, and I felt Remo stiffen next to me. I looked at D'Angelo. Not happening. My response belied my inner rage to grab the pen and stick it in the man's throat. "What is not happening?" He frowned. Straightening, I rested my linked fingers on the table and stared him in the eye, so he knew I wasn't about to fuck around. "I agreed to this farce of a marriage only because you have my sister. I will marry your daughter, give you an heir, and that's as far as my agreement goes. Once we're married, I will return to New York." The old man's face grew darker with each word I uttered. His gaze shifted to my mother. "¿Qué sordidai questa, Sylvia?" he asked, calling my decision nonsense. "I thought we agreed he would stay in Italy." "Make no mistake, D'Angelo. I am my mother's son, but I am 37, not 18. I abide by my own rules. Whatever agreement you have with her stays in place with a few minor adjustments." I answered instead, my voice just as hard. "Push this agenda and you force my hand. Trust me when I say this. Luca's death was just the tip of the iceberg." "You dare to threaten me?" he roared, his stomach wobbling with the effort to stand. I shot to my feet, Remo following just as quickly, his hand on his gun. Behind me, the shuffle of quick feet told me I didn't have to turn around to know Dario had taken care of D'Angelo's men. I wasn't interested in whose side Mother's soldiers would take. They knew me well enough not to interfere with my men or Remo. "What is the meaning of this, Lorenzo?" Mother's stern voice followed with her standing and gripping my arm. I glared at her. "You agreed to this shit show, so deal with it." It had been a long time since I'd seen a crack in my mother's stoic demeanor, something you'd only pick up if you knew the person she once was. Leveling me with a scowl that I knew would have repercussions later, not that I cared, she took her seat again. I looked at D'Angelo. "You don't have a son to take over the running of your businesses, so don't cut off your nose to spite your face. I will marry your daughter, and I will return to New York." Given I'd killed his only son, he wanted an heir of royal mafia blood, hence the D'Angelo and Rossi meeting. "You want help with your businesses? I'll do it from there. If you don't know me, then know one thing. I am a man of my word." He seemed to breathe easier then, and slowly lowered his large body back into the chair. However, I remained standing and caught Remo's snigger under his breath. I smirked. He knew I was about to drop a larger bomb. D'Angelo stared at me, waiting. "I will marry her." I pointed to his youngest daughter, and gasps, mixed with Italian curses, flew around the room. With his forearms resting on his thighs, Remo leaned over to hide his laughter. He hated my mother's rule just as much as I did, and me going against her wishes probably had his belly rolling. "She's just a child!" D'Angelo bellowed, not bothering to stand. I gathered the effort tired him. It didn't, however, stop my mother from flying to her feet. "Lorenzo, this is ridiculous." "You're right, Mother. This whole contract is ridiculous. But if you insist on fulfilling it, I will do it my way." I turned to look at D'Angelo. "She will become my wife now, and in 2 years, when she is 18, she will bear my child. You will have your heir then." A lot could change in 2 years, and I didn't give a fuck if it did. I glanced at his wife, who somehow didn't seem as flustered as I would have expected. Perhaps she was intelligent of the two parents, and could see this going south quickly, or there was some underlying reason. From where I stood, she seemed pleased, and was consoling the other 2 daughters who weren't happy with my decision. "What will it be, D'Angelo?" I asked, when the room had quieted to just a murmur. He studied me for a moment, then gestured for his youngest daughter to step forward. "I agree. Before I sign, I'd like a word with her, alone." I could hear the distinct gasps of surprise from all 3 daughters. The custom was none of the daughters in a mafiosi household could entertain a man, even if he were her fiancé, without a family member present. I took my seat again, and waited while the old man discussed my request with his family. "Fuck, Rams. I knew you had a plan. I didn't expect you'd want to break our mother's heart." Remo leaned in and scoffed in my ear. My lips curled in a hint of a smile, but I didn't reply. My silence said it all. I hated my mother, and I'd do anything to go against her wishes. If she hadn't learned I wasn't one of her pet toys she entertained in her bedroom, she'd learn soon enough. I didn't kiss feet, even if they belonged to royalty. 5 minutes. D'Angelo drew my attention. Rising, I crossed the floor to one of the breakout rooms I'd seen earlier when we entered. Dario followed me and stood outside the door, his massive bulk enough of a threat to anyone wishing to end the 5 minutes before time. Inside, I moved away from the window when the door opened and the girl entered. I met her gaze as she lifted large, tear-glazed eyes to mine, the innocence of her age reflected in the baby-blue irises that probably glittered when she smiled. A telltale tremble told me she was scared, and I gave her a reassuring smile. She didn't return the gesture. Instead, stared at me as if trying to make sense of what just happened, trying to accept that her future would change with a simple signature on a piece of paper. I took a step toward her, and she stepped back, her gait reminding me of an awkward colt still trying to find its feet. "What's your name?" I kept my voice as gentle as possible.
"Alessia,"
she replied, her Italian accent a lot more pronounced than mine. "Do you understand what your father and I discussed today?" She nodded, fidgeting with the hem of the knitted cardigan she had draped over her white dress. Given the hot summer weather, I was surprised by her need for the cover. I took another step forward, and she one backward, taking her up against the wall at her rear. Startled, she jumped, causing the cardigan to fall off her shoulders, and held by her wrists, it bunched around her waist. The exertion on her heaving chest indicated she was breathing hard. Her eyes met mine again, and I didn't miss the questions, the plea, the confusion. "You don't have to fear me, Alessia. I'm not going to harm you," I consoled. "Have you been to New York before?" Her throat worked to swallow before she answered.
"No."
"Ti piacerebbe andare a New York?" I asked if she'd like to go to New York.
"Yes, please."
Her answer surprised me, more so the sudden lilt to her tone followed by the sparkle in her eyes. I went in for the kill. "Would you like to marry me, Alessia?"
"Yes,"
came the quick reply. Her soft smile lit up her face and had me curious about her sudden excitement. Barely a moment ago, she, along with the rest of her family, cringed at my suggestion. As my gaze roamed her features, my eyes fell to her arm, taking in the large blue marks imprinted into her skin. Shifting my gaze, I noticed the same discoloration on her other arm. I took a step back, and tilting my head, I studied her young features. She was a tall girl with long, dark hair that graced her waist and fairly skinny for her age. High cheekbones that would probably fill out as she matured gave her an almost gaunt look. It was as my gaze dropped to her neck and the fading purple marks there, I understood her mother's calm reaction.